to Council Stadium Authority concurrent meeting. I'd like to call this meeting to order. We're going to start with a study session, but we will start with our roll call vote. When you're ready, City Clerk.
Good afternoon. So before we do our roll call, I have to note for the record that this evening we have 2 council members that will be participating remotely. At this time, Councilmember Hardy is not at the address which is indicated on the agenda. So as soon as she joins in, then we will read her in. Councilmember Jane is the other council member which is participating remotely under AB 2449 provision, emergency circumstance, due to physical medical emergency that prevents him from attending in person. Councilmember Jane's request is that the legislative body allow him to participate remotely due to his emergency circumstance. So the legislative body must take action by majority vote on the emergency requesting at the beginning of the meeting. Before the vote takes place, Councilmember Jane, at this time, you may provide a general description of the circumstances relating to the need to appear remotely at the meeting.
Yes, thank you, Nora. I'm experiencing some intestinal issues which prevent me from attending in person today.
Thank you, Councilmember Jane. As you participate, ensure please that both your audio and your visual technology is on, and when action is being taken on an item, please publicly disclose if someone over the age of 18 is in the room with you and their general relationship to you. With that, the council may motion to allow him to participate.
Is there a motion to allow Councilmember Jane to participate?
So moved. Second.
All right, motion by Councilmember Chahal, second by Councilmember Becker. Do I call for public? Does any public member want to speak on this? Seeing none?
You would need to on this item, Madam Mayor.
Okay, wasn't sure, just out of caution. I think, we can't register votes, right? Okay. No registering votes tonight, it's all roll call.
So Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Chahal.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. That passes with one absent.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy absent. But will be joining us, we think, at some point.
Correct. So I will now proceed to roll call.
Okay.
Councilmember Watanabe. What's Councilmember Board Member Watanabe?
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Chahal.
Present.
Vice Mayor Vice Chair Park.
Here.
Councilmember Board Member Jane.
Here.
Councilmember Board Member Becker.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Here.
Thank you.
All right. So we are going to move on now to our study session to review the proposed fiscal year 2023-2024 and fiscal year 2024-2025 biennial operating budget and fiscal year 2023-24 capital improvement program budget changes. City Manager.
Sure. Good afternoon, Mayor Gilmore, members of council, members of the public, Javon Grogan, City Manager. Annually, the City of Santa Clara adopts a biannual operating budget. We are currently approaching the biannual cycle and are in the process of reviewing, discussing, and taking public comment on the budget that will guide all city expenditures beginning in fiscal year 2023-24 and fiscal year 24-25. As you know, this is your second budget hearing in this process. The first budget hearing occurred on May 9th. You may recall from that first budget hearing, there was a robust discussion and a number of questions. Staff in your written package have provided answers to 36 questions. That's both a combination of the questions that were asked and answered on the night of May 9th, as well as other questions that were asked, but we took a little time to follow up and provide a little bit more of an in-depth description. So tonight's presentation will be provided by our Finance Director, Ken Lee, and As you may recall, our deficit begun at 27 million due to a combination of enhanced revenues and expenditure modifications. We have been able to reduce that from 8 million in the first year to 9 million in the second year. Quite a feat. However, we know that our work is not done, and we will continue to work on long-term fiscal sustainability. Final adoption of the proposed budget is expected to be calendared at your very next regular meeting on June 27th. That will include both the adoption of the proposed budget, changes to the capital budget, and other related items. I'll turn the presentation tonight over to Ken Lee, our Director of Finance. He is joined by his finance and budget staff, and he will go through approximately a 32-slide presentation. Some of that for the council and members of the public that have been tracking this process will be a little bit of a repeat, but we want to make sure that we provide a full complement of the information to support any discussions that we have tonight. Director Lee.
And good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, City Council, members of the public. Ken Lee, Director of Finance, and very excited to be here on our study session around the 23-24 and 24-25 biennial operating budget. As the city manager mentioned, a lot of the slides here are repeated, but we did some extensive outreach between the last study session and now, so wanted to make sure that our public had an opportunity to weigh in and review some of the information that I'm going to present tonight. And so, let me go back here. By way of agenda, I'll talk about just an overview of where we're at with the budget at a high level and our roadmap to get to an adopted budget. Some detailed slides around the two-year proposed budget. Those that enjoy some of the numbers, I'll go through those and talk about some of the services, some of the impacts throughout the budget. A quick slide of potential future revenue sources, changes to the capital budget, and then just some of the amendments and responses based on actions after the publication of the proposed budget, as well as questions and answers that were brought up on the May 9th budget study sessions. And so by way of overview, in summary, if those listening at home, or if someone were to ask, well, what's in the budget? What does the budget do? And I want to summarize by saying that this budget provides stability for community services. And so what do we mean by that, and where have we gone? And so as City Manager pointed out, and as I talked about on May 9th, this budget reflects a significant improvement in our general fund forecast from $27 million down to about $9 million on an ongoing basis. With that reduction in our structural deficit, many of the key services that our residents or community expect are preserved in this budget, and even with the funding that is provided with successful hiring, some of those services will start to expand. So I think that's a great stability for our community, our residents. A lot of the reductions or changes in the budget are focused on what we call strategic support departments, so those supporting departments of behind the scenes, such as our finance department, to support those frontline departments that serve our public. This is the second of 3 sessions for the public, and before our adoption on June 27th. And as we have a 2-year budgeting process, it also includes limited adjustments to our capital budget that was approved by the council last year. And then I'll talk about some of the revenue measure direction. There's another opportunity later this calendar year for the council to weigh in on revenues. The roadmap on developing the budget, it really is a year-round process, thanks to the team on my left here in the budget office, as well as a lot of the departments in the city. And so we've started that engagement late last year, pulling together a recommended budget that we've had some internal council briefings that started late March. We released the budget April 28th. We had the May 9th study session, and based on that feedback and forecast update, released a separate abbreviated summary called our Budget in Brief out to the public. We sent out communications to various email groups and stakeholders, as well as put it online. We're here today, June 6th, to receive any additional feedback you might have on the budget, and based on the discussions and further questions tonight, we'll include responses and/or changes, hopefully for the council's consideration and budget adoption on June 27th. So really looking for that last kind of check-in before the final adoption. So where have we been? Just to remind those at home or those that are just following along right now, this budget was produced in the context of COVID-19, where significant operational and financial challenges were triggered by the pandemic, and we were not alone in that. Many of our neighboring cities, the county, the state have faced challenges at one point or another and addressed some of those. And so happy to report that as we turn that corner, there are many good things about the budget before you as we look ahead coming out of the pandemic. We've had high vacancies and cost controls that has served us very well. During those 3 years of the pandemic, we used approximately $80 million of one-time reserves as well as other sources such as the stimulus funding to help address the shortfall, prevent further reductions, and allow for time to recovery as we're seeing in some of the revenue numbers. Thanks to the residents and this council, successful ballot measures has supported some of the revenues in our budget, TOT, business tax, and the utilities transfer. And then we've always taken a balanced approach in addressing the deficit. So not any one item of revenue, expenses, or reserves, but a very balanced approach in order to maintain community services. So where are we now? Several months ago, with the state and county and the city lifting COVID restrictions, our organization's aligning to a new normal. And so what does that mean? What that means is as some of the revenues have stabilized, it's taken some time to get back services, and we continue to do so. Cost control measures, which allow time for a successful recovery. We're starting where possible to ease some of those measures, and some of that hiring has continued to improve at a very rapid pace, and will continue to do so. So those vacancies, because of the controls, have saved us $10 million last year. And as we look ahead, our vacancy rate's still high as of early May, 16.7%, excluding frozen positions. That number is expected to decline as recruitments are successful and hopefully outpace the reductions or retirements in the organization. While vacancies remain high in several areas, such as SVP, 24% vacancies, we're faced with a very competitive recruitment environment. And then I talked about some of that annual turnover. Typically in a year, we get 8 to 10% based on retirements, resignations, dismissals. So the goal here is to recruit, to hire in a way that outpaces that rate. And while the general fund forecast has improved significantly, we are monitoring. There is uncertainty. Sometimes you read the headlines about potential recessions out there in the second half of this year. You might have read some of the headlines around the banking industry, Silicon Valley Bank and a number of other regional banks. So there is a risk to the forecast as we look ahead, and we'll continue to monitor some of those developments. And the budget before you was done with collaboration of all the departments' input based on their expertise of their budget and recommendations brought forward in a balanced budget. And so where are we going? What does this budget include, and how does it look ahead? With the improved forecasts, as I mentioned earlier, services are largely protected, and we avoid a lot of the significant reductions that would have had to occur if those revenues had not improved. It's a budget that protects critical services, including public safety. It avoids layoffs across the whole organization. And then even within this budget and looking ahead, there's still a significant loss of capacity, about 21% due to vacancies and frozen or eliminated positions. So as we look ahead and continue to fill positions, hoping to address that service gap and that employment gap. We will continue to pursue financial options to create capacity to meet unmet needs and council priorities. We are looking to bring forward a separate conversation around those opportunities later in this second half of this calendar year. And then just the last bullet here to note, while we did use the budget stabilization reserve, I'll have some slides around that. Down nearly half, we do need to look ahead in ways to restore and increase those reserves. So with the next section of the presentation focused on the proposed budget, I just want to highlight overall, it is a balanced budget of $1.5 billion for 23-24. That's significant services, significant utility investments included in this budget. It continues a balanced approach to solving the general fund deficit. I mentioned earlier the limited impacts to the community, the continued need to fill vacancies. And a point here on this slide here that there is significant investment in our utilities as we look ahead to some of the needs and some of the expansions in some of those areas. For those of you that like numbers at home and are interested in some of the display of the budget based on account fund type, just showing here, I want to highlight largely the general fund budget's roughly 20% of our overall $1.5 billion budget. Enterprise funds, SVP, water, sewer, recycled water, garbage are a significant part of this budget and the services that our community receives. There is a blip here in the 1 year around our debt, and there's a focused effort on expansion and reliability projects in SVP that will be funded by debt, and that will come forward separately. And then I just want to note, when we bring forward the budget at the next meeting for adoption, that $1.5 billion will likely grow due to the annual carryover of capital dollars that typically occur at this time as those projects continue from 1 year to the next. On this slide, I just wanted to highlight that the budget is organized and sprinkled throughout this document. You'll see references to our council priorities, our strategic pillars that our council has adopted. I won't read them off here, but there are significant changes and resources allocated within the budget according to these pillars, and in the document kind of highlight what some of those are, and wanted to point that out. And taking a look at positions, which I know are of interest to many people, largely from a year-to-year perspective, the first 4 to 5 lines here are largely technical changes that either the council has seen in a prior Tuesday and approved. For example, our fire grants that added 18 positions. This budget includes a reduction of or freezing of 4 positions, and I'll talk about those 4 positions in my presentation. In the second year here, there's a proposal to add 4 positions in the building fee area based on projected workloads. But all in all, over the 2-year budget, about 1,150 positions organization-wide. On this slide, just the strategy and approach going into balancing the budget, combined new revenue actions or adjustments to fees as we brought forward in April, and I'll talk about that. One-time or ongoing reductions to expenditures as we look at the cost side of the 3 graphics here, and then the use of reserves and the need to maintain at least a 15% and hopefully grow that reserve as we look ahead. And what this budget does not fund is a significant either restoration in services and or meeting some of our unmet deferred infrastructure needs. And so in order to do so, new revenues and or outperformance of the forecast would be required. From a strategy in those 3 buckets, I'll highlight that we do have actions and solutions in both revenue, expenses, and reserves. And on this table shows you numerically how those solutions were allocated by bucket. Continues our phased approach, and then even beyond the 2 years, about $5.2 million still unidentified as far as the ongoing deficit. So we'll continue to do more work around that and also gauge how our performance from a recovery and a revenue perspective will continue. So we'll hopefully in a year and a half to 2 years, we'll be able to look at that and update solutions around that. On the revenue side, a large bulk of the solutions are around our transient occupancy tax. You may recall that voters in November 2020 passed by over 70% of 4% allowance to increase that. The council had approved about 2% previously, so we're looking to, in this budget and as well as direction from the council, to phase that in 1% in January 2024, another 1% in January 2025. That would hope to generate about $3.4 million ongoing. Fees that were brought forward at the City Council meeting on April 18th, some of those adjustments are factored in. The third bullet here around our storm fees, more work to be done in the next year, but assumption that after a study and bringing that forward, some of the cost recovery factor around the storm fees would be able to be adjusted. And then the last bullet here, trying to be as creative to look under every rock around vehicles and sale of underutilized vehicles would generate some one-time dollars. So talking about that phased-in TOT approach, here the graphic or table on the right shows us right around the middle of many of the agencies around us. We did do some outreach to the hotels earlier in March, and they've acknowledged and observed we'll be beyond the midpoint, but had no vocal objection to that proposal. On the expense side, a lot of the dollars are around our grant, the SAFER grant in the fire department, which allows us to save our overtime dollars in relief positions. And so roughly $3.1 million in that period. In the police department, adjustment to the vacancy factor, a bit aligning with historical staffing rates over the last 10 years. But will allow us to continue to recruit and hire police officers. And then some of the other reductions in the departments I mentioned, 4 positions earlier, 1 position in the attorney's office, 1 position in the manager's office, auditor's office, and HR department. Shifting gears here to our reserves, mainly timing here with regards to some of those TOT dollars. $1.1 million is proposed to be used in this budget in that first year and then replenished in the second year. And of course, we'll continue to monitor our performance and look ahead in terms of additional balancing solutions that may be needed. When you talk about our reserves, a lot of the focus is around the general fund and our budget stabilization reserve. And historically, by policy, 25% of our budget was set aside. And a couple years ago, through the pandemic, we've reduced that policy to 15%. And over half, or approximately half of that reserve was used here, as shown here, as well as some other one-time sources. So it is important to make sure that we continue to have eyes on this and grow this when we can. And the first opportunity potentially will be as part of our year-end reconciliation process, and we'll bring that report in the November-December timeframe. And so when you look at some of the other general fund reserves, including our capital reserve, around $6 million here, a very, very modest amount when compared to our need of about $500 million. Our land sale reserve by council policy set aside, and then our pension trust fund. And historically, in that December timeframe, we've made recommendations to allocate funds to that trust. We did pause that for the last couple years because of the deficit, and we'll look ahead in terms of potentially any contribution that could occur there. And so in total, about $90 million of general fund reserves across these several here. So I mentioned potential future revenue sources, and I know that I've talked about both a large number of unmet critical infrastructure needs. We heard a lot of questions and responses both from the council and the public about some of our specific infrastructure that needs improvements, and we're aware of that. We've talked about a GEO bond, the first item on this list, several times. That's been surveyed and considered at least for the last 3 years. So that's still on our plate to look at. The next four here are primarily areas where either services or general taxes could help improve some of the services and/or provide some stability or diversity around our revenues. So those include a parcel tax in our library department and community services, or a documentary transfer tax when you look at some of the agencies around us and what they charge. A sales tax, there's some capacity there. Some other agencies, such as Milpitas, have gone to the ballot to balance their budget through sales tax. And then utility tax. Some cities also provide some revenues or receive some revenues from utility tax. So those are all options that, every opportunity I have as your finance director to put before you for consideration through the ballot. I know not all of these would get passed at any given time, and there's limited bandwidth and outreach, but just want to mention them. And a separate study session we're targeting in the fall from a decision standpoint. So around our capital budget, there are a handful of adjustments that include a couple new projects I'll highlight here. The Northern Receiving Station, Kiefer Receiving Stations, and some of the transmission lines in SVP. Those are designed for enhanced reliability as well as some of the growth that's expected through the development. And then separately, on the 27th, you'll see a document that includes the carryover of funds from one year to the next, and that typically averages around $200 million or so a year. In the next section, I just want to highlight some of the changes that occurred since the publication of the proposed budget that will be before you at the next meeting. Capital projects, some of the actions around the housing area, so both the HUD-funded and federally funded housing action plan that was approved by the council on May 9th, as well as the decisions around the Home Key interim housing project. So those changes, as they align to the budget, will be included and brought forward on June 27th. And then there will be a limited number of operating carryovers or cleanups. The budget development starts early this year, and areas where we might have found some technical cleanups we'll bring forward. Those are usually a handful of items, and I'll highlight that in the next presentation as those come up. Following the feedback, the questions, and some of the information that was discussed at the May 9th study session, I wanted to highlight that in that robust discussion, it included discussion around elements of the general fund forecasts, what's changed, the balancing strategy, specifically around personnel, CalPERS, estimates to revenues, including sales tax, TOT. Some concerns around our staffing was brought up around recruitment and program delivery. And specifically, there was a lot of interest around our libraries, our senior center hours, discussions around public safety, including the Northside Substation, drug education, fire services, and the SAFER grants, and some discussions around the high vacancy rates. So that feedback was heard. We've answered some of those questions and included that in your packet. And then the feedback at that last study session included pursuing additional revenue options to address some of the capital needs and other service needs. And so we've included responses in attachment 2 for those following along at home and that have the packet to 36 questions, and hopefully sufficiently provided details for you to reference that at any point in the future. The questions also included revenue and expenditure topics around sales tax, TOT, cannabis, use of reserves. It does also address responses to staffing and vacancies and specific programming areas listed on this slide. Talks about future revenue opportunities that will come forward separately, and then separately in the packet, attachment 3 to the report, a copy of the budget and brief, the about 8 to 10 page summary of this budget that was released and sent out via email to many stakeholders across the city. And so as far as next steps from here, This is that kind of last kind of public check-in for feedback before the formal public hearing that's advertised for June 27th, and then the technical adjustment and adoption of the budget on June 27th. And so some of those recommendations that will be brought forward will include approval of the 2-year budget and capital amendments, revisions to the proposed budget document that I mentioned on that one slide, the appropriation schedules and appropriations limit as required by state law, and then direction around the TOT. That actual increase would happen by resolution separately before the end of this year, but looking for adoption of that direction as part of the phase-in. And so with that, just wanted to thank you again for the time and the engagement. City staff across all city departments are available to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much, Ken. We appreciate all that. So I just want to make a statement just before we start, is that I know that this is just a study session and we're going to be talking about this budget and acting on the budget on the 27th, but a 4 o'clock start time for a study session, I've heard from many residents, is too early. Most people, like I was at my job, they're not able to either be here or be here online now. So I'm hoping that when it comes back on the 27th, that we have it on the regularly scheduled council agenda that starts at like 6 or 7, so that people can participate in this. So I'm just saying that it's just too early for people to be able to participate for something that's as important as a budget, $1.5 billion. That's a lot of money, because we do have an engaged community and they would like to participate. So that's my only comments to start on that. And so we'll start with the council questions. Let me try to find, let me go back to where I was. What? Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Hardy is now online. So City Clerk?
Thank you. Just like to note that Councilmember Hardy did join at 4:19 p.m. In accordance with the Brown Act, Government Code Section 54953, Councilmember Hardy is attending tonight's meeting via audio-only teleconference. The location from where Councilmember Hardy is attending was included on the agenda for this meeting. Councilmember Hardy, at this time, I ask you to confirm that the agenda for this meeting is posted at your teleconference location.
Yes, it is.
Thank you. And that this location is accessible to the public?
Yes, it is.
Please also state whether any members of the public are in attendance at your teleconference location.
No, they are not.
Thank you. All votes taken during this teleconference meeting shall be by roll call vote. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Assistant City Clerk. All right, Councilmember Jane, you can start us off with your questions or comments.
Thank you, Director Lee. My question is, I think you said that this budget is stability for community services, and you said that restoration of services is not in the budget. But I believe I heard that library hours will be expanded because that was already budgeted and it was just a matter of hiring people. Is that correct?
Please ask all.
Question.
Okay, thank you. I was going to say everyone ask all their questions. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director Lee and whole team over here. I appreciate the presentation. So first of all, I would appreciate the budget in brief you put in the agenda, the 10-page. That's very good job for a layman to go through, for the residents to go through. It's a very good effort, and I really appreciate that. And also the question answers, all the 36 questions, people don't get a chance to review the whole meeting, but that putting together that question answers 36 questions, I appreciate that also for the resident of them. I have the same question like last meeting, we were very vocal on restoring the library and the senior center hours. And I also need a clarification that those are already budgeted and only waiting for the staff to be hired. And how we can make it happen expeditiously so that we can do that as soon as possible. Appreciate summing together the $1.5 billion budget. It's with the enterprise funds and our general fund. It's a lot of work, and I appreciate your kudos to your team on that. I do have some comments regarding concerns, basically, down the line. Capital project reserve is just $6.1 million. That's concerning, and I know you did mention you will come back with some options how we deal with that down the line, but that's my concern, that we just have a $6.1 million capital project reserves. And my other concern is $500 million unfunded infrastructure needs. So these are very much related, both of them. But these are concerning, and we are looking forward to your presentation, what solution we can look at and what the community will act on those, basically. So as of now, those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy?
Thank you, Mayor. I think when you were going over some of our questions from last time, there was a concern that we have this 3-year grant for fire, and we have no plan for after those 3 years. I wanted to confirm, is that the case? And we're going to need to handle that. And also the documentary transfer tax, I'd like to make certain I'm clear on what kind of process we would need to start if we are going to look at that possibility. And also the general obligation bond, because when I look at that $500 million and divide it approximately by our residents, that's close to $4,000 per resident. And my concern is that we make certain that we do it that we look at those funds in a way that's not regressive and harming those people in our city are the most vulnerable. So that's what I wanted to focus on, some of our possibilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Director Lee, again for this great report. And so I just have a couple of questions regarding the TOT tax. If we could get an update on the percentage. I know that I always look forward to just seeing that number go up, and with summer ahead of us, I'm just wondering if we'll have some improvements, but it would be nice to know what it is right now. You mentioned one-time funding, and I didn't recall us getting any one-time funding this year. Maybe I missed out on that, but just wanted to find out what that one-time funding was. And also regarding the GEO bond, you mentioned bringing it back later on this year for discussion. So I was wondering, I would imagine you're looking at a November 2024 if we go forward with that. Okay. That's all I had. Thank you very much.
All right. Any other council members? Councilmember Becker or Park? Councilmember Park or Vice Mayor Park?
Yes, again, thank you very much for the report. I think that people have mentioned the library and senior center hours. That's on the top of mind of everyone that I talk to. I also have questions about the unfunded infrastructure. I remember 10 years ago, it was down, I thought 80 million was a lot of money, and seeing it balloon to $500 million is quite concerning, especially when it doesn't seem there are lots of ways that council can vote on projects to reserve funds for those, for infrastructure that takes a long time. And some things, like even the swim center maintenance, it's seen as a maintenance action, but we can put it off and put it off and put it off. But if we can't reserve funds for maintaining something like the swim center, then I don't know how we could vote to ever have a project like a swim center again, because we're just going to throw it away. When it goes out of use. And I feel that the more that we can do to preserve the older buildings, the older structures in our city, the more valuable our city stays, not becomes, but stays. And losing those will actually be a detriment to our value. So I'd like to know about that. I am concerned about bonds. I feel like if bonds are the only way that we can balance, then that's not sustainable. I feel that the first thing we do is whenever we get money, we spend it. And usually that spending, that additional money doesn't get spent on the unfunded infrastructure, it gets spent on other things. If we can't find ways to reduce our spending, then simply getting new sources of funding don't seem like they work for me. And that's a concern. So I don't want to get additional money to try to balance the budget. I would like to get additional monies to, tear down our unfunded infrastructure. I'd like to use that to fund our infrastructure. Not a big fan of simply getting more funds and then spending that so that no matter how much money we get, how much money in revenue, we got $1.5 billion. And then we're going to be and then we have deficits, right? I think that with $1.5 billion in our budget, we should be able to fund $20 million for a swim center, but it doesn't seem like we can. I also want to note just for staff that, yes, it's not just people have jobs, but people are in the working class, which means if I'm not working, I don't make money. And keeping 9 to 5 hours for not just the working public, but also for working council. It's not your fault. I understand we need to get a lot of stuff done, but I'd like that to be a consideration. I've often asked for meetings to be pushed a little bit later because, again, I am working class. But if the majority of council says that they can make an earlier meeting, I'm often ignored. And I feel that that's not in the best interest of me in particular, the council in general, and the public. Thank you.
Councilmember Becker, do you have any questions?
No questions, just comments. Thank you for the report and all the hard work you guys are doing into putting this budget together. I do agree with my council colleagues. We should have this at a better appropriate time. But then again, this is just an earlier study session. We have the final thing coming up forward. So I'd like to see it at a later time too. But again, thank you guys for doing all the work you guys did for putting this budget together and finding ways that we can put our city together again. So thank you.
All right, Director Lee, thank you. I have some follow-up questions from your answers to our questions. I need to dig a little bit deeper because I don't understand some of the very important issues in our community, starting with the library hours and the senior center hours. I see that there's a plan to extend the hours in both the senior center and the library, and it's hard for me to tell at what pace. So I think a better question for me to ask is, I believe you said there was money to hire additional employees for both the library department and the senior center. I want to know money for how many employees, because it's important if, and is that going to be enough employees to get us back to the full-time service for our community that we want to get back to? Because I think that's going to inform me as to how long it's going to take, at what pace. So if you could get that information, and you may or may not have it tonight. So I expect that you might have to do a little research on that. But that's starting with the library. That's one thing I'm very interested in. And then the same is going to be for the senior hours, because they are really clamoring for more hours there. And I don't blame them, because it's such a great center. We want to keep it open. Do we have money for how many employees? Because I saw that it's going to open, for more hours, but it's certainly not at the pace I'd like it to see. So the library and the senior hours are really top of line for me. Then I asked about the DARE program, and you talked about there's talks of an alternate drug, alcohol, bullying program between our department that's going to be created, I think, by our police department with the help of the school district. So I wanted to get more information on that. I think it's on our city school district agenda for tomorrow. So if I get it tomorrow, that's fine too. But I definitely, for the public, when we come back for the budget adoption, I'd like to get more information on what that means. And I saw that it could start in 2024. Wanted to see if, what the timeline is on that. Then I read, when I asked about the PAL director for the Police Activities League, and there was a comment in there that we have to talk to the city attorney about the PAL director, and so I don't know what that means, because the PAL has been without a director for a couple of years now for budget problems, and the program in PAL assists over 2,000 young children, many of them that are, at extreme need, and they do it for the most part at either free or at a very reduced cost. And it's important that we have a police officer that is the director for so many reasons of PAL. And I'm the liaison to PAL. So I want to know what's going on there and what is the holdup in getting the director. So I need to know that, because I've been at the meetings, there's no discussion of this. So, and I would suspect I would have seen some PAL people here had they known about this. So that's what I want to talk about, either now or on the 27th or both. The fee schedule for the costs for our youth and our seniors and our nonprofits for using city facilities and other things. I know we're going to look at that at a later date, so I want to know when is that going to happen? Because our community paying for community facilities is not working, especially for our youth and our nonprofits. Then we have, you said, I think someone said, maybe you, Director Lee, that we have about 16.7% of vacancies, and I know they're ongoing, that every year we have 8 to 10% employees that leave their jobs. So I want to know, and maybe just some kind of a summary as to what are we doing in our HR department to attract employees to Santa Clara. I know that I've had a small discussion with the city manager on this, but every city is looking for employees now. I mean, especially public safety. It's been difficult for all of us to hire. So I want to know what strategies we are using to attract employees that we really haven't had a difficult time in the past attracting because of our city and our packages that we offer and other things. So I want to know, what special things we're doing? And again, that's probably not for tonight, but for the meeting on the 27th. All of the issues with the police department, the school site resource officers, the park patrols, all of those. I heard last time, again, there's money for these positions, including officers. There's money for the positions, but I want to know how much money for how many positions are we talking about, and will this budget fill the positions of the school site resource officers and the park patrols, and how many officers? Especially on the north side, we are developing rapidly on the north side. And as far as I know, we don't have the coverage that we're going to need to have on the north side. So I want to know, how does this budget address that? So number of officers for the dollars. And again, Councilmember Hardy had the question about what happens after the safer monies run out in the fire department. I have the same concern, because 3 years can go by like that. So I had the same concern about that. And just our infrastructure needs, if we're looking at bonds and putting things on the ballot, we can only put so many things on the ballot. And I know we're going to be talking about 2 things that this council's considering putting on the ballot that to me are absolutely not necessary and going to cost way too much money considering our budget situation. But I think that, those revenue opportunities for the ballot, we have to look carefully, because our community is only going to be able to handle so much. So those are the questions. And I'm going to actually go to the public and give you time to absorb some of those, if that's helpful for you, Director Lee. Okay, great. So do we have any member of the public that would like to speak on the budget? You can please come forward, or if we have any online. We have Linda. Is Linda online or here? Oh, online. Linda?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
I forgot what I was going to say. I'm sorry.
Happens to me often. Is she off?
Yes, I'm done.
Oh, oh, you're done. Okay. The answer is yes, Linda. Okay, all right. Do we have any other member of the public? Anyone in here in the council chambers, if you'd like to speak? See, city manager, they're all at work. All right, Director Lee, that didn't give you much time. I'm sorry.
Thank you for the questions and appreciate the opportunity here. So the first comment just around the timing. So we note that and the adoption of the budget will be advertised and will occur after 7 p.m. So those interested at home and that wanted to be here tonight could also provide input on the 27th after 7 p.m. So we'll make sure that that happens. There was several comments and points of clarification around library hours and senior center hours. And by my comment and what was described in the attachment, we are in process of working with both the Parks Department and Library Department. And I know the directors are behind me in terms of some of the details, but this budget includes funding as we hire positions. You may recall early on in the start of the pandemic, we, because of some of the rules around some of the federal dollars, we had to release about 600 as-needed employees. And so it takes time to hire those positions back. 600 people are a lot of as-needed positions. This budget funds a considerable expansion in the library department in terms of service hours from where we're at today. I've talked to Director Wong about that plan, and I know that they're working very hard and in process. I don't have specific numbers of number of employees being hired, so I will have to bring that back unless the department.
Can I just clarify that? I want to know not how many are being hired, how much money is available for a number of employees. Like there's enough money for 15 employees or 20 employees. Like that's the kind, not how many we're hiring, but what's the capacity for the money that we're setting aside for that?
Yeah, absolutely. We can bring that back both in terms of full-time position as well as what's the funding for as-needed hours and what's the equivalency for those positions. Absolutely. So just to clarify my statement around restorations of services, I want to clarify that restoration of services beyond what's in the budget, which does include an expansion of service. So I apologize for my maybe I could have used a better word choice there, but just wanted to mention that there are improvements to service from where we're at today, and I'll bring back specific numbers of how many employees that funds. With regards to the comments around infrastructure and the $1.5 billion budget and the need for funding for capital, and I just want to just put some broader context in terms of funding for capital dollars. Historically, our city has gone through a process for capital funding that what I would call is a pay-as-you-go. So as you find money, you fund projects. That is not best practice. That's not what many cities do. They have dedicated funding sources, either by policy or by through the ballot dedicated for capital dollars. And so as we look ahead, there are several options. The bond option, I know that it's difficult in terms of asking residents to pay for some of these projects. The bond option is one that has been floated in other cities around us. It would provide a significant one-time dollar to get some of those projects, big projects through in terms of funding. There are several other options that I've talked about in other study sessions that have other structures, either by parcel tax or by square footage, either building or parcel square footage that could be contemplated. There are some complexities to that, and I just want to caution that as some of those measures become more complex, our voters from a passability standpoint get confused and tend to vote no when they get more confused. So we will bring options in terms of our capital dollars back to the council for consideration. I imagine it will take a combination of a large one-time infusion, such as through a bond, as well as determining what's that ongoing resource that would allow us to get beyond this pay-as-you-go method of capital dollars. The next opportunity, I mentioned there was $6 million in our capital projects reserve. Typically in the November, December timeframe when we finish closing out the fiscal year, there is a recommendation that we typically bring forward with some modest dollars to allocate to the different reserves. I'm expecting a similar process this year. I can't tell you how much, but hopefully we can grow that $6 million, especially as we head into a 2-year capital budget process. So hopefully through several different avenues over some time, we'll be able to start to address that and then set us on a good foundation moving forward as far as ongoing capital dollars. Then there were some comments around one-time sources. What were those around the comments I had made, and then comments around the Fire Safer grant. And so when we're looking at budget solutions in this 2-year budget, there are some one-time proposals in here. That is the reduction of overtime in fire because of the fire grant. So as we bring on 18 positions, many of which are in a relief capacity, that reduces the need to call back firefighters on overtime. We have a staff that are available to respond to calls. So that produces a one-time savings during that grant period. And then looking ahead, there will need to be a policy discussion. I know I've had some conversations with the fire chief as that grant ends. Is there a way to kind of, I know that there's a normal attrition of personnel for any department. Is there a way to kind of hold some of those positions until that grant comes close, and then that policy conversation could occur? And so absent either funding those positions or finding additional dollars to keep that grant going, we would go back to a situation where we would use overtime as a relief option in terms of that service delivery. So that policy conversation would come back toward the end of that grant period. And I'll provide updates through the forecast in terms of some of the decision points that the council will need to weigh in on that. The other one-time solution or proposal in the budget that creates significant dollars is around our police department, and I know and I hear a lot of the feedback on those services, and so I will clarify both in response as well as in writing what that means. But the proposal in the budget that produces some one-time dollars around vacancy savings, we took a look at the budget, what positions are currently funded, what is a hiring rate that has been occurring typically in the police department, what's the capacity for the police department to fill positions today. There's a significant backgrounding and post-certification process. So working with the police department in anticipation of what that hiring is over a 2-year period, what is potentially some of those savings. And so this aligns to some of the averages, both in hiring as well as vacancies over the last 10 years. There was a question around the documentary transfer tax and the GO bond, and what's the process to move forward. And I will say both of those are taxes. They would have to go onto a ballot potentially November 2024. With regards to documentary transfer tax, I mean, that is a tax that's applied to the transaction of real estate. Our rate is the lowest the minimum we can charge. Many cities have passed ballot measures around that tax and allocated either by policy or through the ballot for specific uses. But potentially that could be general tax, and then typically those are collected at the closing of a transaction and through title and through the county, they would collect that and remit that back to the city. And so there would be a process obviously of outreach and decision points around that at the ballot. Around the GO bond process, we've had some surveys done in the past with regards to a $400 million bond, a $200 million bond. Typically, these bonds require 2/3 voter approval, and so based on that survey, it was just shy without outreach. So the strategy looking ahead to ensure or increase or potential for success would be to focus some of those improvements on areas where, from a survey standpoint, they've surveyed well or would do well or better at the ballot. And then the outreach is important, having a community or voters understand what they would receive and the benefit they would receive. So doing a lot of education on what those new shiny facilities would look like. So that's kind of the process. And then again, starting with a decision point this coming fall, working with consultants to survey, to come out with a communications and outreach plan, and then the technical process of bringing that onto the ballot and then implementing that, assuming there's some of those are successful. TOT, where are we at with percentages? I know in the throes of COVID, I threw up that we were 88% down. I want to say with a 2% increase that the council approved 2 years ago, we're about 80 to 85% recovered from where we're at. So good recovery, especially from where we were. I think if you were to talk to some of the hotels, I think from an occupancy level, they would say they were about 60 to 70% recovered, so that some of those dollars are related to that tax. But on its way to recovery, still not fully recovered, but significantly in terms of at least the dollars. Then there were some additional questions as far as clarification around the specifics to some of the proposals, and I'll talk again that, especially around senior center and library hours. Working with HR, I know that as far as hiring practices, they advertise everywhere they can. I know it's on LinkedIn. I know it's on our web. I know it's through several different channels. I know that I just talked to Director Azevedo yesterday, and they're just swamped with recruitments. They're working hard to fill positions. Again, coming out of COVID and some of the cost controls, especially around as needed, when we've let go of 600 as needed positions, it does take time and resources to bring those on board. I know they're working hard. I know some of the directors from a service standpoint are also planning how many employees do I need and how many hours that would cover, and especially in the library areas. I'll leave it at that, and then maybe if Director Wong wants to comment after I'm done, I'll welcome that. Around the police department, I know in the write-up there was a discussion regarding the PAL director, and I'm looking over at the attorney's office and city manager. I know we've had some conversations just as a third-party organization that PAL is, and the use of city resources. I know historically and in elements there are practices that are there, and in some cities it's in the form of grants, and so those are things that we're looking at, and I think I don't know if you have additional comments, but that's the concern in terms of having staff perform duties overseeing a third party, and we're working through some of those issues with the city attorney's office, and I don't know, city manager, if you have comments to that.
Sure. Thank you, Director Lee. I'll just expound upon that by really saying, yes, some concerns have been raised on the structure of having a sworn police officer be the director of PAL versus sometimes cities provide funds to a third-party agency and they hire their own director. I do know that there's a long history in Santa Clara of having a sworn police officer over PAL. And just because those concerns were elevated, staff decided that the most appropriate thing to do would be to toss them to the city attorney's office for an evaluation. That evaluation is not complete, nor has I even, do I think it's begun, but know that the issues were raised, and so before bringing forward a funding proposal, we wanted to ensure that we would be reactivating staffing in the most appropriate manner. The other issue, whether a sworn officer is used for the director of PAL, is actually staffing up in the police department such that we can dedicate that officer. But with that, I think I'll turn it over to the city attorney.
Thank you, City Manager, Madam Mayor. Not too much more to add to that. We appreciate that there are issues with that structure, both from a benefits standpoint, from a oversight over a separate, nonprofit, standpoint, and potential conflicts of interest. We're going to be engaged on that, and we'll lean into it and have a recommendation for you when the item comes back.
I have to say that PAL is a 50-year-old organization in the city that was started by Chief Frank Sapina way back when, and has always been staffed by a police officer. So any changes that are made are going to be faced with a lot of community input. I'm just saying that because I'm just saying they don't know anything about this, and what you're doing is, I don't think, that it's come out here without talking to them about it. I don't think that's right. So I'm not very happy with that. That's all I can say at this point, because 2,500 kids they serve, and when you look at the actual program of what they do, and that's why it's so important. It's a police activities league. It's so important that many of these kids have the interaction with police officers. I mean, I go shopping with them at Target. They give money to kids, and they shop with police officers every Christmas time. And the interaction is invaluable, and that's happened for 50 years in Santa Clara. So I just want to say it's a beloved program in our community, so please keep that in mind.
Appreciate that, Madam Mayor, and my comments aren't to suggest there's not a path forward. We'll have that for you when it comes back.
Thank you.
Thank you, City Attorney and City Manager. So a few more just responses to questions. There's Mayor, you had a question on the youth fees and nonprofit fees. And there was also an information request, I think, at the last study session. So we're working with our Parks Department on that information. The process here would be to also re-engage kind of our consultant, Clear Source Financial, that developed and help with some of the outreach around that cost recovery policy. I imagine it would come back before the end of this calendar year, but it's on my radar, working with Director Teixeira and with our consultant in terms of getting resources to do that. On our additional comments on the police, I will bring back some specifics around the number of staffing. I know, talking to the police department and hiring, they are hiring as we speak. I think there were between both police and fire about 40 positions that are ready to come on board, going through the backgrounding process. I'll talk to them in terms of some of those assignments. I know that some of the more ancillary special assignments that are assigned and typically at least before COVID, and because of vacancies were redirected to more operations and patrol, have started to open up. And so I'll talk to the police department with regards to school resources and the staffing for park patrols. I know that when we were in the budget 2 years ago, the council did make decisions to restore funding for officers. $1.7 million went to restore 8 positions in the police department at that time. And so we can bring back some of the numbers. I know that they are hiring as we speak. Around the drug education program, I know that the resources to include drug education in the schools are funded. I know there is some time there. Right now, they're working through some of the details for developing that program. As you mentioned, there's some details that will be talked about at the City School Liaisons meeting. I will include and talk to the police department again and bring forward any additional details that I can around that program. But I did hear from them that with the hiring, that a pilot program in the schools is possible the next school year. So that's why that timing was included in your document. I think I covered everything. If there's anything I missed, I'm happy to address additional information.
I think you've covered all mine. I have a general question, and it's probably for the city manager more than anyone. Santa Clara is one of the few cities that is growing. I think we were one of the fastest growing cities. I think we grew by 4 or 5% or something in the last year. And as you can see by the number of housing units and the number of new residents that we're going to have currently and in the next 5 to 10 years, what kind of studies are we doing for our infrastructure here in the city to determine, with this new population, how many city employees are we going to need? I'm interested, of course, in public safety, police, fire, and parks, and some of the front-facing employees, but how do we know what we're going to need because we're in a unique situation compared to other cities? So how do we study that, and then how do we prepare to after that when we find out that we need certain amount in our community for the different departments? It's not just public safety. I'm concerned that we need to be ready for what's the number of new residents that we're going to have.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor, for that question. And let me first begin by saying it is a very appropriate question and one that I can't do justice right now because
I know that, but I want to get it out there because based on what Ken said, Director Lee, we're moving up and our developments are really showing that we're going to have a lot more residents, a lot more businesses and others in the future. So how are we prepared as an organization? I'm just throwing that out as the food for thought at this point.
Fair. No, and it's a very valid question. I cannot speak to the prior studies that have been done in Santa Clara, but I can tell you I am very, very familiar with that analysis. I've done that analysis for other communities, both on the growing end and on the recession end. And certainly anytime you have significant new development coming into your town, you want to assess the public safety, police, fire, but also apparatus, right? We're having a lot more high rises built, and I know the fire department is looking at that as they do their infrastructure planning for the type of trucks and apparatuses that are needed. But it's a very valid question, and I think to do it justice, we'll come back with a more elaborate answer.
At some point, I'm just saying, I look at the number of parks we've acquired in the last, just the last 5 years, so many parks, and has our department increased to maintain those parks? Probably not. So, I mean, we're asking our employees to do more, with less. So, how prepared are we going to be? Because we're on the up, we're moving up in terms of growth. So, Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director Lee, for the answers to the questions. You did touch something about the police hiring, and I did read about it that we forecasted based on the 10-year average, past 10-year average. So my question is, let's say we have X number of vacancies in the police department. And in the past 10 years, we could only hire, let's say, I'm just hypothetically taking that we could only hire 60% of those. Have we budgeted for full 100% of X, or we only budgeted for 60% of X, which we practically, that's the only vacancy which we will be able to fulfill, basically? That I want a clarity on that, basically.
Yeah, thank you for the question. And so we budget for the full cost of every position, and then from a vacancy savings standpoint, especially in the police department, what we did is we looked at, well, historically, given the pace of hiring and the pace of either retirements or resignations or dismissals, what has that vacancy factor been over the last 10 years? And historically, that's been around 4.5% to 5%. And so we looked at our budgeting practice and noticed that, hey, we budget police with a 3% vacancy factor. And so looking ahead at the number of vacancies, how many recruits can be filled in the next year or 2 years, go through the backgrounding process. And they felt comfortable we could do full hiring, full recruitment, and maintain that 4.5% vacancy factor looking at the historical data that with the turnover and the hiring pace in the police department, that we could fund those positions and keep full hiring in the police department. So that was the approach around vacancies. Now, it still takes time to get to that 4.5% from where we're at today, noting that about 20 positions are ready to hit the line after backgrounding, and then what they do is they go through backgrounding, some of the trainings, and then they start another class. And so there's a limited bandwidth in terms of police staffing to do that backgrounding, go through that recruitment, and then bring on a number of positions that they could in a class that would be successful.
Okay, so my follow-up question on that would be, let's say we are very optimistically very successful, and we fill up that 4% vacancy also. So do we have a contingency plan to make sure we do that, or we will come back to look at when we have that issue?
Yeah, I imagine that if that's the case, there'd be a conversation between the police department, the finance department, and the city manager's office in terms of, hey, we have a number of qualified candidates. This is our recommendation, our pacing, given our existing resources. And then we would look at the available funding sources and bring back any potential recommendation around that. But looking at the pace of hiring that's available in terms of bandwidth and what historically has taken place, that's how we set the budget.
Perfect, thank you. And I do have just a couple of comments to make, Mayor.
Go ahead.
One thing was, I commend staff and city manager office, everyone, for avoiding any layoffs during this last 3 years of COVID. That's a commendable job. I know a lot of staff members took duties which were beyond their scope, basically, but that was commendable from both budgeting point of view as well as from the handling of how the staff handled that. So there's a kudos to everyone involved in that, basically. And fee schedule for use of our facilities, that is, as Mayor mentioned, that is pretty high on my radar too. Since we changed that schedule, it is detrimental for some of our non-profits that they cannot host events in our own facilities. Rather, on this weekend, like Sister City had to host an event in San Jose Hotel. I attended that, but I felt so bad that we always held Sister City event at the senior center. And why did they had to go back to San Jose for hosting a particular event? So I think I know you did mention that you will be coming back with the fee schedule on those, but I would like to make that comment that we would like our city's nonprofits and historical events to be held within the city at a rate which the nonprofits or our organization can afford. So that's my comment on that. Thank you.
I have just a final comment, Ken, is that with our HR department and the pace at which they're trying to hire, the number of employees that we need to onboard into the city, especially for, the categories that I, talk about, the senior center, the ones where we get the most comments from our community, the front-facing ones, the senior centers, the libraries, parks and things like that. Does our department have enough resources to onboard all of these? I just want to make sure that it's a tremendous lift to do that. And do they need additional resources or help? Or is there anything in the budget that allows for those additional resources while we're trying to onboard these employees and get some of these facilities open? So that was my question. City Manager?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. You're absolutely right. We do have over 100 vacancies, and it is a very significant lift. I will say, just based on the normal timing of recruitment cycles, we do feel that we have the necessary resources to conduct those recruitments in a systematic fashion and onboard people as they're brought on. Now, the question is, if we had more resources, either to outsource some of that in the immediate term or to hire more staff, could we do it sooner? Absolutely. And we can go back and take a look at that. But in conversations with the HR department, as the budget was developed and as I was onboarded, the department does feel comfortable that they have sufficient staff, even though it's a significant lift. And as I think the director mentioned, one of the things we're concentrating on right now is a lot of our as-needed hires as we get into the summertime for a lot of our recreation programs. But certainly the recruitments have to be staggered simply because there are so many, and we're also doing them in groups or bunches. So when we recruit for a management analyst, it's not just one management analyst. We're doing a combo class where we're recruiting for all the management analysts in the various departments and hoping to have a pool to fill many of those vacancies through one cycle.
I would think we want to give you the tools you need to be able to get them on board, and that's not the bottleneck, which is the HR department, that we can move these along. Since they're funded, let's move them along as expeditiously as we can.
Will do.
All right. Vice Mayor Park?
Thank you. Thank you very much for those answers. I do know that when staff was well, actually, it was staff funding that prevented the Northside Library from being built for many years. I was told, and I was sitting right there, that we had the money to do the construction, but we didn't have money to staff it. And at that time, I said, well, I would volunteer to help staff the library if the city would fund it. And at that time, I was told, well, volunteering is not as easy as that. There's a lot of things that we have to do, so I was told we can't do that. But I do know that the senior center clubs and activities are often staffed by volunteers. They're senior volunteers, and this is like woodshop, where I think there's some liability, there's some danger there. I feel that there should be a way that the city can use interested and active members of the community to volunteer staff, libraries and senior center, since we do seem to have a way to do that right now, but it's not easy. I also feel that an official volunteer program could also help with park and recreational resources because, as we heard, I think Councilmember Chahal brought it up, like these fees have gone up, and a lot of it is because now we need city resources, we need city staff to actually be there, to prepare, just to watch. And I think that if we had an official volunteer program, maybe it'd take a little bit of money to ramp up, but over time, it could provide not just savings to the city, but also for the people that are using those facilities. Second, I heard about TOT and fees. We make money by raising the fees, but it's not infinite. Like you raise the fees high enough and we'll stop making money. I'm very concerned about that. I think that in the past I've heard comments akin to, well, we'll just keep raising TOT fees if we need more money. And I think, well, that's not a really good strategy long term. But I heard that with a 2% increase to TOT, which we implemented, there was an 80 to 85. We were 80 to 85% recovered when it came to TOT, but with respect to occupancy, we're only 60 to 70% recovered. I guess for clarity, is that because fewer people are paying more, and that's the difference in the 2%? Is that what it means? Because I would expect 2% to get us closer than 60 to 70 going to 80 to 85. I just want a little bit of clarity there, and just make the note that simply raising fees is not always the best policy if we're trying to raise money. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other lights. So you have some things to bring back to us next time. And thank you for listening to us and for your presentation. And we'll see you back again after 7 on the 27th. Thank you very much, and thank you to the team as well. Thank you. We're going to take a 15-minute break so that our staff and council can wolf down a quick dinner. It's going to be a long night for us. So it's 5:30. We'll be back at 5:45 to start the next item on the ballot measures. Thank you. Thank you for indulging us on that break. We appreciate it. Do we have our 2 online council members? Okay. We're missing 2 council members. Okay, we're going to get started. The second part of our study session is now item 1B, presentation on timelines and administrative requirements for placement of ballot measures on the March and/or November 2024 ballot, including consideration of amendments to the city charter to change the police chief and/or city clerk from elected to appointed positions, and consideration of an action to approve a work plan for same, including possible formation of a charter review committee. City Manager, before I go to you, I'm going to go to the city clerk, who is asked to speak on this.
Thank you. For everybody in here.
Saul
I'm
Magog.
not- Yeah, hi. Nice to see everybody again. I'm not sick. I just had surgery on Friday and I'm recovering, so I have splints in my nose, so it sounds like I'm congested, but I just can't breathe. I had 2 concerns about this item on the agenda. I did share them earlier today with Assistant City Manager Cynthia and with our new City Manager, Jawan. And I wanted to express those today before we get into the details of the item itself. As your elected city clerk, I am the elections official. And with all best intentions, I was not involved in the preparation of the staff report at all. I was just made aware of it when it was published on this meeting's agenda. There are some things in the staff agenda that I personally might have done a little bit differently or presented a little bit differently. I think the merits of the agenda will stand for itself. So as your elections official, as your elected city clerk, we obviously have an amazing clerk staff that does the majority of the clerk duties in the office of the clerk. This is one of the few duties that I have left, and it the optics of the elections official not participating in staff reports related to elections matters just does not sit right with me. The second concern that I have with this, that I've also expressed to the city manager and staff, is that this item does not feel like a study session item. There is very explicit action that is being requested of the council to give direction to staff in terms of preparation, depending on the direction that the city council wants to go in. And traditionally, study council or study session items are typically a note and file, like the prior one. Obviously, there's going to be a follow-up in the main session at the end of the month. And so, for an item as important as this, for it to be, I know it's not 4 o'clock right now, but the study session started at 4 o'clock. For an item as important as this, where we're talking about the right of residents to vote and participate in democracy, to have it at a 4 o'clock study session when most people in the community are still working their day jobs does not sit right with me as your elections official from the optics of it. I know that is certainly not the intention of the city staff and the city manager's office. It's certainly not the council's intention, because you're not the ones who arranged the agenda of this meeting. But for those who are at home and those who have actually taken time out of their day to come here, I'm certain it wasn't easy for all of them to step away from their jobs. But for the maybe hundreds of others that are watching online at home or would like to have watched online and participate at home, talking about an issue as important as elections and voting and how their elected officials, whether it's the city clerk or the chief of police, it's something that would require robust discussion amongst the community, and having it at an early time that is inaccessible to most, the optics of it don't feel right to me. So my personal request is that this item, I know that we don't have a meeting next week, and the next meeting is later in the month. I would like to maybe understand a little bit better from maybe the city manager's office as to the time sensitivity and the implications if we were to defer this item to maybe the June 27th meeting. And if so compelled that we would have to cover the item today, that maybe we defer it to after 7 o'clock. And I know that might be complicated because it will prolong us being in this office or in the chambers till later in the night. It would certainly make it harder for me when I'm on pain meds and I would like to go home and rest a little bit right now. But I think for the optics and the benefit of the community, it might be more appropriate to have this discussion when more community members are able to participate. So those are my two concerns and considerations for this discussion. I don't know if the city manager wants to address any of those.
Thank you, City Clerk. I'm going to go now to the city manager.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Gilmore and City Clerk Hassan. Javon Grogan, City Manager. Couple things before we get into the specifics. It's important for the council and the public to know that the item that is brought before the council tonight was referred in August of 2022, and the direction to staff was to bring forward an item to the city council in enough time that the city council could engage in all the required public input, charter review committee processes leading up to your final decision on whether the council would decide to put an item on either of the 2024 ballots. And so tonight's meeting was scheduled and calendared for this time based on the full complement of work that has sort of been going before the city council and wanting to preserve enough time for the council to have a robust discussion with public input and make a decision that will allow for the recruitment of a charter review commission and those discussions to happen before a decision is made. I will say that in conversations with staff, we can certainly adjust the schedule for the council's final decision on a charter review committee to be made at the June 27th agenda. It will take some simply modifications to the process that we were intending on to run. And Assistant City Manager Cynthia Bojorquez can articulate that through the schedule that she presents tonight, as well as where those slight modifications can occur. Should the council want to have this item tonight because it was agendized and defer your action to the 27th of this month, or you can act tonight. Both are totally appropriate and valid. And again, I just think it's important for the council and the community to know that scheduling the meeting at this time was really just wanting to do it at a point in the year where the council had significant enough time to have those policy conversations around what a potential charter committee would look like, what directives the council would like to give to the charter committee, and allow staff to both recruit that charter committee, for that charter committee to be appointed at your July 18th meeting before your August recess. And so we're certainly able to adapt, but know that there was no malice in the intent.
I appreciate that, City Manager, but you're making the assumption that the council's voting to put this on the ballot, and I think that in itself is the initial question that hasn't been determined yet. So I think that talking about a charter review committee is a little premature at this point. It's up to the council, but I'm happy to hear it as a study session, which is listed as a study session this evening with action taken at the next meeting. I'm happy with that because then it sits with our agenda the way it's been advertised. Let's see, council members, is there anyone that has a thought on that? Please make a motion or say, no, I want to move ahead with the study session or with action. So, Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, and thank you, Clerk Hossam Hagag, for, sharing, what has led up to the meeting this evening and making it known that, you haven't been included, in the presentation and the preparation, which as the elected clerk, yes, you should have been. And I'm sorry I didn't know that before you brought it to our attention. I agree that this, based on the topic, this should not be a study session item. This is very serious, as I see all these folks that are now here in the chambers, they obviously are taking it very seriously also. So this should be something that, the public is made more aware of and have better notice and to be able to be present and part of the discussion. I agree that the optics are not good and for transparency reasons, I'm happy to go ahead and make a motion to have this seen as as a discussion item, as a study session item, however, that no action be taken until the June 27th meeting. Thank you. That is a motion.
I can second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Watanabe, second by Councilmember Chahal on that. So on the motion, Councilmember Jane?
Yes, I was part of the Charter Review Committee in the past, and there was very robust discussion during the Charter Review meetings. There's plenty of opportunity for the public to weigh in on this. And, ultimately what we're doing is we're just letting the voters decide what they want. So I believe they should be given the choice. So I believe we should move forward as agendized. I'm not exactly sure what City Clerk Hagag's position is here because he is somewhat conflicted because he is affected by this. So I'm actually not even sure whether he should somehow recuse himself of this. So it's a kind of a gray area, but that is one of the issues that we are presented with. So I will not be supporting the motion.
Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you, Mayor. So we have agendized it, and I see so many of the residents are here to speak on this topic. So I would say let's hear it today and postpone a decision-making on 27. I was looking at the timeline for if we have to have a charter, the charter final selection was to be done on July 18th, and we need to decide about I'm just hypothetical, assuming these things. If we go to that level, I think we should have time before July 18th to finalize the charter review committee for that matter. And since after that, we can follow the same process, basically. So as requested, I'll be supporting the motion so that we can accommodate the decision-making on 27th. And if more residents want to participate in decision-making, so better it is, basically. And I know there was objection raised to 4 o'clock public hearing for budget session also and for this session also. So I think we should be accommodating that in future. Let's try to set up public meetings after 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock. So this council has to decide what they want to do going forward. Staff did their best to present it according to TMAC calendar and all the issues they are going in. So this council has to decide about the timings for not only for this item or next, for all coming items. When should we start a public item? Whether we should start at 6 o'clock or we should stick to 7 o'clock. When should we start a study session so that everybody is clear that study session will not start before 6 o'clock or study session will not start before 5 o'clock. So I think that as a policy matter, this council has to decide so that we are not in the position where we are today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Becker?
Thank you, Mayor. Considering that we've had a lot of time, this has been brought up for a very long time. I know Councilmember Jane brought this up in the past, as well as me on a priority setting session in 2021. So this has been a long time delay. To me, it feels like it's a standard operating procedure. So what I'm going to do is make a substitute motion to go with what staff's recommendation is.
And I'll
Just
second
move
that.
forward.
Okay, so that takes precedence as to whether we vote on, for people that don't know, what that means is we have to vote whether or not to accept the substitute motion, to vote on the substitute motion. I know, it's complicated. I just want to say, first of all, that what they're saying is that they want to discuss it and vote on it tonight, no matter what. And they're talking about moving ahead with the Charter Review Committee. But for me, that means they're not going to listen to the public. They've already made the decision to go to the Charter Review Committee. And the point of this study session and this topic, which is our community is very engaged on this topic, let's put it that way. To say that no matter what, you people are here, we're not going to listen to you because we've already made up our mind that listening to you is not necessary. We're going to just go to the Charter Review Committee. So I think that is completely wrong. The point of tonight is to listen to what's being presented, look at the options, listen to the public, and then make a decision whether we want to spend $500,000 of money we don't really have to put an item on the ballot that maybe a good majority of our residents are against. So I'm anxious to hear from the council members that are pushing this. I want to know why. So now we have on the motion to whether or not to accept the substitute motion the substitute motion is to have the hearing and vote this evening, right? So do we want to accept that motion? City Clerk, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I wanted to say a couple of things. First off, I know City Manager Rowan said that there's no ill intent. There was never ill intent assumed, and we were corresponding on email, and we met before the meeting. So I want the entire community to know that I know it was there was nothing.
Nobody said anything about ill intent,
I'm good,
so
that's
I
good.
want to make that clear. Yes.
To address a couple of points from Councilmember Jade, in terms of whether I am conflicted or not, I will definitely take the direction from our city attorney's office. Right now, I'm strictly talking about my participation in the staff report. And then the second point was whether or not we are doing this at a time in which it would provide opportunity for the community to weigh in. There's no conflict there for me as the city clerk to bring those issues up. And then Councilmember Jade, it seems like he's already come to a foregone conclusion that the community will have an opportunity to participate in a charter, in giving their feedback in a charter review committee, which assumes that this council will motion and pass the formation of a charter review committee. So I think he's already jumping to a foregone conclusion in which this council may decide not to go to a charter review committee at all and may decide to put it straight on the ballot, which is within their purview and power to do so. And so my comment about giving the public the opportunity to participate is really relevant, given that we have no idea how this council will decide to proceed, whether or not there will be a charter review committee. My final concern is on the alternate motion, which it doesn't even make sense, Councilmember Becker, because there is no staff recommendation. So your alternate motion is to move with staff recommendation. There is no staff recommendation. So it's unclear what your alternate motion is actually for. If you could clarify that or change it or retract it or whatever, because there is no staff recommendation.
Thank you. Councilmember Becker?
Yeah, there is a staff recommendation right here. It says if the council chooses to proceed with the measure to amend the city charter, we direct the staff to proceed with public input process, covering what Mayor Gilmore just said, including the establishment of a charter review to consider a proposed amendment to the city charter on March 5th, 2024 that would change the positions of police chief and/or city clerk from elected appointed positions to the scope, size, method of appointment, and for the CRC to be defined by the city council. That is the recommendation.
The recommendation starts with the phrase, if the council chooses.
Stop, please.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, you guys are turning
No,
this very
please stop.
political, so
No, please
call the question.
stop now.
Call the question.
City Manager, could you please explain your recommendation?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. It's important to note that on this item, staff makes no recommendation on whether the council should proceed with a charter review commission or whether you should consider to put an item on the ballot. What staff is doing, normal practice, is supporting the council professionally based on your prior direction. What your prior direction was is to return to the city council with information and analysis that will allow the city council to establish a charter review commission or put an item on the ballot should you decide to do so. The title of the slide does say recommendation, but how that should be interpreted is we are recommending, if the city council chooses to proceed with a ballot measure to amend the charter, that you should take X, Y, and Z steps.
Correct. The first question is, do we want to put this on the ballot? And then it's, if we do want to put it on the ballot, do we want the Charter Review Committee or not? I mean, it has to go in that form, not the second part first. So could you please clarify your motion, Councilmember Becker?
I think I've already clarified it, but I'll clarify it again. Based on this right here, which I'm reading right in front of me, which I think many of you might have as well, says the recommendation is the city council chooses to proceed with a measure to amend the city charter, direct staff to proceed with a public input process, including establishment of a CRC, Charter Review Committee, to consider a proposed amendment to the city charter on the March 5th, 2024 ballot that would change the positions of police chief and/or city clerk from elected to appointed positions with the scope, size, and method of appointment for the CRC to be defined by the city council.
All right, so you're making that motion without hearing from a single member of the public.
Well, we're going to hear from the public tonight. At the same time, we're going to hear from more members of the public, considering that there is going to be a process.
So does this council want to entertain that motion without hearing the staff report or from any member of the public? So that's what you're asking?
No, we're going to hear tonight.
City Attorney?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, if I might, on a couple issues. First, on that one, my understanding of the substitute motion to replace the proposal that no action be taken at all by the council tonight.
I hear the item, but no action until the 27th.
The item would be heard with the possibility of the council, as I understand the item, not acting to propose to put it on the ballot, but to commence a process for evaluating whether or not to put it on the ballot. So my understanding of the original motion was to, contrary to how the item's described, not have an action to approve a work plan tonight to proceed, and that the concept of the substitute motion is to, in effect, preserve the council's ability to act tonight to approve a work plan. None of this item is not agendized, and I would advise against any council decision as to whether or not to put the item on the ballot. It's really more of a process for that, as staff certainly intended it to be presented. If I might, Madam Mayor, a couple of others.
I need to ask you a question on that.
Sure.
So if the council does not want to put it on the ballot, why would we commence a process?
If the council did not, had already decided not to put it on the ballot, it would be appropriate for you to not approve a work plan to proceed down the path.
Okay,
That's absolutely right, Madam Mayor.
Your motion is not what he said.
I understand,
Okay,
Mayor. I'm trying to create a contrast and understanding
You're
of.
trying to help him make an actual motion that should have been made, not the one he made.
Yeah,
Correct.
Madam Mayor, and if I might, on a couple of other things, I know an issue of potential conflicts been raised. I obviously will want to talk with the city clerk about that and dig into that a little bit deeper with him. I've personally experienced this issue before myself as an elected city attorney. I was able to participate, analyze that, and was able to participate on this matter. Certainly, you could choose to recuse, right, depending upon your sense of your appropriate role, but we'll talk about that further, Mayor. But I would not identify tonight for him a legal conflict that prevents him from participating and providing input. Finally, Madam Mayor, I wanted to point out, I know there's a fair discussion going on about, the use of study sessions, and for action or not or otherwise. My understanding of the kind of the pattern and practice with this group is that sometimes procedure actions are taken and direction are given as part of study sessions. And from a Brown Act compliance standpoint, it would be lawful for council to take up this matter and give the direction to proceed with a work plan if you all decided, to do so. So I wanted to eliminate that. I know that's not been suggested yet, but I wanted to make sure all the council was comfortable, no matter how you choose to proceed, you could act or not act tonight, not to put an item on the ballot, but to proceed with a work plan to explore that. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, appreciate that, because sometimes even though it's lawful, the perception is not great. All right, so with Councilmember Becker's motion, City Assistant City Clerk, do you want to read the motion so we know
Sorry,
if we're voting whether to not to accept that motion?
I wanted to make a clarification on that because the city attorney actually clarified it for me a little bit further. You know, me and I know many others on this council, we're not professional legal mumbo jumbo. We don't know the certain terms that we're trying to get ourselves into here. So what I'm trying to get at is that, yes, what I want to do is move forward with tonight's proposed study session and have the fact that the council reserves the right to take action. So that is what my motion is supposed to be. It's not going based on this piece of paper here. I just didn't know how to put it in the right form and right terminology.
So City Clerk, do you have that, Assistant City Clerk? All right. So on the motion, Vice Mayor Park?
Yeah, I'm trying to understand all of this as well, but it seems like the one side that's decided that they don't want this on a ballot without public input is accusing another side of wanting to put this, to move forward with a work plan to get this, to get public input without listening to public input. I mean, it doesn't make any sense to me. I also hear that you're accusing people other than yourself of ill intent, of having made our minds up. And I will tell you, I've had lots of discussions with public. I have not made my mind up. In fact, I have a different thing, which is I would like to hear other possibilities. The fact that this came before us as two options, well, as put it on, make it elected or make it appointed, and then the vehicle for doing this is a charter review committee, which I don't know about. I actually want more. I want a wider discussion. In fact, I had a meeting with the city manager prior to the city council meeting, as we do, to prep on the items that are coming for council. And I said I would like a wider discussion on this. I don't think that these are the only two options in front of us. And I'm kind of upset that by claiming that, some of us have made up our minds without hearing public input. I'm here for the public input, and that, it sounds like you want to pick another side without public input, and I disagree with that. I think that we need to hear public input. I would like this to be a study session. We've got this agendized for that. We've got people who will speak. I have no problem doing what we did with Benston Lawrence, of having part of the meeting and then going to another meeting, whether it's continued, which I don't think we should do, because I'm worried that if we continue the meeting the same way we did Benston Lawrence, we wouldn't allow the people to speak at the next meeting. But to come to a different meeting, to a different item in the future, whether it's the 27th of June, where people can give input and people can make a decision. But it seems like, I hear the people that seem to be against the ballot, putting it on the ballot, but that's not what the study session is for. I think it was for moving forward with a process and work plan to get public input, and that one of the ways to do that was a charter review committee, right? That may not even be my first suggestion or my first thought, but I think that that's what it is. But let's be honest, not everyone has made a decision on what to do here, and not all of us are for or against putting on a ballot, because I've got other ideas that I don't even know if I can bring up because of the way that this is agendized. Thank you.
Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please. And this is just whether or not to accept the motion. Then we'll vote on the motion if it's accepted. If not, then we go back to the original motion, was to make this a study session and action on the 27th. All right.
Councilmember Watanabe.
No.
Councilmember Shahal.
No.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Park.
So again, to be clear, this is for moving forward with a work plan.
No, this is whether or not to accept the motion.
But the substitute motion, which it says action on substitute motion, which is it would help if we knew what the substitute motion was as well.
Substitute motion is to move forward with study session, and council reserves the right to take action this evening.
Councilmember Park? Vice Mayor Park?
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
No. So that passes 4-3. And now is the motion, the original motion, which is to reserve, go on with the study session and reserve right to
Take it.
make a decision this evening. Roll call vote, please.
Madam Mayor, if we might, I think we want a motion and a second to that effect.
Oh, okay. Is there a motion? Well, I thought we
We have a
had the
second.
original.
We did on the substitute motion itself, and now again, this is the
Oh,
goofy
but-
part.
But he made the sub.
Thought Councilmember Jane seconded that one. Or maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, very
Do it
good.
again. Just
Yeah,
I'll do it again.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's
yeah.
Robert's Rules, which has some absurdities to it, but I think that's the structure.
Okay.
Perfect. Okay, so let's do it again. I'll make a motion to continue this study session and reserve the right for the council to take action this evening.
I'll second that.
Okay, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Watanabe,
No.
Councilmember Shahal,
No.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
No. And that passes 4-3. Okay, City Manager, do you want to introduce this topic, please?
Thank you, Mayor Gilmore, members of the council and the public, both here and remote. Javon Grogan, City Manager. I'm entering item 1B on our study session tonight, which is a presentation on timelines and administrative requirements for the placement of measures on the March or November 2024 ballot. Tonight's presentation will be provided by Assistant City Manager Cynthia Bojorquez. She will go through a background that will provide a little history on why we are here tonight and how the item was referred. She will discuss costs related to holding an election in March or November 2024. We will talk a little bit about the various election cycles, as well as the timeline for all of the prerequisite analysis and a potential charter review committee if it's decided to be established. And there are a number of specific actions tied to the establishment of a charter review commission that we will go through. If the council decides to establish a charter review committee, that is intended to occur on July 18th, and we can adjust the schedule so that we preserve enough time for the recruitment. I'll now turn it over to Assistant City Manager.
Welcome. It's not on. There you go.
Am I on now?
Yeah.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Thank you, City Manager. I'd first like to express my apologies to the City Clerk for not having made him aware of tonight's agenda item. As he indicated, there was no malintent, and I do apologize. Okay. Not hitting the right button. Thank you. As the council may recall, the City Council voted last August to place an item on a future agenda, discussion of potential ballot measures to consider transition of the police chief and/or city clerk from elected to appointed positions. Such actions, as the city manager indicated, will require charter amendments approved by the voters. As I will share, the Santa Clara Registrar of Voters prescribes when consolidated elections can occur, which includes very specific milestones and timelines. While formal action to call for a 2024 election would not be required until much later this year, we are here tonight because the city has in the past chosen to establish a charter review committee. In order to allow for this public process, it is incumbent upon staff to bring forward policy options for council direction now that may affect the city's abilities to meet the timelines set by the Registrar of Voters. The City Council has previously discussed the possibility of both charter amendments as well as tax revenue measures. According to information provided by the Registrar of Voters, there are currently 2 opportunities for consolidated elections. March 5th. Thank you. Back one. Thank you. While the charter amendments can be considered in either the March or November ballot, tax measures can only be considered at a regularly scheduled general election unless an emergency is declared by a unanimous vote of the governing body. As Director Lee indicated previously, we will be back in the fall with a study session for direction related to revenue tax measures for 2024. Should the council wish to proceed with the measure in March, the estimated cost for one measure is approximately $256,000. For each additional measure, the cost would be approximately $106,000. The city would also incur another $60,000 to $70,000 for general administrative costs related to an election for a total of $432,000. Why is it going? This chart provides an overview of the specific milestones for a March 2024 ballot measure. The first action would be to approve ballot measure language and call for an election. That can take place at either the November 7th or November 14th council meeting or at a special meeting, provided that it occurs prior to November 27th. This is because the final measure language is due to the registrar of voters no later than December 8th, 2023. Arguments for or against would be due to the city clerk 14 days following the call for election. Rebuttals and impartial analysis would then be due 10 days following the filing of arguments, with the election to be held on Tuesday, March 5th, 2024. The reason we are here tonight is because the council in the past has chosen to use their charter review committee, as I mentioned earlier. Doing so allows for a public input process. However, it does require additional work plan and timelines in order to meet the deadlines of the ROV. Should the council decide to establish a charter review committee, staff will propose the work plan and timelines on this slide. Tonight, we are seeking council direction on whether they would like to establish a charter review committee, and if so, to provide direction on the size of the committee, the method of appointment, and scope of their review. For example, would they consider amendments for one, both, or neither of the positions? Based on council action, we would then initiate a recruitment process and return to City Council for formal action on establishing a charter review committee on July 18th. The public process would begin the first week in August and end in September. Staff would prepare a final report in October for presentation to the City Council in November. Should a decision to be made to call for an election, that action would take place in November, where final documentation provided to the registrar of voters no later than December 8th, 2023. The next item we are seeking direction on would be the size and method of appointment to be used should the council wish to establish a charter review committee. Staff recommends an odd number of appointments ranging in size from 7 to 11. Oops, thank you. We would also recommend that appointees be subject to the standard eligibility and conflict of interest requirements that apply to other boards and commissions. Finally, staff would recommend that names of potential appointees, together with proof of residency, be provided to the city clerk's office no later than July 7th so that eligibility can be verified for consideration at the July 18th council meeting. This slide summarizes 3 appointment options that the council has considered in the past. The first option would be to use the same process used for boards and commissions with individuals applying for appointment. Option 2 would be to ask the mayor and each council member to nominate an individual with nominees approved by the full council on July 18th. Option 3 would be a hybrid of options 1 and 2. Again, the mayor and council would each nominate one member with additional member seats filled by individuals who apply to be seated. Oops. Oh, I'm sorry. Can I get the parent?
We're having difficulty with this one.
Sorry. As noted earlier, our purpose tonight is to seek council's direction in order to allow sufficient time to meet the required election timelines. With that in mind, our specific questions are as follows. Question 1, does the City Council wish to consider proposed amendments to the city charter that would change positions of police chief and/or city clerk from elected to appointed positions? If yes, for one or both positions. If yes, does the council want to provide direction on who positions should be appointed by, if not elected? If yes, should these items be placed on a March or November 5th ballot? The second question, does the council wish to establish a charter review committee? If yes, does the council prefer options 1, 2, or 3 for selection of members? Question 3, should the same eligibility or conflict of interest requirements be used for boards and commissions apply? Next, please. If the council chooses to proceed with measures to amend the city charter, our recommendation is that direct staff to proceed with the public input process, including the establishment of a charter review committee to consider a proposed amendment to the city charter on the March 5th, 2024 ballot that would change the positions of police chief and/or city clerk from elected to appointed positions, with the scope, size, and method of appointment for the CRC to be defined by the city council. I also wanted to thank Jeremy Schmidt from the POA. When this item was heard in August, there was a request from Councilmember Watanabe to include the POA survey that was done at that time, and so that is included in the packet. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions or take council feedback.
All right, council members with questions? Anyone?
Yes, Mayor, I had my hand up.
Councilmember Jane.
Thank you, Assistant City Manager Horkus. Do you have any thoughts of whether it's better to put this on a March or a November ballot? It sounds like the more items we put on a ballot, the cheaper it is per item.
Okay, that's one question. Is there any other questions? Try to do all questions at the same time. Councilmember Jane, do you have another question?
Nope, that was it.
Councilmember Hardy?
Thank you. My question is, the way it's written, it's not clear to me. Is there the possibility of separating the two and having, if we have a charter review committee, of having two different committees and would handle only one of those questions each? Thank you.
Vice Mayor Park?
So I had that consideration myself, but I want to know what options are there other than Charter Review Committee? What options are there? I mean, if we want to have discussions other than just elected versus appointed on a ballot, what options, when could we have discussions about that? What kind of discussions could we have? Thank you.
Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, Cynthia, I would imagine that if this moved forward to a ballot, that it would be there would be two separate ballot measures, one for the city clerk, one for the chief of police. Then that way it would prohibit us from moving forward with any other ideas we have for, I know we talked about revenue generating items in the previous discussion, in the budget discussion. I know we're looking at November on that, but if there was a possibility of doing that in March, we wouldn't be able to do so unless we combine the clerk and the chief of police and have a separate measure for a possible revenue generating measure. That's my question.
So the question I have, hold on, let me make sure every council member has spoken. Yeah, okay. So the question I have is the direction. If this council majority of the council decides to put this on the ballot, the direction that they give to the Charter Review Committee, would that not have to include who would then appoint the chief or the clerk? Would it be council members or would it be the city manager? Is that information that has to be, if it's voted on this evening, would that be part of the motion? That's a question I have. And I saw when there was options, I know that we had charter review committees, I think when we were doing redistricting, where everybody that was interested, names were put in a hat and they were selected randomly. So that took a lot of the political issues, aside. But I didn't see that as an option either. So maybe that's a hybrid type of something. So that was it. And I see no other questions. So before I'm gonna hear from ask the POA come up and make a presentation and then go to the public when you're finished with these questions.
Okay. So with respect to the timing of the ballot measures, as we noted in the RTC, we have heard from council this past year a strong interest in wanting to explore revenue measures in 2024. And so our recommendation was that those go in November. And so the recommendation that if the council wanted to proceed with these ballot measures related to the elected positions, our recommendation would be to go in March. That way it would reserve the November timeline for the revenue measures. So that answers that one. The separate committee, I think it's a matter of resources. I don't know that there's a legal reason why we could not establish separate charter review committees, but it is a staffing issue that we'd have to identify the resources to support. In terms of out of the hat, Council, Mayor, yes, that was option number 3, is some other alternative that council deems appropriate. We'd be happy to proceed with any of those. And then the last question that I took down was the other options. And we can certainly look at other options. I think the city manager wants to weigh in. And these are the options that the council has used in the past, the Charter Review Committee, which is why we put it forward. Again, there is no obligation to put something forward. We're not making a recommendation on that. But your past practice has been to use a Charter Review Committee, which is why we're bringing it now in order to make the deadlines.
I also had a question on who would appoint this appointed chief and city clerk, and is that city manager? You would like to take that?
Sure. Mayor, I'll take that. No, the council, if they choose to establish a charter review commission, you would not absolutely have to provide direction tonight on who the appointing authority should be if it's not an elected position. You can do that later at the meeting on July 18th, should the process proceed, or you can leave it open and have the Charter Review Commission bring back to you an option if they actually decide to do so. It's worth noting that if it's not elected, that question would need to be answered and need to be a part of the ballot. And so at some point, it will need to be decided. Doesn't have to be tonight. With regard to other options, certainly there are other options that can be considered. The item tonight was agendized because there was a express direction from the council to consider a change to the ballot. And so that's why we're here tonight. If council wants to discuss other options related to those 2 positions that do not require a change in the ballot, then we would not need this process. And happy to entertain any questions on what those potential changes could be, and then we could advise on what the process would be.
I just want to clarify, city manager, this came in through a 030 policy, so it wasn't to put a direction to put it on the ballot. It was a direction to discuss it. That's what 030 policies are. City clerk, you had a comment?
I did have my hand up to comment on one of the questions. So the council could do, and this is to answer the question from one of the council members, but also for the benefit of the public who is hearing this. It is within the council's purview to do whatever they want within some reason. So there was a comment in the presentation that the ballot measures not pertaining to the elected or appointed city clerk and chief of police, ballot measures related to the general tax measures, those are required to be in November. Aside from that, the council could do whatever it wants. The council could choose to appoint a charter review committee. They could choose however they want the composition of that charter review committee to be. They could give very specific direction to that charter review committee or let it open-ended and let the charter review committee discuss whatever it feels appropriate. The charter review committee typically will come back with a recommendation. The council is within its purview to agree with the recommendation or adopt it or ignore it. The council doesn't even have to go to a charter review committee if it doesn't want to. It is within its purview to just place the item on the ballot in whatever language or manner it chooses or deems fit. There are other ways to get items on a ballot. The community can petition for an item to go on the ballot. The council, in its authority, has the opportunity to put an item on the ballot without going through the more arduous process that a that the community would have to do to petition a measure to go on the ballot. So for the benefit and education of those who are listening, and also for the question that was proposed to the council, what is staff's recommendation? It's whatever the council wants to do. If the council wants to do a charter review committee and be very prescriptive about what they would cover or what they would consider, there was a question that was brought up. If it was appointed, who appoints? Is it the city manager's office that appoints? Is it the council that appoints? What are the terms in which they appoint? How long the terms last? All of this is stuff that you could either give direction for as a council. If you were to choose to go to a charter review committee, you could leave it open-ended for the charter review committee. You could decide you know what you want, what's best for the city, and just place it on the ballot with no charter committee and no discussion. So I don't know if it is appropriate to ask staff for what their opinion is about what is best for the city. You are all elected to make that decision after taking input from the public.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to remind folks for the record that when this decision was made back in October of last year to move it to a future agenda item, that it was a 4-2 vote. Mayor Gilmore and I voted no on putting this on a future agenda, and Councilmember Chahal was excused from that meeting. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Cynthia, Assistant City Manager. We're now going to go to the public on this. So we have Larry. Oh, I'm sorry. Before Larry, we have our president of our Police Officers Association. I'd like to hear from him first. Jeremy Schmidt, if you please come forward. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Esteemed members of the council, appreciate your time. Jeremy Schmidt, President, Santa Clara Police Officers Association, lobbying on behalf of the POA. It won't surprise you that we have a number of concerns about this, but I'm going to try to keep it brief and to the point. Some of the issues that I have already been raised, and I appreciate our inclusion in the process. With the Assistant City Manager requesting our documentation, which we provided, and it's also been provided to the vast majority of you for, I believe, almost a year now. So I'm going to address three things. The first thing I'm going to talk about is I want to talk about the 030 submittal. Then I want to talk about our survey, which is included in the packet, and a petition that we've recently commissioned. And I also want to cover some questions that I have that have come up through this process that I think the residents deserve answers to. So first, to address the 030, and I apologize, I'm referring to my notes to make sure I cover everything. The pillar that this is mentioned under is enhancing community engagement and transparency. My question to that is how? How have we engaged the community? I have, and we're going to discuss the results of that engagement shortly. Transparency. I don't know what's better than someone selected by the people and accountable to the people. The comments made that we're the last city in California to have an elected chief. My comment would be, it works for us. We're also one of the smallest police departments in the NFL. I'm happy to change that by increasing our staffing by 60 officers.
Please, I'm going to ask the audience to please just keep it down so that we can all hear the presenter. Thank you.
My comment to that is, thank you, Madam Mayor. My comment to that is I'm happy to change being the smallest department in the NFL, but we're going to have to increase our staffing by 60 officers. We're also one of few cities to own our own power utility. Proof positive, we don't need to be like everyone else to be successful. I've been in the police business for a little over 14 years now. I've run 2 police officers associations, worked for 2 different police departments, witnessed and participated in multiple nationwide searches for police chiefs. They cost 6 figures, and they usually end with an inside candidate. Pointing to the current interdepartmental residency in the 030 is a misnomer. Anyone can move into the city to run, and chiefs have done so in the past successfully. Most recent and notable, Chief Sellers was a 2-term chief that moved into the city to run for chief. We really don't know who's going to be a candidate until election time, just like council or any other elected official. And I'd also like to note that Measure D recently reduced the residency requirements, effectively increasing the pool. We don't even have data on how many non-Santa Clara eligible police officers live in our city. I personally know of several. Comparing our chief to Sheriff Smith is patently unfair. I defy Councilmember Jane, who made that comment, to show me any such scandal with the Santa Clara Chief of Police, most notably at this time, Chief Nicolai. There's no such scandal. Lastly, the 030 notes that the fiscal impact is zero to discuss. I find that to be a little bit misleading when we consider the fact that we've learned tonight the estimated cost is $432,000. We just discussed the budget, and I think we have a lot better places for $432,000. Now I want to talk about the survey and the petition. The POA engaged the community for you. This survey is included with the packet. I'm happy to provide you guys with another copy if you need it. Most notably, the survey shows that 66% of respondents did not know that the chief was elected. If we're going to engage a process like this, we need to tell them if we really want to increase community engagement and transparency. After being told that they elect their own chief, 73% of respondents wanted to elect the chief. So I'm going to issue you guys a challenge tonight. I'm going to give you guys a $432,000 offer, because putting this on the ballot is a $432,000 offer for you. If you want another one of these, I'll do one right now at the cost of the men and women of the Santa Clara Police Officers Association. I'll do it right now. I'll call the company as soon as I leave, but I want one agreement, that the majority of this council agrees to act on the results of the survey. If the majority of the residents want to consider the issue, let's consider the issue. If the majority of the residents don't, let's not. I'm that confident that I'm willing to put up my own money to save this community $432,000. Now I want to address a petition that we've started to protect the elected police chief. The petition, because of the late ad of this item, was started Thursday night, this past Thursday night at 6:47 p.m. was when the messages originally went out. As of 4 p.m. today, we had 144 responses. The interest has been overwhelming. This idea has failed in the past, and it's a wildly unpopular waste of precious city funds and time. The residents are well aware that billions of dollars of special interests are vying for their share of a very small police department. They know they need their voice at the top. Across the country, voters are sending very clear messages on multiple topics, and they're tired of what I would call "we know better" politics. What I would call that is when a politician abandons representative government and doesn't listen to their constituent base and decides that they know better, right? So the surveys, the fact that this has failed in the past, doesn't matter. We're going to put it on. I would encourage this council not to engage in "we know better" politics. I don't think that that would sell very well with our residents. And lastly, I have a few questions that I would ask on behalf of the voting public. It's lost on me to start with why we would spend time and money on such a wildly unpopular idea in the first place. But why a special election? Why not the presidential ballot? I'll tell you why I asked that question. Measure D in June of 2022 was the last single item for the city of Santa Clara. 18,007 respondents. When the mayor's race occurred in November of 22, 28,900 respondents. When Chief Nicolai was on the ballot with the president, with no challenger, 33,880 respondents. So if you're going to consider this, put it on a presidential ballot and let everybody have something to say. I was going to comment on the timing of the study session, but I think that that's been very clearly covered. And I would say, yes, our city is unique, and our elected chief is unique. There's several things about the city of Santa Clara that are unique, which improve the community and the desirability of the city. This is part of the fabric of our community and a key component of the relationship between the police department and the public. It's transparent, it's accountable, directly to the people, just the way it belongs. And lastly, I stand here today to tell everybody that we have been and will continue to support the residents and the community every step of the way. I ask the residents to stand up now. The loss of the elected chief will have long-lasting ramifications for our community. Tell the council what you want and demand representative government. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker will be Larry. If you come forward, followed by Linda, and I think Linda's online, so welcome, Larry.
City Council. My questions are directed for the city attorney. In regards to the police chief, it's alleged that that's removal of the police chief is part of the 49er agenda. And if the police chief was removed, would the city have liabilities for that? And the second part of the question is in regards to the civil grand jury, would the city council members have additional criminal liability if the police chief was removed? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll let the city attorney hold that for a bit. All right, Linda, I think Linda's online. Linda, you're muted. There you go.
I don't know why my hand is up. I'm sorry.
Okay, all right, Linda. All right, that's fair enough. All right, Bert, come forward, please. Followed by Mike A.
Hello. As part of transparency, I'm actually part of the Chiefs Advisory Committee. So I'm very pro-police. There's no question about that. Also, I'm a 60-year plus resident of Santa Clara. And in 60 years, not one single person has ever said, I wish I had an appointed police chief. Never come up. Any conversation I've ever had has always been, gosh, it's so great to have a police chief, a police department that works for the residents, not for 5 people who have a direction where a city wants to go. And I guess it only takes 4. So I'd rather trust the residents of Santa Clara than any board going forward. And given $432,000, which I heard is actually $500,000, so I'll take $432 because it saves us quite a bit of money. But I'd rather that money stay in our city and be used for something that the city actually wants, the residents actually want. I don't know anybody outside of this dais, and just a couple of them, who are interested in replacing Hossam or Pat Nikolai going forward. So let's save the money. Let's listen to the residents.
Thank you. Mike, I think Mike's online. You're muted, Mike. There you go.
Yeah, thank you. So several concerns. One of them is, we took, DARE out of the schools. So we took the police out of the schools. Now we're trying to take them out of sports. And then to top it all off, we're trying to take the election of our, chief of police out of our hands. The chief of police needs to be beholden to the people in the community, not to some big business who has the ear of some of our council members. Speaking on that topic, it puzzles me why someone, who's under investigation, and has charges levied against them, would be able to be so forceful of selecting our chief of police. I don't want somebody like that choosing it for us. I really don't. And, this is a topic that you're going to hear loudly about, because once the PAL gets a hold of, the decisions that's being made towards a budget, you're going to have all of those parents that were mentioned several times tonight in your room lobbying against this. And, I just find it, hard to believe that there's no equity and equality when it comes to, recognizing people's time. A lot of us took time off of work. What about the ones that can't? What about the hourly employees that can't break off at 4 o'clock? So we got to be mindful of, it's just not only a speaking session, it's an opportunity for the community to go ahead and voice their concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Debbie, please come forward, followed by Lee. Welcome.
Debbie Triforos, lifelong Santa Clara resident, or as Councilman Becker likes to call me, political operative. I'd just like to, I was thinking about this as this came up, and I remember back to the election when you guys got on, and in your comments about what you were going to do for the city, you were going to stop all this hassle on the council. You were all going to get along. You were going to represent your districts, because remember, we got into districts, and all of you have a district. Why are you rolling your eyes at me, Anthony?
Please address me.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I just
know,
can't
that's
stand it.
just
It's so rude.
Disrespect. I understand. Please address
Raj, have the people in District 2 asked you to do this measure? Have you asked anyone in my district about it? You represent me. I don't know of anyone that's asked you to have the police chief done. So I don't know. Kevin, have you? Anthony, have you? Karen, have you? And Suds? I mean, I just don't understand where this is coming from. And then it dawned on me. I know where it's coming from. It's coming from the guy that got you on this dais. Jed York wants to pick our police chief. He wants someone that he can control and not talk about the city. I know that's what it is, and you guys just can't even admit it. I mean, and then you'll just abstain. So that's it. I'm just disgusted.
Thank you. Lee, please come forward. Welcome.
Lee Bra from another political operative. I would like to say that 33,000 votes came in from Chief Nikolai. He ran unopposed, and he got 33,000 votes against nobody. I think that should tell you something. And Hagag, how many votes did you have? I'm just telling you, nobody ran against him either. It's beyond me that we're going to waste $400 and some $1,000 because somebody, and I still can't believe that you guys will do this. 33,000 votes with nobody running against him.
Thank you. Kirk, you're next, followed by KMW online. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thanks for asking for public input on this. I was surprised to see that a study session was held at this time for something as important as at this time for the elected positions. Something that's, people criticize. I've heard people criticize, like, why is Santa Clara the only one doing that? I'm like, gosh, it's really special. Like, think about why. What's the benefit of having an elected official in that position? Because sheriffs do it. Well, why doesn't the governor just appoint all the sheriffs? Well, because the governor can't do that and shouldn't do that. These are the people electing someone that's going to represent their safety in their city. And you have $1 billion, 70,000 seat unit that needs protection. And someone that's appointed by people that could be compromised in a position of power that are sitting on the dais right this second, specifically, and not that it hasn't already been said, but Councilmember Becker has been indicted for giving confidential, sensitive, embargoed data to the 49er lobbyist. I mean, it's absurd. And this is the person that's pushing, that goes against what Mayor Gilmore is talking about. I've had incredibly positive experiences in our business, our local business here in Santa Clara, from this police department. And I seen Police Nikolai speak in public. I was at a conference or event that San Jose Spotlight put on. Incredibly well-spoken, incredibly articulate, and I learned a lot by just how much integrity this police department has under his leadership. And to think that you want to just arbitrarily get rid of it because, I don't know, maybe that's a last move you want to make before you go. I don't know, but it's really disturbing that that's how you're behaving and that this council is supporting that. And I appreciate Councilmember Chahal going against it.
Thank you. KMW, you're online. You're muted. Go ahead.
Good evening. Thank you for your time, Mayor Gilmore and council members. I oppose this taking over of the police chief and the city manager. You want to spend $432,000 for a special election, yet we have the nerve to tell youth sports programs that our city's broke, and now we're going to start charging you to use the fields that are paid for with tax dollars. That's called the a double dip, in my opinion. You charge the parents taxes to build these parks and facilities, and then you charge the sports youth groups that are all nonprofit to use what the parents have already paid for. Now you want to spend $432,000, and that's probably a very low estimate. It's probably more going to end up being more like 500,000 or 600,000 when all's said and done, just to run a special election. I oppose this. And Suds, I'm in your district. I want you to vote no on this measure. I want this shot down now. We've wasted enough time and money on this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Brian, you're online, Brian?
Thank you. Brian Darby, I forgot the last name, sorry about that. And if I could, just to the people on the city council, I love Santa Clara. I was born in Santa Clara 63 some odd years ago, and I've worked in Santa Clara at Ag News and at the adult vet site. And Santa Clara City has always been really, really good. And the police have always been excellent. And I think an elected police chief gives more access and accountability. And I hope I'm getting it right, because I've been working on some other stuff doing this. I just see, because I know the mayor and some people, you all really are very nice people. And I think you really care. I also think people are innocent until they're proven guilty. If I could, I would get on my knees and beg you guys just to try to get along. I don't know all the ins and outs of this. I tend to agree with the mayor on it as far as like, we need to have elected, not appointed. And I think the 49ers have far too much say in political circles. I know that one of the management there at the 49ers could pick up the phone, get a hold of any city official pretty much instantaneously. Where a citizen, good luck. Anyways, thank you.
Thank you. So do you have any more cards? City Clerk, is there anybody else before we close this up that would like to speak? If so, please come forward. If you you can just queue up, line up if you'd like to speak, please. Anybody can talk if they just want to line up. Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, Mayor Gilmore and the council. I have lived in Santa Clara for 61 years. I don't think you would find better public services. My parents had police and ambulance come to their house many times, many. Unfortunately, they had health issues. We have the best services in the West, if not in the whole country. Santa Clara is unique, and let the people pick who they want to run their police department. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Please come forward. Pardon me. Oh, you have one person? You want to just call them, City Clerk, whoever they are?
He raised his hand, but he just put it down.
Okay. Okay, is that it for the audience? Okay, Councilmember Jane.
Yes, Mayor, I had a statement that I wanted to read. Santa Clara is the only city in the entire state of California to have an elected chief of police. I contend that Santa Clarans don't actually have a choice in selecting their chief of police. The current chief of police, Pat Nicolai, ran unopposed in his last two elections, March 2020 and November 2020. Mike Sellers also ran opposed when he first got elected in 2012. The POA, the Police Officers Association, has already created a website, saveourpolicechief.com, and is placing Facebook ads to oppose even putting this on the ballot. The Political Action Committee, or PAC, run by the POA, has spent heavily in every election to help certain candidates get elected. On June 18th, 2016, Scott Herhold from the Mercury News wrote, this is in 2016, the elected police chief, Mike Sellers, is suddenly facing a serious challenge from longtime leader of the Santa Clara Police Officers Association, Pat Nicolai on the November ballot. Anointed by his predecessors, Sellers was elected without opposition 4 years ago to his first term. You have to reach back 2 decades to the 1996 battle between then Chief Charlie Arola and Rich Rodriguez to find a fight of similar dimensions. Many believe Pat Nicolai lost his first election in 2016 against Mike Sellers because Pat was only a sergeant and didn't have management experience. He probably would not have been hired as chief of police in any of our neighboring cities due to lack of management experience. Nicolai was promoted to lieutenant in 2018. I hear that Dan Winter decided not to run against Pat Nicolai in 2020 because the POA vowed to spend $250,000 to oppose Dan, which is why Nicolai ran unopposed and got elected, even though Dan Winter had been assistant chief of police and had his BA in management and a JD from Santa Clara University and is a member of the Santa Clara Bar. Nicolai's main qualification seems to me that he was POA president for 18 years. I checked with POA President Jeremy Schmidt, who spoke earlier, and he confirmed that any candidate for chief of police must reside in the city of Santa Clara. That severely limits the pool of candidates for chief of police. When I filed the 030 in June 2022, at the time there were only 12 sworn officers, including the chief, out of a force of 153 sworn who live in the city. At the time, the ranks of officers living in the city were as follows: police chief 1, police captain 1, police lieutenant 2, police sergeant 1, police officer 7. It seems to me to be a very limited pool to draw from, and when considering management experience, the pool shrinks even further. I wonder who the POA will pick to be our next elected chief when Pat Nicolai retires. I fully expect that person will run unopposed. And this from the Santa Clara Weekly on March 30th, 2022. A survey of 30 representative California cities shows that Santa Clara has one of the least qualified and highest paid police chiefs in California. Whether it is education, professional certification, or public safety management experience, elected chief of police Patrick Nicolai ranks far from the top. At the same time, Santa Clara is in the top 10 of all cities for police chief salary, and appears to be one of few cities, perhaps the only one, whose police chief was longtime president of the police union. I believe that Santa Clara should be able to recruit from the best police forces in the nation for our police chief, just like all the other cities in California, every single other city. If we switch to an appointed chief of police, then many of our senior police department management folks with the most experience who don't live in the city would then become eligible to be appointed and serve as chief. I'm not suggesting that the council appoint, I'm suggesting that the city manager appoint, like most other cities. That would take some of the politics out of it. The Silicon Valley Voice reported on August 12th, 2020, longtime Santa Clara Police Department veterans captains Wahid Kazem and Derek Rush were promoted to the assistant chief positions. Sources close to City Hall, who aren't authorized to talk to the press, report Police Chief Nicolai no longer participates in city executive leadership team meetings. Chief Nicolai ran unopposed for his partial term in March 2020 in the March 2020 election. He is up for election in November 2020. I've heard over the years from several prominent people that they don't even know what Chief Nicolai does when he's in the office. Perhaps that's why former city manager appointed 2 assistant police chiefs in 2020. Now, Pat Nicolai is certainly not impartial. He's an elected person. And if you have an elected chief of police, there's lots of money that could go into that election. But anyway, to his impartiality, on October 22, 2020, he participated along with Alex Torkey, Burt Field, Lisa Gilmore, Teresa O'Neill in a political press conference that was illegally held within 100 feet of a ballot box in front of City Hall. In August 2022, there was a closed session meeting where Mayor Gilmore and Kathy Watanabe accused Anthony Becker of threatening them, and the mayor
Could
said
you
she was
please,
worried.
could you please stay on topic? All
I
you're
am on
doing
topic.
is
I'm talking about how
trashing
the
our
police
police
chief can be
chief.
political.
Could you please stay on topic
The
of
police
the elected
chief is elected. He is not a private citizen. He is elected. He's not staff. I can say whatever I want about Pat Nicolai.
Yes, he's out of the country,
The mayor
so
said that
he
she
cannot
was so
defend
worried
himself.
that she called the police. She actually called her friend, Pat Nicolai. Officers showed up only because interim city manager Rajiv Batra called them due to a potentially unstable attendee in the council chambers. An independent investigation subsequently found that Anthony Becker did not act in a threatening manner. On October 10th, 2022, Nicolai penned a public letter to District Attorney Chief Rosen asking him to investigate findings in the grand jury report, even though the grand jury report made no criminal referrals. This was in the middle of a close election battle between Mayor Gilmore and Anthony Becker. It seems that Rosen has chosen not to act on any of the findings in the report despite Nicolai's urging. Please note that the survey included in the packet was commissioned by the POA and surveyed only 350 people. I believe the following question was misleading. Did you know that Santa Clara is one of the last cities in California to elect their chief of police? Why didn't it say, did you know that Santa Clara is the only city in the state? Again, I will be very surprised if there were more than one candidate in the next election for our chief of police. Then finally, Kirk Bartan mentioned that it's a good idea to elect sheriffs rather than have the governor appoint. Well, this is exactly why I mentioned the case of Lori Smith. This is someone who kept getting elected election after election, despite all those rumors for years of corruption that finally bore out to be true. So I believe that Santa Clarans won't actually have a choice in the next election.
Wow. Okay, Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So, I think Councilmember Jane specifically stated it at the very beginning also, is that we are one of the only cities in the state to elect our police chief. We also, we're one of the only cities. There's a very handful of cities that do elect their city clerk as well. We have 12 officers who live here. I thank you, for Councilmember Jane, for clarifying that. I had 9 on here. Most of them don't have the managed experience also to be chief. Our elected city clerk has not saying our elected city clerk here doesn't have it, but in general, the elected city clerk role does not have any qualifications besides resident and voter of Santa Clara. No qualifications of what certified city clerk entails. We are lucky that we have 2 with certification. I believe you were certified, right? I just want to make sure. And I believe that the current elected clerk had to get that certification. However, currently, day-to-day basis, our assistant city clerk does all the day-and-day duties and has a list of herself has a list of qualifications. Their role is hired by the city manager. This to me is contradictory, that the city clerk has no qualifications, yet the assistant does. This almost feels like it should be the opposite. However, we are here, and this idea will bring the roles current as either a full-time role with a cost savings of a stipend salary. The POA made a point to me last year, and that was if I choose to go to an appointed police chief, they will come after me and those that will support it. That right there is a concern to me, that the police union has been using this as a political tool and as using this as much influence, especially with Facebook ads this last week, concerns me. Politicizing the public safety, that it should be putting our city in danger. And now let me read you one of these quotes from the ads that have been going on Facebook. On June 6th, the Santa Clara City Council will be considering the first step towards eliminating the position of elected police chief and replacing it with a politically appointed police chief. This will result in a loss of your right to choose your police chief and directly influence your safety. We ask that you support your right to vote, support the Santa Clara Police Department, and support an elected police chief. Our community is facing several major milestones, and this is not the time to restrict voters' choice and limit your voice on decisions affecting public safety. We are hosting the Super Bowl, the World Cup, and one of the largest public safety undertakings in history. We are also coming out of a budget deficit. It would be irresponsible for the community's precious dollars, money spent to reduce your right to vote. Seeing that feels very highly political to me, that they're already out there campaigning to protect the police chief. The role of the chief should not be a political role, as it is already being political. The council, and I agree this, it goes even back to Chief Sellers, it just, frankly, it's just too political. The council will not select the police chief. I'm going to say that clear and many times. The council will not select the chief. That's what I want. I want it to be the city manager, just like many other cities across the country, across the state and the country. The role of the chief will be picked by the city manager as well as the city clerk, who is answerable to the city manager, though, is answerable to the city council. So this is kind of like a checks and balances. The people elect the council, the city manager, the council selects the city manager, and then the city manager selects the chief and the city clerk to represent the people. In 2018, Mayor Gilmore and her majority considered the appointment of the city clerk, but it remained elected. In the same period, there was talk about the chief being appointed. And at the same time, she favored it because of Chief Sellers was in office. Instead, the role of the city clerk was stripped down to limited duties with its current state and a stipend salary, which is known as a ceremonial role. An example is if you, instead of making it a political, which it has been, the clerk is also another city role that is also political as well as the chief of police. For an example, this last election in 2022, the city clerk of City of Los Banos, where my mother lives, she ended up sending me all these news clippings of what was going on over there. No one filed to run for the city clerk of Los Banos, and they had a dilemma on their hands. The stipend was less than our city clerk makes now, but yet you had to run all the responsibilities of the City of Los Banos' city clerk's office. Who would do that with such a low pay? Nobody. And it doesn't even have to, and what the funny fact is that the city would actually go and pay somebody who was elected to that role to go get all the qualifications. So it's like they're already talking about changing that to an appointed role because they're already spending all this money on getting somebody educated when they should just be doing it by a application process and an appointment. So the pros of this, and now this is the pros I see, is the cost savings. Both the role of the elected chief and the city clerk are ceremonial, while the majority of the work is done by either the assistant city clerk or the assistant chiefs. I was told then by former city manager Deanna Santana that she stated to me and others that the reason why the two assistant police chiefs were there was because the lack of the qualifications of the current chief. She stated that the same was with the city clerk role. Years later, I can see the picture now of, oh, wow, I see where they were coming from. And I see years before that where others were coming from when I actually agreed it should have been elected city clerk and elected chief of police. But it comes down to the cost savings. That the city clerk role is basically paid a stipend of $25,000. So if you basically had a appointed city clerk, it would be just one role with one salary. And then you would have your assistants and so on. The same thing with the role of the chief of police. We have three roles that we're paying for. We have the chief of police, and then we have the two assistants. That's paying three people for one role, when we should be paying just for one role and then an assistant chief. So in reality, this saves the city two salaries, one a stipend and one a full salary. In addition to two costly elections for the two roles, this takes no power from the people. It actually puts the power in the hands of the city manager to select the appropriate people to run those departments. It's not political. No need for elections for a chief or a city clerk and making them political. These roles are appointed in a hiring promotion process by only the city manager and not any council interaction. A succession plan currently for our city chief of police and our city clerk, were they to resign, retire, or even move out of the area, there'd probably be some kind of charter crisis as the people would have to find somebody to fill these roles. Whereas if we had the appointed process, there would be an instant succession plan, and that would be via the city manager selection, as I stated before. The mayor also stated that we're in a current budget situation where it states that, you know, these ballot measures will be expensive and costly. However, these elections are a one-time cost to fix a long-term budget solution. So we're not paying double for the same roles. We recently had an election in 2018 where we had Measure M. The voters overwhelmingly passed it. Yet we have done nothing to take advantage of that revenue. Is that considered wasted money on ballot measures, just like maybe Measure A and Measure C? No, we put ballot measures out there for a reason, for the people to decide if that's what they want to do. Because we are here to make a difference on trying to find out a cost-saving solution for the city clerk's office and the chief of police offices, considering that we do have issues with budget. So personally, I feel that both of these should be on the March 2024 ballot, primary known as Super Tuesday in March. And just frankly, this is, you know, I just want to move the politics from these roles, and I want to make sure that the roles are going to be picked by somebody who has the best decisions at heart. And this is frankly just to move forward for a plan for the future. It's not to take anything away from our current chief or our current city clerk. It's about creating a plan for the future, because I really don't want to see us in the same state as some other cities have been when they can't find people to run. So those are my comments, and thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Is anybody as outraged in this room right now than I am? Because I am freaking outraged at the two comments that were just made by members of this council. The hypocrisy is dripping. I cannot believe the things that have been said. There have been no rumors against Chief Nicolai. He ran against the former chief of police because there was a vote of no confidence from his department. They wanted him gone, and that's why Pat Nicolai stepped up to run for chief of police. And you know what happened? He only lost by 100 votes, 105 votes, actually. I just looked it up. Yeah. That's how close it was. So if former Chief Sellers was so great, when you look at the votes that Chief Nicolai got in the last election, there's no comparison, because he got 33,000 votes with nobody running against him. It sounds like Councilmember Becker has figured it all out. I've been watching him reading from his iPad over there. Who gave him the statement? Huh? Who gave him this statement to make and to try and persuade the community about voting for our chief of police? Who helped Councilmember Jane put his statement together? As I said in the last council meeting, there's been a lot of scrutiny on this council, and it just continues. It just never seems to end. And it's for reasons like this. And it's wrong. I've said that before, and I will say it again. It's wrong. I'm going to read a statement that we received via email from a member of the public, Adele Bell Button, who is very engaged with the moms, the Blue Star moms. And she sent us this note saying, I've been notified by the Santa Clara Police Officers Association that the citywide election of our police chief is being considered to be banned. The chief would be appointed by the city council. I am totally for the public election of our police chief. When the new mayor of Oakland, Sheng Tao, fired the police chief, I thought to myself, how lucky we are in Santa Clara. The police chief is elected by the residents of the city of Santa Clara, not appointed by the mayor or city council. Oakland is a very good example of how often they fire perfectly good police chiefs, hire new ones, and no time for the new police chief to work long enough to effect change and improvements in the Oakland Police Department. I realize Santa Clara does not have the crime challenges that Oakland does, possibly because our current system of acquiring a police chief is working for our community. Do not screw it up. I think those are very good words and speaks very highly for why our police department is so respected and why this decision, this potential ballot measure is a mistake. It's a mistake. It's planned. There's something behind it. Don't even think twice about it. There's motivation behind this. And when you know that the person who is making the motion, and I will say we've been down this road before, when the person is making the motion who is indicted for lying to a civil grand jury, and he has the nerve to sit up here and make a motion to get rid of our police chief, it's wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. So I know the community and the council is very divided on this. I look at it from perspective of, any change is not accepted, whether it's technological change or whether it's a normal day-to-day change. It's not perceived to be in a positive way initially. I want to listen. I listen to the community, and I also listen to my colleagues. And I also made my own studies, basically, why is Santa Clara the only city left with elected police chief? There's only one other city in Texas which has an elected chief, San Angelo in Texas. I think most cities are making a appointed police chief. And let's go back to, we can learn from history, basically. Councilmember Jan read his statement, and we all have to look into the statistics of that, factually what is right, factually what is not correct. You all can make your own judgment about it. But there are so many things which he mentioned are very correct. My idea is to have a police department which is more efficient, more professional, and what improvements we can do today so that we can make that department much more professional, much more better, much more. And when I say professional, I'm saying both professionally efficient as well as financially efficient. So I also heard an argument that $432,000 is a lot of money to go on the ballot. This council brought forward 2 measures on CVRA, which can I speak?
No, let him speak, please. No interruptions. Go ahead, Councilmember Chahal.
I didn't interrupt you. So we spent 2 ballot measures on a CVRA districting proposals. And the CVRA laws in the state were very clear that the council can divide the city into districts. And on top of that, we spent multi-million-dollar on the lawsuit. So what did it cost us? We spent almost $5 million to get the city divided into districts after a judgment. So if same people are telling me that $432 is a lot of money, I think $4 to $5 million was a much, 10 times that cost of money. And when we are talking about $432,000, this council is not making a decision. This council is not making that decision. The decision about the ballot measure goes back to the residents of the city of Santa Clara. They will be making a decision. Let them make a decision. one way or the other, whether they want to keep their police chief as elected or whether they want the police chief to be changed as an appointed, just like all other cities in this state, basically. And I also say that I don't want to be in part of appointing our police chief. Let the city manager do that, bring the politics out of it, and let him do it if we go that route. And before that, one has to understand this council is not making that decision. This council will only make a decision whether we should put it on the ballot or not. This council is not making a decision to elect or appoint a police chief. No, we are not. Neither it's in our power, basically. Whereas in case of CVRA, the council had a full power to divide the city into districts, which they didn't do it. We spent millions of dollars. So I would suggest that we should look into the option after whatever, there can be option to go, let this be discussed with the community in detail by Charter Review Committee, just like we had multiple Charter Review Committees in the past. So this can be discussed by a Charter Review Committee and let them bring forward what their findings are. Council can agree to those, council may not agree to those, but let's do an elaborate communication with our community and get back what they want, basically. And then the council can decide whether to put it on a ballot measure or not. But before that, I have a couple of questions for the city attorney. One of the issues which we are facing right now is the qualification and experience of an elected police chief. And I'm not pointing out a figure about our current chief, but for that matter, any police chief who gets on the election, basically. So can this council revise the qualification for an elected police chief or elected city clerk, that they can put a qualification bars of X number of years of management experience or X number of qualification for this thing, something like that. And my second question is, can the council expand, in case we want to keep the election process as is? So my second question is, can the council decide to expand the jurisdiction or basically expand the residency requirement, that they may not be resident of City of Santa Clara, they can be resident of State of California, and they can still be eligible to run for election? Who has that power to do that, basically? So I'm looking at both the side, because I'm not trying to make it a political, but I want to make it a much more professional, so that down the line we have a very professional chief of police, and which is good for me as well as all of you, basically. So I'm looking at those options, and those are my two questions. If city attorney can answer those questions.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, Member Chahal, in terms of the City Council's ability to decide what goes on the ballot, in my view, that would be within your discretion to design a ballot measure, should you so choose, to maintain the position, right, as an elected position, but to instead modify some of the qualifications. That is something that would be within your prerogative and ultimately would be considered and acted on, by the public. I will, if you go down that path, advise you to be careful with the qualifications in order to make sure they're objective, qualifications. That will make it much easier to define, and enforce when people apply. And so if in fact you go down that path, we'll cross that bridge together, as I would be responsible for helping you design language I think is clear, and would be easy to administer for your elections official. Regarding the lawfulness of I believe your proposal was to eliminate the residency requirement, also within your purview. That is not anything that's legally required. There would certainly be considerations like there is for your other senior appointed officials, for them to be within, live within a certain proximity, to the city in order to be able to be responsive, right, and available and fulfill their duties. But residency within Santa Clara per se is something that would be within your purview, should you decide to go down that path.
So, Madam Mayor, can I?
Can you move on?
Madam Mayor, may I add to the answer to the question as well, if that's okay?
No, stop, go.
City Attorney, thank you for that clarification. But my question was, let's say hypothetically, let's say we keep the elected police chief, we don't put anything on the ballot. Let's say council decide, let the system, the way we are going, we can keep going forward as is, but we change the qualification and the residency requirement. Can the council do that without going to the ballot measure? Can that be done? That's my question.
I don't have the actual charter language in front of me now.
Sure.
I would need to look at that to be clear. My sense of it is, though, that and this is not even my sense of it, you would not be able to do anything that's inconsistent with what the charter says at a city council level. Any modification to a qualification that was specified in the charter could only be modified by a vote of the people.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate
City
it.
Clerk, did you have something to say on that?
I do. I'll help out our city attorney here. Section 701.1 of the city charter is titled Qualifications for Chief of the Police Department. Candidates for the office of Chief of Police shall meet the minimum eligibility and qualification requirements imposed by state law upon candidates for the office of sheriff. That's it. Now you have to look up what the qualifications are for the office of sheriff, and it is a little bit more elaborate. There are several 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, A and B sections for qualifications. Actually, there's 2 A and Bs for the qualifications to run for the office of sheriff. So there are qualifications. I think I would defer to the city attorney in terms of doing an analysis of what those are and how those may pertain to the city of Santa Clara. That's the only line that's in our charter. It is unclear from that line whether the chief of police must reside in the city. That would have to be an analysis that would be done for the qualifications for the office of sheriff. So I would defer to our city attorney on that. Okay. There are in the city charter qualifications to run for council. There are no provisions in the charter for qualifications to run for city clerk.
Okay, so residency part of it is not clear, basically.
I would defer to the city attorney on that, but there are requirements. Okay. To answer your question, and you would look into that for that.
City attorney, I don't want to put you on spot. You can get back to me on that later.
And my answer, I guess, stands. I wasn't speaking to the specifics of what the charter says currently. I thought your question was, would you have the ability to change, qualifications, add, subtract from them, as long as it went to a vote of the people? Yes, in my view, that could include whatever the residency requirement is.
Thank you. I want to move on if we can. Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I will just say that those that have spoken saying they want to make certain we keep this elected seem to be very afraid of the idea of having a charter review and having an election, which doesn't make sense to me. If you're so adamant about the people having their voice, then they should have it. And we already have a fire chief who is appointed, and that is not by the city council, but by the city manager. And I've heard no complaints that way, and it works very well. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the only one left? Vice Mayor Park, do you have something to say?
So it always takes me a long time to think about what I want to say because, unlike some people, I don't actually know how I want to vote before I talk. I take a lot of notes. I do a lot of research. I look at people's reactions on council. And I do agree with Councilmember Hardy, which is there seems to be a lot of motivation on the side that wants to keep the elected chief to do so. In fact, another thing I'll say that I like democracy, and to me, democracy is very simple. It's not actually that simple, but I usually state it as more people, more voice. And when you look at it from that perspective, having elected chief makes a lot of sense. I'll be quite frank with you there. But I also know that this concept of elected versus appointed comes up often because who the elected police chief is and who the people in council are. In fact, I know that the last time there was a discussion about making the position appointed, it was because the person that was police chief was Chief Sellers, who had just beaten Chief Nicolai, or current Chief Nicolai, in a vote. And at that time, people had this thought, well, we don't like that outcome. What if we considered appointed? And I feel that that is the political thing, which is, to be honest, if we've got something in the hands of the people, that's kind of where it should be. And this discussion of, should we take it away from the hands of the people? Because that's what the discussion really is. I mean, we talk about it in terms of appointed versus elected, but it's really, do the people have their say or do the people not have their say? At the same time, it concerns me that there are a lot of people out there that have said things that don't make any sense to me. Well, they do make sense to me, but only if I treat it as political. For example, they said, well, the 49ers control who the chief will be because the 49ers control the people in council. And I'm going to say again, may be true, but it's certainly not me. And I will challenge anyone, you know, even with the reports to the civil grand jury, to place me in that group. I will challenge that. I accept that. One side very much wants to keep Chief Nicolai as the chief, right? And to be honest, that's what, in the short term at least, is what's being discussed. Do we want Chief Nicolai to be the police chief? Because I guarantee, at least for the short term, the only people that will run for police chief are going to be POA anointed candidates. And I think in this case, it's only going to be Chief Nicolai. I mean, when we look at the votes in 2016 between Nicolai and Mike Sellers, I think it was more indicative of the political nature of the POA and the police PAC and how much money they were willing to go into. And I think that rift continued after, and that's what actually caused Dan Winter to leave. I mean, the elections in 2020, they were basically determined by the POA and the PAC. And I would, again, welcome anyone to show me different. I'm not saying I'm not making that claim. I'm saying this is what it seems like to me. As Councilmember Chahal intimated, what we're actually trying to do is we're trying to balance the lowest paid city positions, which is city council, right, at around $20,000 per year. And I think that puts us below minimum wage for some of the time that we put in, with the most highly paid positions, over $300,000 for the chief of police, who doesn't even run the department. And arguably, the highest paid position of city clerk, when you take into account amount of money per hour. I mean, if we pay full price for a position, I think that they should be required to do the work. If we pay them any money, I feel that they should be required to do the work. And if they can't do the work, then I think that we need another way to select, or we need another way to pay, right? I mean, we've got an item in the future giving the police chief, who doesn't even run the department, you know, a 10% raise. Think about that. How many of you get 10% raise for not doing your job? You know, and how is council different? Because I think about that. I think about there are a lot of council races that people run unopposed. Well, the difference I see is that no single council member, not even two, determine what the city does, unlike the singular chief of police. And I think that the requirements are too limiting. And I would like to, again, ask the city attorney, I think there is a requirement from the state that you must, if you're elected official, you must live in the jurisdiction. I don't know that we could change that. Again, I will defer. I'm not the legal expert here. But I seem to think that that's the case. And that requirement that you must live in the city actually reduces the pool of candidates. And when you look at the political nature of the POA, and then that limits it to even further. Again, into a lot of cases, and I'm going to say for the next few if we keep the elected chief for the next few races, to a single candidate. Right? I mean, that's my fear. Right? I mean, but council, we are a group of people. I don't tell council what to do, and I don't know how the votes are going to go. In fact, I'm often up here wondering what's going to happen. But I do know that when we talk about politicizing the chief of police, we have a council member right here on the dais that is a good friend of Chief Nicolai and couldn't even bother to I can go into like how Chief Nicolai and his wife were put onto the Sister Cities organization, how they sent their children to the Portuguese exchange, how they asked for compensation, how they were made treasurer, possibly to clean up the treasurer's report afterwards. But I can say we have council members up here who could not even thank Dan Winter, the retired assistant police chief, for personally delivering COVID test kits to the city, would not get up from her seat to take a picture with Dan Winter, right? And she doesn't even look at fellow council members. I can say hello, and I know.
Please stay on topic, please. Excuse me.
So this is the topic.
Please stay on topic. No, please stay on topic.
The topic is the politicization of the police chief. I mean, it's politicized on both sides. I do like the concept of putting requirements in. I mean, I know that our city attorney was one of the, in the few cities where they had an elected city attorney. And I'm sure that there were requirements for being city attorney. You couldn't be maybe you could, I don't know, a first-year law student, or maybe you served in an office for a while, for 1 year, and you lived in the city, and that made you eligible to run for city attorney. I think that the position of police chief is important enough that we care. I don't really care how that person gets put on, whether they're elected or they're appointed. But my concern is I want to make sure that they're the best person to do the job, especially if we're paying them a full salary to do it. Right? I mean, I would ask, is there a way to say you must, even with the clerk, you must come to meetings. Like, I would like to see something that gives the people some level of service. I've heard that people don't even know what the police chief does. Well, I know what the police chief does based on what I've seen, which is send highly political letters to district attorney, to other people in the city, and I think that's kind of a problem. What I don't like for the city clerk is they basically removed all the powers from the city clerk. And I think that the problem there is, I'd like to say city clerk does nothing, but the reality is that's kind of what we made his job, right? There's one part of me that says, well, what I'd like to do is I'd like to define what the person that runs the police department has to do. And then if somebody who's not qualified is elected or appointed to do it, well, there's some sort of, they bear some responsibility. We have ways to hold them accountable. And that's what I would like. I would like some real job descriptions and some real accountability. What I don't want is the POA setting up their own surveys, coming up with their own, and I care about police, except you'll find the police will never admit that I care about them because, again, it's a very political thing. They know what I said about the chief of police, and I wasn't saying that because I hated the chief of police. I was saying this because I wanted a good chief of police. And again, rather than avoid me and attack me or threaten me for, voting one way or the other, I would welcome to have a discussion with the police department. I've not had a discussion with the police department, and have not had a real discussion. I don't want them telling me what they think. I'd like them to listen to my fears and my concerns too. So again, I would really like to keep an elected police chief of police. But the real question, the real effect we want here is, what do we want the chief of police to do? How do we want to hold the chief of police accountable? And if we can't decide on what that is, then I would contend we don't actually have a chief of police role. But as Councilmember Becker said, to pay the chief of police a really large sum of money, almost enough to pay the ballot measure off, and not have defined responsibilities for the chief of police, that's a bigger problem for me. And again, it's not about, the ballot measure costs too much money. I don't think this council understands that sometimes having the wrong position is actually, a wrong person in a position is actually worse than having nobody in that position. Having the wrong tool is sometimes worse than having no tool. And it's not about how much we spent, but how was it spent and what's the effect? And if we're fighting just on cost and we're fighting on other things, I would say that that's a political aspect that we need to remove as well. But I would like to ask, were there requirements? How do we get requirements for a chief of police? So we don't just, neuter the office and say, well, we're going to give you a token salary. We want to make it ceremonial because I've heard that it has become ceremonial. But I would like us to have real requirements in there and then somehow hold those people to those requirements so that if they're not doing it, we've got problems. But my big concern is there's enough support politically for a person because, like, the first time I heard about Pat Nicolai wanting to be chief of police was back in 2010. I want people to think about this, and that talk never subsided. And for all the police out there, again, I welcome a discussion on this, but my fear is if you're going to put up only one person and you're going to run other potential candidates out of town, that's a problem. I want somebody who's qualified to do the job. And if they're not qualified to do the job, I want somebody who can. I have no problem saying that if there's nobody qualified to run, because what happens? If we bring up a situation where nobody's qualified to run, then we have a way, maybe a direction to appoint part-time until we find someone. If the problem is nobody lives in the city, let's try to fix that. Let's give incentives to captains, to assistant chiefs, to other people. We'll give you, incentives to move to the city so that when we need a good police chief, we'll have lots of candidates to choose from. Right, but saying that we just simply want to remove, I don't like that. I'd like to hold them accountable, and I'd like to find ways to encourage more people to get involved and run, people with the qualifications. Right, it's very funny, but I went to a safety patrol award ceremony, and Chief Nicolai was there because it's an event run by the police. And Chief Nicolai went up there and he was joking. He's a very, very amicable guy. He does speak very well when it's not about police work. But he made a joke, and the joke was he got the position because he wanted to get back at the people, above him. And it was a joke, but what I usually say is that good jokes have a lot of truth in them. And doesn't make me feel comfortable with the type of people that just get elected. And for everyone that's pointing at other people on council, 49ers, you know exactly what I'm talking about. So let's look at your own candidates too. Thank you.
All right. I'm going to make some comments. They won't be that long. There's just so much to unpack with all the comments that the council members have made. I just want to give the residents my opinion. First of all, when the George Floyd incident happened in the country, we then appointed a task force on diversity, equity, and inclusion. And one of the first things the task force looked at was our elected chief, and they were taking a look at our police department to make sure that we were that we were doing the right things, and if we weren't, how could we fix them? So they did get involved with our elected chief, who immediately cooperated and said, yes, come in the department, we have nothing to hide, tell us where we can do better. And then we got a letter from one of the committees of the Task Force on Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, and they said, we are so proud that you have an elected chief in Santa Clara because it's the ultimate show of democracy, that your residents are selecting your chief, and your chief is directly accountable to the residents. The chief lives in the city, the chief cares about the residents, and the chief is going to work for the residents. We have been so lucky to have, I don't care if we're the only city, I'm proud that we're the only city that has the elected police chief, because we're above and beyond all those other cities. I don't know about you all, but I read constantly how, especially Oakland, San Francisco, they're changing their police chief, San Jose, all the time, constantly. We have had such great chiefs in Santa Clara, and I haven't agreed with all of them, but they've been excellent chiefs, and they have all worked on behalf of the city and the residents and the businesses in Santa Clara. That's what makes us different. That's what makes us special. I have not heard from any residents that they want to change it. Not from anyone, no one, that they want to change this, except the council members, except a majority of the council members want to change it for, you heard what the reasons were. I think that there are two big reasons why this majority council wants to change and put this out and change out the elected chief. I think that you heard from at least three and a half of them, their personal issues with the police chief. They spent all of their time attacking the name of our police chief, who, by the way, is out of the country, sent us a letter, wasn't able to come, and certainly wasn't able to defend himself against these ridiculous accusations about our chief. He doesn't run the department, he's paid too much money, and I can't even unpack what I heard today up here. But there's two things that are really important and I think pretty significant. One, after the grand jury report came out that said 5 members of the city council put the interests of the San Francisco 49ers over the interests of the city, the police chief sent a message to the district attorney and said, you know, this is unacceptable. Could you please investigate what's going on with our city council? Because he was concerned about the honesty, the integrity, you know, the ethics of what's going on in the city. So you all know what the district attorney has done so far. And we have a member of the council who is pushing all this, who is criminally indicted by the grand jury on issues. I don't think he should be here voting on this at all. There was several members that mentioned that. So I think that is one big issue, which is a vendetta and getting back on the existing chief or anybody. Later on in the agenda, you're going to see getting back at a Parks and Recreation Commissioner and removing them, you know, attacking public members that come forth. We had two of our women that came forth that they were called political operatives and attacking some of our public members when they come up to speak, anybody that doesn't agree with them. So I think that's the number one big issue, is getting back not just at our elected chief, at this elected chief. Vendetta. Number one. The second thing is, regards money, a lot of money. Right now, we are in the process of negotiating a lawsuit that was filed by the San Francisco 49ers about the police costs, the public safety costs at the stadium. So we're in the middle of negotiating that. And of course, you know, our chief and the police department is advocating for the police department in our city, right? So take away the leader of that group, and what do you have? Right, someone who's not advocating for us, maybe appointed by the city manager, who's appointed by the majority of this council. I mean, we have to look at it. That's a lot of money. And also, we have a lot of events coming up that are top of line here. We've got several World Cup games and a Super Bowl that's going to take an enormous amount of public safety support for that. And I know I've advocated, and we've talked about it on the council, to get all our costs paid back. But wouldn't it be nice if a special public interest then had a say in who the police chief is and other things? That would be really convenient, right? Convenient to be able to control the police department during those massive events and then other events in the future. It's all money. And I am just a shame that this council, regardless of what has happened with the district attorney, is still working for the special interests. They're still working for him because nobody has asked that we take away the elected chief. Nobody. No residents have asked for this. It makes no sense. But what does make sense is vendetta and still working for special interests. If we take away, I'm confident we put it out unless the special interest spends millions to try to buy the election like they did for the city council. And that's a possibility. And maybe they're confident that if we put this out and they get involved with the elections again, they spent, 5 or more trying to get rid of me and other members of the city council. If they spend millions trying to convince the citizens that you're better off not voting for your police chief. I mean, it could happen with money, it could happen. And maybe that's why they're confident. But take away that special interest money, it's going to fail because the citizens want to vote. You all want to vote for your police chief. You want to pick your police chief. We've had qualified police chiefs. I can't imagine hearing, they're worried about unqualified police chiefs. We've always had qualified police chiefs. There is always going to be in Santa Clara. We're different than everyone else, and again, I'm proud of that. So I think you have to look beyond what has been discussed here and look at the real reasons why this is going on up for consideration right now. And I'm pretty ashamed that this council, again, is doing what they're doing because I think it was a foregone conclusion it was going to happen. So I just say be diligent. After they vote to do this, be diligent, talk to your neighbors, and be aware of what the underlying reasons are for this. And I'm proud of our police department. Council members talked about they need to be more professional. They need to, be better. I think we have an excellent police department, and they do the best job they can with the resources they have. And our residents love our police department. We're not perfect, just like the city's not perfect, but it's as perfect as we can have compared to other cities. And I think we need to keep it that way and not just completely blow it up like everybody wants to do here. So that is my opinion. Do we have a motion on the floor? No. Thanks, please. Vice Mayor Park, do you have a motion? I'm not interested in another 15-minute discussion. Do you have a motion?
But I would like to respond.
Did you say you had a motion?
I did not.
All right, Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. And that's what the politics is, actually. I heard the mayor club together certain things which are factually, I know for myself, are 100% wrong. I would like to state that, 100% wrong. Special interest money. Like special interest money, Mayor Gilmore has been run by special interest money from years, multiple races, multiple POA, developer money, multiple of those races were run on special interest money. I ran 3 elections, 2016, no special interest money, 0, no PAC money. I did not take any PAC money. 2018, did not take any PAC money. 2022, I was the one candidate who publicly denounced the 49ers money, or for that matter, any special interest money being involved into the city, publicly. And I said, if the city has a power to reform campaign finance reform, we should do it. And still, they will say, these guys got elected because of that. These guys got elected because of that. The POA has been political. POA has been PAC, which supported both my colleagues over here. They will not talk about it. And I tell you, I request the grand jury to release my testimony 100% verbatim. And I tell you all, I never ever discussed with 49ers about the police chief, anything about the police chief. Now, Mayor Gilmore telling oh, there are two reasons, vendetta. Let me tell you something. This 030 was put in request by Councilmember Jain much before the grand jury report came over here. I don't know where that vendetta came from, but this 03 request was put much before the even grand jury report came forward. Negotiation. I'm not sure how she's correlating those things, that, oh, there are negotiations going on with Niners about the police, this and that. I don't think that is even to be discussed when negotiations are going on, whatever are going on. And with that, the staff is involved. The city council has not been involved at all. Zero involvement of this council, basically. Just alleging somebody just for sake of alleging, that's what is missing in this council. Let's talk factually. Let's talk reasonably, respect each other. What is correct, what is not correct. Just making statements that, oh, these, I have heard this thing, oh, this five, they have done this thing. This has become a political statement. More than anything else in this city, the only top issue for some council members is 49ers. So please, if you have to allege something, allege on some basis of factual positions, not on the basis of just made up things. And if you want, I wrote a rebuttal to grand jury report. You all can, I can put it on a website. I don't have a personal website on right now. I can put it on that. Read that. There were factually wrong notions by grand jury. And I'm not saying this is the first grand jury which has done factually wrong thing. Grand juries have inherently in the past have done these things. But my request is don't make it political. Please don't allege to your colleagues what is not to be alleged. If there are certain things, please. I did not name police chief as such. I was just talking about in general. I did point out that. I was talking in general to improve the efficiency financially as professionally into the department. And there are always room. If I'm not the best, like I have so many lacunas. If I can be a better person, if somebody tells me to do, hey, do this and you can be a better person, I would request them to say something about it. But just for politics' sake, you are trying to let down somebody on these notions. That's completely wrong, Mayor Gilmore. Thank you.
All right, I would like to hear a motion on the floor, because otherwise all of you will just debate me, and I could debate you all night long, and I don't think that's great for the public to hear. Does anybody have a motion?
I have a motion.
Councilmember Becker.
Yeah, I have a motion, and before I get to that motion,
Oh, God, please.
excuse me, I wait all night and I listen, but I want to make sure that, this is mentioned in the public record, is that before any of this is taking place, that during the election of last year, that the POA reached out to me and asked that I take a pledge to protect the police chief. That in itself is inappropriate to take a pledge before you even vote on something. So I am going to make a motion tonight to take the, what I see here, it says the recommendation. It says, if the city council chooses to proceed with a measure to amend the city charter, that we direct staff to proceed with public input process, including the establishment of a CRC, Charter Review Committee, to consider a proposed amendment to the city charter on the March 5th, 2024 ballot that would change the positions of police chief and or city clerk from elected to appointed positions with the scope, size, and method of appointment for the CRC to be defined by the City Council. And now I know there's a thing before that talked about the directions and scope of work. Do we need to include those selections tonight, or is that just in general?
Sure. Through the mayor, yes, staff would recommend that we go back to the questions on slide 7.
Sure.
In order to help the council proceed to a decision tonight.
Okay, so for question 1, I'm going to say for yes, one or both positions, Question 2, does the council wish to establish a charter review committee? If yes, does the council prefer option 1, 2, or 3? I'm going to say let's go with 2 or 3, and we could settle that down the road. And then question number 3, should the same eligibility and conflict of interest requirements used for the boards and commission apply? Absolutely. That's my motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion and a second.
But first, I would like to make a comment.
Make it short, please.
Used by Councilmember Watanabe that someone wrote my statement. That is completely incorrect. No one wrote anything for me. I spent hours researching that to try to make sure that I had the facts. And so I resent many of these false allegations.
I think there's been a lot of false allegations tonight. Vice Mayor Park, do you have a comment on the motion quickly?
Yeah, I'd actually like a different motion. Because again,
No, we don't need to know why. What is
Okay.
your different motion?
like to direct staff to come back with a report on requirements for other police chiefs in neighboring cities and elsewhere in the state. Come up with recommendations on how to implement, because it may not be the charter that is affected, on what the police chief should do to earn a salary. I would like incentives for assistant chiefs, captains, and whoever else could comprise the pool of qualified candidates to live in the city. That's what I'd like to do, because, I mean, end of the day, I don't care how the person,
Is that a substitute motion?
that is a substitute motion.
Does anybody want to second that substitute motion? Dies for lack of second. So we have a motion and a second on the existing motion. City Manager?
Mayor, with regard to question 2, which is, does the city council wish to establish a charter review committee, and by which option? If I heard Councilmember Becker correctly, his statement was either option 2 or 3. We would need a little bit more clarity on the recruitment process for the charter review committee. Options 2 and 3 conflict. Option 3 has the city council nominating members, whereas option 2 has the city conducting a recruitment process, and then the city council would then appoint.
I think the last charter review we had, which was in 2020, I think Councilmember Jane would probably know this one, is how were the members of that committee selected? Was it by selection of member from the council members, or was it drawn by hat?
Each council member suggested one name.
Okay, so then I think we should go the route we did with 2020.
So each council member then selects one person? Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's really not
To
fair.
work last time, Mayor.
Seemed to work last time.
That is the direction. We do need clarification on whether you choose option 2 or 3 so that we can start the process tomorrow.
Let's go with, I like option 3 because option 3 really says another process deemed appropriate by council, a hybrid, one nominee each by mayor and council with additional members selected through recruitment. That could be a fair way of doing things, but I'm going to say let's go with option 3.
Who made the second?
So if you go with option 3, then we need to know the total number of appointees to be made. So we need to know how many
So
additional
between
appointees.
7 and 11. Let's go with, well, there's already 7 members here, so I guess we'll have to go with 11.
Who made the second?
I made the second.
Are you okay with that? What he's
I'm
proposing?
fine with that. I'm fine with that.
City Clerk?
I would ask Councilmember Becker and Jane to be a little bit more specific if you're going down option 3, to be as prescriptive as you can, so that as I work with city staff on that process, that we have the direction from you. So what I'm hearing you say is that each council member appoints one person, that's the 7. What are the additionals at number? Is it 4? Is it 2? Like how many additional? And for those additional, just let me finish my question if that's okay. For those additional 4, how are you going to select them? Are you going to randomly pick them from a hat? Are you going to do an interview process like you do for other boards and commissions and vote on them as a complete council body? Are you setting requirements for the 7 that you each are appointing to be required to live in the district for which they are being appointed for? Please be as prescriptive as you possibly can in your motion.
Absolutely. Okay, sure, let me get to that. Councilmember Jane, I have a question for you, because you were on that commission. In 2020, how many members were there? Was it 7 or was it 11?
There were 7, and it was just one person appointed by each council member. And I'm not sure if they had to be in the district. I was in Patty Mahan's district, so
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Yes, they
All
had
right.
to be in the district.
So then, in that case, because it seems like this is going to be a lot more convoluted process, I'm going to say option 2 then, and that each council member nominates a member, as well as you wanted fuller details of the prescription of, not prescription, description of what they should be is I think they should be living in their district, a resident of Santa Clara, and a voter of the city of Santa Clara. Is there anything else I should
will
add?
accept that. Yeah, option 2.
Option 2.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do you have all that, City Clerk, Assistant City Clerk?
So it's the recommendation and scope of work to question 1 is yes to both positions. Question 2 is option 2, and applicants must be residents of Santa Clara and live within their district. And then the total appointment is, and registered voter, and then how many appointed? 7?
7, yes. And one specific clarification, because residents that have to live in their district, I know that the mayor is a at-large position, so I think maybe we should specify in there that the mayor's role of her selection will be an at-large position. No district required, just resident and voter.
And then for question 3, the response was a yes.
Yes.
And we're including the mayor as a citywide.
Yes, 6 districts, 1 at-large for the mayor. Make that a little more clear. Thank you.
When you're ready, roll call vote, Assistant City Clerk.
Just a moment.
There's a fourth question in the staff report.
What is that question?
The fourth question is, if the council chooses to proceed with a measure or measures, what is the proposed CRC scope of work? A and B, does the council wish to focus the work of the CRC on a charter change for the position of police chief, city clerk, or both? Does the council wish to provide direction to the charter committee on who the police chief and or city clerk positions should be appointed if not elected, i.e. by the council or the city manager? So are you giving direction to the CRC, or are you letting them chair and run their own sessions?
This will be asking Councilmember Becker that.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess we're giving direction. So I think you said specifically who would be doing the hiring, or who would be
Are you giving them direction, or are you asking them to discuss it amongst them in the community and for them to come back with their recommendation?
Yeah, I'd rather have them discuss it within the community. And then you said there's another part in there too? You said another question?
I think that's it. If you're having them, yeah, you already said both on 4A.
Okay,
You already talked about both.
yeah, so just discuss both of them, because I know that staff brought up about the shortage of staff, that we may have to show up for those meetings, so maybe we should do both.
When you're ready, City Clerk.
Councilmember Watanabe.
No.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Park.
No.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
No. That passes 4-3. All right, we're going to take a 5-minute break and then start the regular city council meeting. my microphone? Is it not working? Hello?
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 I can hear you.
Yeah, it's working now.
Could everyone please take their seats? Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you. Could I ask everyone in the back to please take their seats? Thank you. First of all, I want to apologize. Our study session went well over the time, so thank you so much for your patience. We really appreciate it. So I'd like to call this meeting to order. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessing on this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated. City Clerk, I think you have some things to read.
Yes, the AB 23 announcement, members of Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as the presiding officer, the mayor's and chair's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude, and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation. If we have registered lobbyists joining us this evening, we ask you to please identify yourself as such and disclose your clients and/or organizations represented. This is pursuant to City Code Section 2.155.110. As mentioned earlier, we have 2 council members that are attending remotely. First, in accordance with the Brown Act, a Government Code Section 54953B, Councilmember Hardy is attending tonight's meeting via audio-only teleconference. The location from where council member is attending was included on the agenda for this meeting. Councilmember Hardy, at this time I ask you to confirm that the agenda for this meeting is posted at your teleconference location?
Yes, it is.
And that this location is accessible to the public?
Yes, it is.
Please also state whether any members of the public are in attendance at your teleconference location.
Not at this time.
All votes taken during this teleconference meeting shall be roll call vote only. Councilmember Jane will be participating remotely under AB 2449 provision, emergency circumstance due to physical medical emergency that prevents him from attending in person. Councilmember Jane requested that legislative body allow him to participate remotely, and a vote has taken, a majority vote was taken at the beginning, and he will continue. Councilmember Jane, at this time, will you please provide a general description of the circumstance relating to the need to appear remotely at the meeting?
Yes, thank you, Nora. I'm experiencing some intestinal issues which prevent me from attending in person today.
Thank you, Councilmember. And as you participate, please ensure that both your audio and your visual technology is on, and when action is being taken on an item, please publicly disclose if someone over the age of 18 is in the room with you and their general relationship to you. That concludes my comments.
Thank you very much, Assistant City Clerk. So good evening, everyone. For today's meeting, the council's back in person and is conducting its meeting in a hybrid manner. The public is welcome to attend in person as the city continues to use a Zoom feature to allow participation from the safety of your home or office. Members of the public can still join via the link and/or call into the Zoom meeting phone number shown on the screen now. If you would like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations, and those are reserved for topics not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower your hand to assure members of the public are seeking to speak on the appropriate agenda item. So we'll move now to the council agenda. The next we have is continuances, exceptions, and reconsiderations, and I'm going to move that to after special orders of business. We're going to deal with our special orders of business. So I am very pleased to say for our first special order of business today, I'm excited to have recently met young Kyron and his family in Santa Clara at an Eid event at Qasr Jamal's house. So I see Kyron's here in the front row. At just 14 years old, Kyron describes himself as an extrovert with an intense curiosity. At the age of 2, he was speaking in full sentences. At the age of 6, he first read Kathy O'Neill's Weapons of Mass Destruction, which introduced and shaped his desire to go into artificial intelligence and engineering. At 8 years old, he learned multiple programming languages and picked up calculus in organic chemistry by age 9. I know he's so embarrassed. He's putting his hand down. Where's your mom? Yes, proud. Okay. He graduated with an associate degree in mathematics from Las Positas College in Livermore at age 11, as the youngest graduate in the college's history. And this month, Kyron will earn a Bachelor of Science degree from Santa Clara University's School of Engineering, where he will be the youngest graduate in the institution's 170-year history. Yeah. Lastly, this is really exciting. Kyron will be joining SpaceX in July as the youngest employed software engineer on the planet. Okay, on the planet. So, I feel a little like an underachiever. Our city is always proud to recognize our Santa Clara students for their science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, their STEM achievements. Thank you, Kyron, for going above and beyond for what you have done. So I'd like to invite you forward to the podium to wow us with more about what you've done to reach your milestone. So please welcome. We're so pleased to have you. Yes,
well,
it works.
Thank you first, Mayor Gilmore.
We got it, yeah.
Thank you first, Mayor Gilmore and the council for this amazing honor. I think if it were up to conventional mindsets, I wouldn't be here today. I would probably still be at middle school graduation. But on a more serious note, I think, sorry.
That's okay.
I'm nervous.
No, you're good.
My journey has been so unique that it almost looks impossible. But the only reason that my experiences have been possible is because a few rare people in positions of influence took a chance on an extreme outlier who didn't meet traditional metrics. So I think, I'm sorry, I feel nervous.
It's okay.
So imagine this. A community college that enrolled a 9-year-old that had only just completed traditional 3rd grade and had no prior acceleration. A Fortune 100 company that, like Intel Labs, that approved a 10-year-old for its first ever undergraduate AI co-op. The rigorous engineering program at Santa Clara University that permitted a 12-year-old to enroll in rigorous graduate level electives. A cyber intelligence startup that trusted a 13-year-old's ability to handle sensitive and complex technical work. And now SpaceX, that has one of the most notoriously difficult interview processes to get through, with a final candidate acceptance rate that hovers between 0.2 and 0.8%. But all of these institutions, I think, have one thing in common. Influential decision makers that believe in merit, equity, and outlier potential. Instead of dismissing me based on my unconventional circumstances and viewing my age as an arbitrary proxy for ability and maturity, these leaders saw my value, trusted my abilities, treated me with dignity, and invested in my growth. They gave me these early lessons in transformational leadership and being a voice for others. So I'm really excited to carry on these lessons into my career as I join SpaceX as the youngest software engineer on the planet. And then now for the people out there, I think, that are concerned that my childhood is being destroyed. I'm really here to tell you that that's just not true. A lot of my elementary school years were spent in the principal's office for various infractions. And my parents instilled in me very early on a sense of agency and autonomy over my learning. Unfortunately for my teachers, I was intent on exercising that autonomy in their classrooms. But even though I loved my childhood friends and I lived for the recess drama, it was physically painful for me to sit through classrooms trapped, existentially bored, for hours and months and then eventually years on end, and not learning at the level that I physically, intellectually, and emotionally needed. There is nothing noble or dignified about a childhood spent that way. After starting college, literally overnight, I went from being an elementary school mutineer to finally feeling heard and appreciated, as well as being intellectually challenged. Finally, I hope that my story will inspire a few influential people to challenge their biases and misconceptions. I'd like to end by just saying how deeply grateful I am to my parents and my Aunt Lopa for instilling in our home a censorship-free philosophy, a focus on relatability and kindness, and for giving me a strong sense of agency again over my dreams and abilities. I'm also lucky to have a strong community that loves and supports me intensely. Grandmothers that flew in from Bangladesh and New York.
Nice.
And so many aunts and uncles, many of which are here today, that provided continuous support. And of course, my friends who keep me laughing and serve as my better angels. I hope to one day pay this all forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I met this young man and I feel the same way. I was just so inspired by him, and I'm so grateful for Santa Clara University that accepted you, brought you in, and is so proud to have you graduating from that institution here in the city of Santa Clara. So Kyron, could you bring all of your family up here, and so that we can
make some comments?
Afterwards, and so that we can take a picture first, and then I think some council members will have comments for you. So please join us up here first.
Yeah, yes. Get everybody in. Swivel. Yep. Sir, just this one. Yep. Yep, yep. One more and one more. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Wow. Prodigy. Karen Quasi, right? So, such a great achievement. And I want to congratulate you, and we are looking forward to your future achievements. I know we all looked at your past achievements, but I don't know what else you have to do. And I think our IT director was asking your contact information. And at the same time, like in addition to you, your family, who have given you all the space to grow like that, I would also like to compliment like institutions like SpaceX and Intel, which took basically exceptional out-of-the-box steps to make sure this thing happened. And also SU's contribution to make you what you are, basically. But at the end of the day, it's you who were the major part of this achievement. So congratulations, and wish you all the best. Stay in touch with this council, okay? Thank you.
That was an employment contact in that proclamation. All right. Director of anything you want over here in Santa Clara. Thank you so much to you and all your family for coming this evening. And we're sorry it was late, but it was a real honor to have you all here today. And we're going to watch you closely in the future. We're going to follow your progress and your success. So good luck and happy graduation. Thank you. Vice Mayor Park.
Again, congratulations. I think that what you've achieved so far is kind of enough. Like, I know there's a lot of family here. Now you've got a lot of the city looking to you. Councilmember Chahal wants to know what else you're going to do, but I'm saying, you know, no pressure. You kind of did it. But I do want to say congratulations. I'm so jealous that I don't even know what to say. Right, but it is one of these things that I hope that you can find other people who are young and give them kind of the opportunities that you had, that every place that you work, you remember how you got there, and you kind of ease the way. And for everyone else in the audience, it's not quite there yet. Maybe you haven't quite turned 9 or 10 yet. You know, gauntlet has been thrown down, challenge is there. But again, congratulations. I wish nothing but success and happiness for you and your family. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to say congratulations to you and wish you all the best, and hope you would go out and encourage others to be just like you, because you basically are why the future is worth fighting for. So I hope you spread that word to other people and get more people encouraged. So congratulations and best of luck.
Thank you. All right, go study now. It's past, it's getting late. You need to go to bed. Okay. Thank you all. Thank you so much. All right. So I'm so pleased we have wonderful special orders of business this evening. For our next item, the City of Santa Clara is honored to proclaim June 19th, 2023 as Juneteenth in Santa Clara. On January 1st, 1863, President Abraham Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation to end slavery in the United States. Even after President Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation, enslaved Black Americans in Texas remained illegally deprived of their freedom. On June 19, 1865, over 2 years after President Lincoln declared all enslaved persons free, Major General Gordon Granger of the Union Army marched to Galveston, Texas to enforce the Emancipation Proclamation and free the last enslaved Black Americans. The celebration of Juneteenth reminds us of the precious promises of freedom, equality, and opportunity in America, promises which must be extended to all individuals. Juneteenth, it is a day to recognize the power and resilience of Black Americans who have endured generations of oppression in the ongoing journey for equality. The city recognizes Juneteenth with the ongoing commitment to bring an end to racism and racial injustices in our community. We are honored this evening to have Mission College with us. Not the whole, but a big portion of Mission College is here. Before I introduce our guest speakers, I'd like to recognize Mission College President Dr. Seher Awan. If you'd like to stand so everyone can see you. Vice President of Student Services, Dr. Omar Murillo, he was.
He has a baby.
I understand that. Okay. So tonight we have a MOJA program at Mission College to accept our proclamation. The MOJA, I hope I'm saying it right, program supports disproportionately impacted students and empowers African American students through their work. I now invite both Roshwan Walter and Monica Sane from the MOJA program to share more with us. If you wouldn't mind coming to the podium, please. Thank you. You brought your own cheering section. All right. Can I borrow them? Welcome.
Yes, thank you, Mel Gilmore and everyone. We are honored to accept the Juneteenth proclamation on behalf of the Mission College Umoja community. I'm Roshan Walter, the Umoja coordinator and counselor over at Mission College. We have here one of our Umoja student ambassadors, Nasra Muhammad. We have here our lovely Umoja English faculty, Monica Sane. As mentioned, we have our lovely president, Dr. Sahira Wan. We also have our vice president of instruction, Lori Rank, and we also have our counseling faculty and Umoja elder, Yolanda Barnes, and we also have in the audience as well, Ivan Uwobahana, one of our Umoja student leaders, and Cecily Kingsley Williams, another one of our Umoja student leaders. So thank you all so much for being with us today, and again, allowing us to accept the Juneteenth proclamation. I just wanted to give us a little bit of insight about the Umoja Community Program. So first question is, what is Umoja, right? So Umoja is a Kiswahili word meaning unity. As Mayor Gilmore eloquently already highlighted, it is a community and critical resource dedicated to enhancing the cultural and educational experiences of African American as well as other students. Umoja actively serves and promotes student success for all students through a curriculum and pedagogy responsive to the legacy of the African and African American diasporas. Umoja is a statewide program with over 70 Umoja affiliated programs within the California Community College system, as well as some CSU and UC systems. Umoja has even expanded outside of California into Washington, now having 3 Umoja programs within Seattle colleges. I was actually a part of a Umoja community program back when I attended community college, which planted the burning desire inside of me to serve for other Umoja students. The Mission College Umoja community program was fortunate to have become an Umoja affiliated program back in spring 2021. Since then, the Mission College Umoja Community Program has recruited over 80 Umoja students, offered over 5 Umoja cohort courses, secured a Umoja village space for students to study, print, and most importantly, be in community. We also attended over 5 Umoja statewide opportunities, offered a variety of Umoja and African American History Month events. We successfully relaunched the Umoja Student Club. We hired 3 Umoja student ambassadors, and we connected students with a variety of academic support services and much more. In just this past winter and spring semester alone, we offered over 5 impactful Umoja events. We visited 5 universities from Northern California all the way to Southern California. 6 Umoja students were awarded scholarships, including Nazara. And we had our largest Umoja event with the Spring Umoja closing ceremony, where we honored all of our graduating, transferring, and continuing Umoja scholars. In future terms, we are also looking forward to take students to historical Black college university tours. In closing, from my end, I would like to acknowledge that none of these impactful opportunities would continue to be possible for our Umoja scholars without our dedicated Umoja team and their tireless efforts in supporting students not only inside of the classroom, but outside of the classroom as well. I would also like to give a special thank you to our college president, vice presidents, deans, as well as other Mission College community members for their efforts in continuing to make impactful opportunities and and resources accessible for our Umoja scholars. And at this point, I will go ahead and slide it over to Nazrul Muhammad.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Nestor Mohammed, and I am one of the Umoja Student Ambassadors, as well as the Umoja Club Vice President. As reflected on the slide, there are a variety of values, practices, and principles, and I would like to speak on the value of building community. Umoja is so special to me because of the sense of belonging it provides. It's about being a part of a community that cares about your well-being and genuinely wants to see you succeed. In Umoja, I found mentors that provided me with guidance, lifelong friendships, and a support system that is always there for me to lean on. In the past year, I have gotten the opportunity to tour a variety of University of California campuses and trips to Umoja conferences where I've met many successful Black professionals who have shattered racial barriers and achieved so much. This community I found has inspired me to dream bigger, work harder, and believe in my own true potential. Umoja has truly shown me the power of unity, and this community has inspired me to push myself and beyond my limits and strive for excellence. If there is one thing I've learned for being part of the Umoja community, it's to constantly seek out my community of other Black students throughout my academic journey, so we can support each other until we reach our goals together despite all of the odds against us. Go back to the next slide. Okay. As a result of all the great things that Mission College Umoja community has accomplished in the past 2 years, in fall 2022, the Mission College Umoja community has been awarded the Most Improved Umoja Program Award at the statewide Umoja Conference. Thank you.
That's going to be a tough act to follow, but I'll do my best. Next slide, please. So my name is Monica Sain. I'm Umoja English faculty at Mission College. So I'm going to talk a little bit about our Umoja classes. So the biggest question I often get is, what is special about Umoja classes? And Umoja classes focus on the African American history and experience in the United States. And also, the classes provide that sense of community that both Rashawn and Nasra discussed as well. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so as you can see, this slide is called From Shakespeare's Othello to Wakanda Forever. And that highlights basically the range of texts we discuss in the Umoja English classes. And most of all, it highlights the fact that the classes are culturally relevant to students. So one of my friends and I, we went to go see Wakanda Forever, which is quite the miracle since I'm one of those people who is woefully behind on movies, but we saw this one. And I noticed that there were a lot of rich themes in that movie. So for my 1AX class, I decided to incorporate discussion of that film in order to help students learn about the concept of a theme. So in addition to that, during our Umoja English 1B class, we discussed Shakespeare's Othello and connected it to the modern day United States and also students' own experiences as well. Okay, next slide, please. And oh, you know what? It looks like I was expecting a different slide, so I'll just talk off the cuff. There's one more thing I wanted to also mention that we focus on in Umoja English classes, and that's protest music. So that's a really important element of African American history and culture. And also I found that it's a good way to help students transition into traditional poetry. I'll tell you guys, almost every year when I talk to students in any of my classes and I bring up poetry, they get this look of terror on their faces. So poetry is of course very interesting, but sometimes people find it a bit difficult to connect to. But by easing into it, using protest music and connecting it to the African American tradition, I found that it is very, very helpful for students to understand. So anyway, I'm going to wrap it up, and I just wanted to also say thank you so much to Mission College leadership. Without them, we wouldn't have an Umoja program at all. And they are consistently supportive. They're consistently supportive of equity in general. And I also want to thank the mayor and the council for inviting us and for being so dedicated to Juneteenth and also, of course, equity. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for giving us an insight into your program. I think this is really great. It's amazing just for a couple years, all that you have accomplished. So thank you to Mission College for including this program as part of your curriculum. I think it's important to be supported in your college, and that's why Mission College is so special here in Santa Clara. So could you all please join us up here so we can present you with this proclamation? Everyone, please come forward here.
Good, all right, hold on. Thanks. Lori. Come on, Lori. Hang on, right? Lori, to the, yeah, there we go, perfect. We want to make sure we see everybody's faces. Oh, that's great. Here we go. Thank you, folks.
All right, Councilmember Chahal.
Oh, before you leave. Thank you for coming back. I appreciate that. So, history teaches us, like, we should learn from it, what mistakes were made in the past and how we can correct those things. And that's what Juneteenth stands for. And Moza, you gave us a pretty good lecture what it stands for, unity and connectivity among the nations and within the community. So great effort, and thank you to the Mission College, which is promoting this program within the college and being number one. You mentioned your connection to African diaspora, right? So we have a sister city organization over here, and we don't have any African sister cities. So I'll ask you to get in touch with our liaison, Councilmember Park, and explore opportunities to have a sister city organization from Africa, which we don't have one. So that's your homework for the next 6 months. Thank you again. I appreciate it. Yeah.
Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, first off, I have to say that I'm really proud that our city is celebrating Juneteenth. We basically learned this word, the word of emoja, back in a year ago. Was when myself, the mayor, and other council colleagues, maybe it was more than a year now, when we did the special message for Kwanzaa, and the city put out that special message, our special video of saying that. But I got to say, first, thank you all for coming, and two, that I am really impressed by Mission College. You guys have been stepping up your game since I went to college there almost over a decade ago. There is so much more diversity there now. There is so much more of a selection, and that's a great thing. And I'm so happy that every young student has the opportunity to go to Mission College and have this diversity of education, this selection. And I really appreciate that, and I can't wait to see what else you guys do.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I'm just so glad that we're living in California, that you have special Umoja classes focused on the Black experience and focused on protest music. I mean, it's sad to see what's happening in the rest of the country where they're banning poems by Amanda Gorman in schools. it's just terrible what's happening in the rest of the country. So I'm pleased that we have these programs here in our city and in California.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Park?
I want to say thank you for all that you do. I mean, I want to make a comment about diversity. Diversity's always been here, but now we're standing up, and I think that that's the important thing. The important thing is not that we're coming in, but we've been here, and now we're being heard. I give a lot of cards out. I get a lot of calls back, but not nearly enough, so I'm going to say if I don't get something, I may not cry, but I'll think about it. Thank you very much, and another opportunity just to clap for the organization. Thank you.
Okay, that's it. All right, thank you. Thank you all for coming. We appreciate it. So I'll just wait a second while they're walking out. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Good night. Thank you. Okay, for our last special order of business, the City of Santa Clara is proud to proclaim the month of June as Pride Month. Pride Month is a time dedicated to uplifting LGBTQIA voices, to celebrate the culture, and to support and advocate for diversity, equity, and inclusiveness, and the acceptance of all. As we see at the national level, issues continue to unfold surrounding legislation which attacks LGBTQ+ rights, transgender youth, gender-affirming care, and drag laws. It is critical that we remind ourselves that here in Santa Clara, we support the needs and rights of all individuals. During the city's first Pride flag raising, our representative at the time, Santa Clara County Supervisor Ken Yeager, helped Santa Clara raise the Pride flag at the inaugural event in 2017. And this Friday, June 9th, we invite the community to our 7th annual Pride flag raising at noon here at City Hall. Ken was the first openly gay elected official in Santa Clara County and now serves as the executive director for the nonprofit Baymet Community Foundation. His foundation produced the documentary Queer Silicon Valley, memorializing the work of a generation of activists in the area. It is my distinct honor to introduce Ken Yeager and invite Ken to the podium to speak to us. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Gilmore. Those were beautiful words. Thank you. You really captured what is going on in the country and the violence that is aimed towards LGBTQ people. But in California, Santa Clara County, we're not like that. We accept everybody, and just being here and listening to the two presentations before me, you realize diversity is our strength, and we love and welcome everybody, so I appreciate those words. And yes, I remember our flag raising for the very first time, and this one's going to be just as great with Woo Monroe.
I can't wait, yeah.
Being there as well. If I may, I'll just speak a little bit about what the Baymet Community Foundation is. Maybe the
We have
next
your
slide.
slides up, yes.
There you go. In 1984, Wiggsy Severson and I founded BAMEC, Bay Area Municipal Elections Committee, to support candidates that were in support of our community. And what we did many years later, in 2013, created a foundation. Many people wanted to give to a foundation, not doing political work, but community work, and so we were able to do that. Part of what we've been focusing in on is the preserving and presenting LGBTQ history of Silicon Valley, which is really quite enormous. We have a timeline on our webpage with over 250 entries, with videos, with profiles, you name it, we have it. And so the three parts that are involved in this is our webpage. We had a coming out museum that was at History San Jose for a year, and now it's a traveling exhibit, and I'll show you a couple of pictures in a second. And then, as you mentioned, there's the documentary. You can see it on YouTube, but it's also playing on KQED on the 15th of June. Next. So just briefly about the website. There's sort of three main categories: the history of HIV/AIDS in the county, politics and activism, and culture and community. We have 13 different pages. Just on some of them, we have all the Pride celebrations, all the organizations, LGBTQ in tech, marriage equality, the trans community, Latinx, the Pride flags, gay press, crime, the bars and clubs that we have in Santa Clara County. Next. And then we have the museum exhibit, and this is just a photo of one of the items that was there, talking about, claiming a seat at the table, personal experiences of our culturally diverse community, and again, all of the history that we have here. Next. And so we've changed it now when the exhibit closed to a traveling exhibit. And as you know, Mayor, we were welcomed at the Santa Clara Main Library. And so this is the exhibit that we had there in December. And Councilmember Becker was kind enough to come over and say hello. And just one report that maybe some of the library staff was maybe a little nervous because of the exhibit, but they were just so pleased that there was no criticism. Everybody was very happy, and people learned a lot about what was going on here. So that was great. And then next, just last, this is the film. 22 people give short little testimonies about their lives. And you can, like I said, you can see it on YouTube or Channel 9 coming up on the 15th. And so what we're doing as we go forward, we want to create a permanent museum where everybody can come, and we're continuing to conduct oral histories and then more digitalization of all of the items related to our movement down here in Santa Clara County. I think we have a very rich history that most people don't know about it, and part of the reason why we're doing this is so younger queer people realize that there's a place for them here where they can work and improve their lives and the lives of their friends as well. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Ken, for serving Santa Clara as our supervisor for, was it 8 years, 12 years?
12 years.
12 years. We appreciate that. If you could join us for a photo, then we have council members that would like to speak as well.
Great.
So thank you.
Awesome. One more. Thanks.
All right, Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to the City of Santa Clara for celebrating this pride flag raising on a regular basis, and thank you for city staff for putting this together as well for tonight's accommodation. First, I want to really thank Ken Yeager, former Supervisor Ken Yeager. I also want to thank former City Council member Jamie McLeod, who used to sit right over there in 2008, which is the first person I met out in that lobby over there, and decided maybe there is a chance for somebody like me to be in political office. Maybe there is a chance for people who are LGBTQ to have chances in higher office. Ken Yeager locally was basically our Harvey Milk. Most of you, if you don't know who Harvey Milk was, he was a supervisor up in the city of San Francisco, and he was slain in November of 1979 by Dan White with the Twinkie defense. Since then, Ken Yeager and many others, including Jamie McLeod, have fought for our rights, have fought for, basically, for me to be where I'm at today, for people of this community to feel safe. Before that, I'll be honest with you, I lived in the Valley for a short period of time, and I went to the high school out there. It wasn't friendly, especially to people like me or anybody from the spectrum of the LGBTQ community. I felt at home here in the Bay, and that's why I came back home to my city of Santa Clara, where I was born. But if we look at basically the climate that we're living in right now, the temperature of our country, we're talking banning books, we're talking banning trans athletes, we're talking it's basically banning me for being me. When I hear things that are being said by a governor down in Florida and telling us don't say gay or other things, I mean, it's basically, I have major concerns that, we're violating human rights, we're violating civil rights, and we're violating the rights of minorities. But, lately I've also noticed, because a lot what's been going on in this world, you see it in videos, maybe on social media, where people are tearing down pride displays in Target or Walmart and pushing back on this. This is nothing new. This is something that Ken Yeager and many others had to deal with decades ago. But guess what? It's been reinforced because somebody was elected in 2016 that decided we didn't have to have a filter on our mouth anymore and we could say anything hateful we want. So it gets to this, is we're back to almost backwards thinking. And it just means that the LGBT community cannot let up. Lately, there has been much homophobia and hate within our own community. I have witnessed it, and I have also experienced it. We have to be careful also of our allies that basically turn against the LGBTQ community. And how do we stop that? Is we keep in contact with our allies, encourage them to continue to support for us and continue to fight for us. As I said, the despicable things that are being said by not only the governor of Florida, but many other individuals in national government makes me worry that one day myself, my husband, and many others that are LGBTQ plus or even trans may not have a safe place one day, especially if we elect somebody from the state of Florida or the guy who was president 4 years ago. So, as I said, we have so much more work to do in this community. And what do we have to do? We have to continue to fight for trans rights in every LGBTQ community member, as well as we have to focus on providing more solutions for drug addiction, which is a major issue within our community, as well as depression and mental illness. So these are things that we still have a lot of work to do on. And the thing is that we aren't here to, as a lot of what I call the Fox News channel calls, indoctrinating your children. We aren't here to indoctrinate your children. We're here to make sure that your children understand that there's a future for everybody and a place for everybody, not a place for hate or tyranny. And that's why I'm here what I do, and I think that's why Ken Yeager was here in the very past too. And I thank Ken, Jamie, and every elected, including Harvey Milk, every elected official before me who has fought for LGBTQ rights, because if it wasn't for you all, I wouldn't be here today where I'm at, and I wouldn't be able to marry the one who I love.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy?
I just wanted to say that I am out of state, and I found out that I will not be able to go to the flag raising this year because that is exactly when I'll be in the air. So I wanted you to know that this is the first time I've missed since I've been elected, and I hope you have a wonderful time. Sorry, I will not be there this year.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane?
Yeah, Ken, I just wanted to really thank you for creating that Queer Silicon Valley Coming Out posters that were exhibited in the Santa Clara Library. I went to view them and I thought they were very well done and I learned a lot. There was quite a bit of eye-opening stuff there. And I just want to appreciate that you created that, the foundation created that, and were able to travel it around and get more people exposed to it. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you, Mayor. Supervisor Ken Yeager, fighting adversity, only few people do that. And I think you are an example of that. You fought the adversity and brought forward the ideas and into the main community to raise awareness about these things, about diversity, equality, and that's what this community needs, basically. We all are different, and it doesn't matter. Like, we all are different, but we all have to live together in a very peaceful way. And you set examples for a person like our council member Becker to fight adversity, and you are a living example for so many of others. Thank you for doing that. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Park.
Yes, I wanted to once again thank Ken Yeager. Actually, thank everyone in the room and everyone out there. It's another community that's always been here, but now we're standing up. And I think that with representation at the local, state, county, federal level, it's just amazing that we still have to fight to prevent the slide back into darker insensibilities. I think the people that are leading that charge are the ones that are saying that we need to show love is what we show to other people, especially if they're different. And I think that by showing how they love, it clearly shows that love is not the thing that they're looking for. But again, I want to congratulate everyone, not just for sticking it through and coming to the point where you have created the focal points so that other people can follow you. Like, we've got people on council right here that have followed the lead, and you've made a difference. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Ken, we look forward to seeing you for our 7th annual flag raising. Can you believe it's 7 years? 7th annual flag raising here in Santa Clara. We expect you every year. So thank you, and we look forward to seeing you on Friday. Thank you for coming this evening. We appreciate it. All right, we're going to move back on to the agenda. We have continuances, exceptions, and reconsiderations. One item I'm going to move up is item number 11. I'm going to move it up to after consent calendar. So city staff, city manager, do you have any items, continuances? Is there any items for continuances, exceptions, or reconsiderations? If so, please come forward. Welcome.
Evening. My name is Dana Caldwell. I'm the Vice Chairman of the Parks and Rec Commission in the City of Santa Clara. I'm here tonight to request a reconsideration and reappoint Bert Field to the Parks and Rec Commission. 2 weeks ago, Bert was voted out for no credible reason. Your actions were nothing more than a choreographed execution and a vendetta against Bert because he voices opinions regarding the actions of many of you since you have been in office. Just because he's a commissioner, he, as well as all commissioners, don't give up their right to free speech and their opinions. We're all residents of Santa Clara, and you represent us, something I think that many of you have forgotten. Based on your actions of 2 weeks ago, it's now safe to assume that any commissioner who speaks out against you or does not align with you will not be reappointed, no matter how well they've done their job. I've known Bert for many years. He's a man of integrity and cares deeply about his community. All you have to do is look at his track record of community involvement. Bert is one of the reasons I'm a commissioner. He had encouraged me for a few years to get involved in our community. I'm happy to say that I finally listened and applied to be a commissioner and was appointed 2 years ago. As a 43-year resident of Santa Clara, I also care deeply about our city. I've spoken out on several issues that I don't agree with. I'm guessing that next year when I'm up for reappointment that I will face the same fate as Bert. We all watched 2 weeks ago as a motion was made to reject Bert with no explanation as to why. It did not receive a second. It then went to a vote, and amazingly was a 3-3 tie with one council member abstaining, again without any explanation. I wonder if you all think we were blind and couldn't see what was going on. We all know exactly what was happening. At the very least, you all owe all of us a credible explanation as to why Bert was not reappointed. I doubt we'll get it because you don't have one. Being a leader isn't easy. It requires thick skin, the ability to hear all sides and to work to a consensus and accept criticism. Being a leader is not dismissing the opinions of others and only listening to those who attempt to wield the most power and influence. Everyone talks about the importance of free speech. It's very easy to tell us how you all support free speech until someone says something you don't agree with. Your reaction to hearing someone say something you don't agree with speaks volumes to your ethical and moral compass. Again, I'm making a request for reconsideration on the appointment of Burt Field to the Parks and Rec Commission. You all have an opportunity to right an egregious wrong and do the right thing. I urge all of you to be leaders tonight.
Thank you. City Attorney? Please. Thank you. I need to hear this. City Attorney, could you tell us who on the council is eligible to make a motion if we want this reconsidered? It's a little bit, difficult because there was no prevailing side.
That's right. Fair question, Madam Mayor. The vote was 3-3-1, which in effect was no action taken, with the outcome of that being Mr. Field not being, reappointed to the position. The city policy on reconsideration doesn't specifically take up this issue, but in my view, since there's technically no outright obvious prevailing party, the best way to interpret the policy is to allow any council member to decide whether or not to move for reconsideration, and that'd be my advice, Madam Mayor, to the group.
Thank you very much. Is there a council member that would like to make a motion to reconsider? Anybody? Oh, I'm sorry, Kathy Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor.
I'm used to people shouting out, so I'm not used to someone following the rules. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Dana Caldwell, for bringing this reconsideration forward. I wholeheartedly agree with everything that you said, and the what was just done to Burt without any reason, any explanation. So I think the right thing to do is to make a motion to reappoint Burt Field.
It's a motion to reconsider.
Reconsider, I'm sorry. I'm making a motion then to reconsider Burt's appointment to the Parks and Recreation Commission.
Is there a second? I'll second it. So there's a motion and a second to reconsider. And the reconsider, City Attorney, you want to explain what that means?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. An act to reconsider this item would have the effect of directing staff to bring the item back to a future agenda for council to then act again with respect to the proposed reappointment of Mr. Field.
Okay, thank you. I have members of the public that have asked to speak on this. Mateo, do I have Mateo? Is Mateo online? We're here. Oh, please come forward. Are you Marissa too? Oh, very good. So 2 for 1. Very good. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you for having us.
Thanks.
Thank you to Mr. Field for what he's done for my son, Mateo. We came here 8 or 9 years ago this August from Southern California. And at first, we had a very difficult time transitioning to the lifestyle up here. But immediately, Mateo got involved with youth soccer, wrestling, football, baseball. And through that, he then met Burt and became what kind of soccer person, referee?
Yes, one of his certified. After I met Burt, it took a while, it took a little bit, but then after that, I became one of his certified referees for USSF, and I'm doing a lot of his club games now.
Nice, yeah. So we were questioning why was he let go without reason, because to me, he was an excellent and is an excellent mentor to my son. It's him and I, there's no father figure here. So when a man can really step up and guide my son to do the right thing or follow the right way or be 14 and graduate from Santa Clara University or attend Mission College and just finish his first year there. I wanted to know why. And so I feel honored that there is a reconsideration for him to come back into Parks and Rec because he's done nothing but good for my son.
Well, thank you, and thank you both for coming this evening. Yes, you have time, so if you'd like to.
Yeah. I am very appreciative that he is being reconsidered. Like my mom said, he's done nothing but mentor me, and I wouldn't be one of the referees that I am now if it weren't for him. So I thank you guys for reconsidering him.
Well, to be fair, it hasn't happened yet. We just have a motion and a second. It hasn't been voted on yet, so.
Helpful.
Positive that the reconsideration will be positive.
All right, well, thank you. And thank you both for coming and waiting so long today. We yeah, me too, but yeah, okay. Thank you. All right. Okay. Kirk, we have Kirk next. Kirk? Fortan? Any other Kirks in the house?
My bad. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm glad you decided to bring this up. I didn't realize that was happening tonight. I'm glad it is. I think that you absolutely should reconsider this or vote to have it reconsidered so it can come back to staff. The reason I've heard in the past that Councilmember Becker used was some free speech issues on a website. And those same words were uttered at me because I was telling in a program that I did with Dr. Tom Shanks that he was behaving poorly at a council meeting, attacking me personally and calling me some various things. And his rebuttal to that was free speech. He actually mouthed it at me twice. Free speech, free speech. And as far as I know, and what all I've heard, and I've been to, I think, every meeting where this has come up, I've seen Councilmember Becker lead this charge and unfortunately get 2 other council members to support him in this charge. And the only reason I've heard is because of that post on a website, which is fairly innocuous and taken out of context. But even so, it's free speech. And to hear then the same council member accuse others of condemning him because of his free speech is complete hypocrisy. And I hope that the rest of this council sees this and holds Councilmember Becker accountable for those actions. And I would ask that Councilmember Shahal also consider voting on this and not just abstaining so you can actually take action to move this forward. At the very least, move it back to staff so we can come before and have a more robust discussion. Thanks so much.
Thank you. No, please. Is there anyone else that wants to speak? If so, please you can line up and come forward. Thank you. You can just queue up. Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Nick Selby. I'm actually a resident of Burlingame. I've known Bert for 12 years, worked together with him as a soccer referee and as a water polo referee. And I've known Bert through many administrative situations. I think any city in America, which is to say every city in America, could be exceptionally proud to have a person of the caliber of Bert Field on their Parks and Recreation Commission. An extraordinary person, a person in my experience, I was an attorney for almost 45 years, person of exceptional integrity, earnestness, and love and concern for other people. And the contribution that I've seen Bert Field make to the youth of the city is unbelievable. What an amazing, amazing person. And it's a real pleasure for me to be here tonight on a night where you have recognized such extraordinary persons such as Chiron, representatives of the Umoja program, former supervisor. It's a real pleasure and honor to recognize the person of exceptional quality such as Bert Field. And I do urge you to reconsider your decision and continue Bert as a member of your commission. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. No, let's, okay. Please, can we stop in case there's others that feel uncomfortable? Just hold your applause. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yes, welcome.
Hi, everyone. Nancy Biagini. I am a planning commissioner, but tonight I'm speaking on my own, not as a member of the commission. I want to make that clear. It's really a sad evening for me to see the politics. I don't know what else to call it. I recognize that some of you may not be happy about the positions that Burt Fields has taken outside of Parks and Rec. But when it comes to Parks and Rec and his job as a commissioner, I don't think there was anyone in this room that could be as well-spoken as Mateo and his mother. That's the kind of qualifications of somebody you want on a Parks and Rec commission. Please, this is an opportunity. Take the politics out of it. We don't always agree, and that's okay. But when we don't agree with something a person takes, a position they take, on something that has nothing to do with the Parks and Rec Commission, and use that, because I'm sorry, without an explanation, I have no other reason to believe it's any other reason. And I know you're all good people up there. It's your opportunity to take the politics out and do the right thing for people like Mateo, and he's one of hundreds. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, thank you. Please come forward. Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Dennis Azevedo. I'm a Santa Clara resident. I met Burt 15 years ago on the baseball field. I'm a member of the West Coast Fantasy Baseball League. There's a large contingent of us here tonight in support of Burt's. We love him. He's a cherished member of our baseball family. But as a Santa Clara resident, I find it disconcerting that a member of our community that would dedicate his time and energy to make this city better for all of us would be treated this way. His efforts should be celebrated and not condemned. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please come forward. Welcome.
Madam Mayor, Council, my name is Jonathan Tiemann. I'm actually a resident of San Mateo County. But we've heard earlier this evening, or actually just a few minutes ago, about the importance of having a thick skin as a qualification for leadership. And it occurs to me as I listen to this and as I think about this matter that we're discussing, that part of that leadership is to understand that differences of opinion don't diminish our communities, they strengthen them. And when members of our community express their opinions, even if we don't like them, we should consider their contributions to the community in the areas in which they really have their focused attention. And I think that I agree with the previous speakers that Mr. Field has made an exceptional contribution. I've experienced it in the same fashion as Mr. Azevedo. We know each other through the same way. And so I appreciate the council's spending time to consider this matter and taking up a motion to reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
All right.
Hello.
My name's John Justin. I'm here to speak on behalf of Burt. I've known him for over 10 years. And I noticed also that you recognize Ken Yeager. And what most people don't realize, what made Ken Yeager great is he was able to not burn bridges, but he was able to build bridges. I was the former owner of Time Deli, Time Market on Bascom Avenue, and he was my council person, and that's where he started. And he, although we didn't agree with each other politically, he did care about the neighborhood, but he didn't stop hearing what my inputs were, even though we didn't necessarily agree. And over the years, we became good friends. So I would encourage the council to take the politics out of it when you have an upstanding citizen like Burt Field that's working on the behalf of the city and the amazing programs and mentorships that he's done to the sports community. It was a shock for me to hear that he was removed from the commission, and my only thought was it was politics, because nobody ever would do that. And that's something that everybody on the council should consider, to get that politics out of it and be an upstanding politician like Ken Yeager was, if you really want to be a real leader. All right?
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. My name's Kim Rupert. I'm also from San Mateo County, and I know Bert through baseball. He umpires my games, and I umpire for his associations in softball and water polo. Bert's the epitome of dedication and integrity, and it would be unbelievable why he would not be reappointed to this position. He's guided me, as others have said, they've guided them, and there's nobody finer for this position than Bert, for his guidance and his generosity of spirit, and again, dedication to everybody in the community in terms of sports and recreation. So I urge you to reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name's Edward Strine, and I just want to say that I know you guys know my feelings on politics. I've sent you numerous emails, and I've posted stuff on your site and Kathy's site for a long time now. But I just want to say that if you want people to be treated equally, you have to do the same thing. You can't treat other people unequal and expect to be treated equal. I mean, that's hypocrisy. It's just ridiculous. What you do is your business, what I do is my business. But yeah, you got to take the politics out of this. This guy's willing to go and spend time helping other people, spend time away from his family to do this, and to do it because you just don't like his opinion is ridiculous. That's why our world's upside down right now. We have no justice in our country. And I hope someday we will again. And I just recently heard about Tara Reid. She accused Biden of sexual assault, but now she's escaped to Russia. I mean, we're now at a point where in our own country, people are escaping to Russia because of their political beliefs. Or, I mean, she was a Democrat, but because of what she accused Biden of, she feels her life is threatened. It's just crazy what's going on in our world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hi. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Russ Hernandez. I'm a resident for about 35 years now in Santa Clara. First of all, I want to thank you guys for reconsidering putting Bert back on the agenda for next month. First of all, what brings us all together, most of us here today, were to support Bert, okay? I've known Bert for almost 20 years, and what brought us together is sport. And it's people like Bert that brings the dads, the kids together. And there's a lot of other Mateos in Santa Clara that he's touched through sport. He dedicates his life to soccer, water polo, baseball. And if it wasn't for sport, a lot of these people wouldn't have the connection we have here tonight. I don't know a lot of the people here, but we're all here for the same thing, to support Bert and hope that he can get reinstated in his spot on the commission. I want to thank Bert for all his time and dedication. It takes a lot of work that he does, and he's a special person to do that for as long as he has. It takes a lot of that away from his time of his family. Like the other guy said, it's a job nobody really wants, and nobody appreciates it until it's gone. You should be thanking him for what he does instead of disciplining him. And just because he's outspoken, he's a passionate guy. That's the way he is. He's a Santa Clara guy for 60 years. And I wouldn't have it any other way. We would have probably lost that soccer park if it wasn't for Bert and people like Bert, willing to stick up for the Santa Clara residents. And, you know, that's what we expect from Santa Clara residents, to stick up for your kids and your community. So thanks, Bert, for all your hard work.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Soraya Civido, and I know him, of course, Bert, through my husband. We talk about equality, you as a gay, as a community, but you are not capable, and the ones that are not here, to put politics away and look at the families that he had impact so positively. So thank you for the two of you for reconsidering, and I hope that politics stay away and reinstate him, because he's a very, very valuable member of my community. I've been here 34 years in Santa Clara, and I respect him dearly. So please put politics away and do the right thing. Shame on you guys that put him out of here in the first place 2 weeks ago. Shame, 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 shame on everybody of you. Shame and respect. You need to respect. You need to respect a good human being. Always respect you as a gay. Everybody here, we all have respect, and we have our life, and we have the right to speak out of our work and be respected and not being taken into work and then being fired. Shame on you all that got him out, and reinstate him as a member and as a person that lives in Santa Clara and pay my taxes. I want him reinstated, period.
Thank you. Okay, all right. Let's keep it down, please. Please. Come forward, please. Sorry. Welcome. Welcome.
I'm in the minority here. I've known Bert for over 3 decades myself. I'm going to take up a lot of your time. You got it right the first time. Do it again.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yes, please come forward.
Yes, my name is Mark Strick. Known Bert for over 25 years. First time I've been to a council meeting. And I think what I'm seeing is I'm seeing the U.S. in this room. I mean, I'm seeing far left, seeing far right. And what I don't see amongst this council here is communication. I see griping and just bickering. That's all I see. You have that opportunity. I mean, you're here for a reason. Santa Clara is one of the shining examples in California, and there's not a lot shining right now in California. And you guys should be that. You shouldn't be indicted to be put in jail. You shouldn't be bickering amongst each other. And you've got somebody here that is, his only reason to do it is to do it for his people here in Santa Clara, period. And I'm waiting, why can't you vote? I mean, you have that right. Just to stand up and not vote is another reason to not be up there. So take that into consideration. This man's been here for 25 years. I've been here a very long time in this man's district. And I think tonight's the first night that I've actually wanted to run for a council, because there's people up here that need to be replaced.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Please. Thank you.
So thank you for the reconsideration. My God, do your job, people. Do your job. I mean, that's what we want you here for. So do it. It's embarrassing. And I really love this city.
Thank you. Thank you. Please come forward. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Tom Tomont. I actually don't live in Santa Clara, and I'm another supporter of Bert. But I'm not going to go over all the details everybody has talked about. I'm really kind of confused that this is a volunteer position, and I personally know from my outside experience of doing volunteer work and working with youth and that, similar to that, it's difficult to find people who will do volunteer work. So either you guys have a really large list that you have available to replace this position, or you're crazy. Because somebody like this who is willing to take his personal time to do this kind of work is hard to find. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
So my name is Tom Tomei. I'm a Santa Clara County resident. I was born in Iran. Iran is a dictatorship. Let's not implement that here in Santa Clara, USA. Bert is a good guy. He helps everyone with sports. He's been helping youth. I've known him for many years. And for political reason, he should not be put aside. And you know who I'm talking to, the 3 who voted him out and the one that didn't vote at all. You need to take a stand and make it 4-3. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Please come forward.
Well,
Welcome.
I may surprise you. I'm not going to speak for myself. I've actually got a message from my friend Tino in Arizona.
Oh, Tino.
And first off, I don't know why. I don't know why I was removed. Okay, first off, I mean, it was just a shocking moment in my life. But Tino wrote this evening. This council's action sends an appalling and disgraceful message to our residents. It says, volunteer at your own risk. Be willing to forego holding council members accountable for their actions. Keep your opinions to yourself. Don't oppose a majority opinion or pay the price. Play nice in the sandbox. I have nothing more to say except for I would love to be a Parks and Rec commissioner again, but if I don't, if I have to walk out, I want to see a council member who's been held up for perjury walk off with me. That's what I'm willing to do right now tonight.
Thank you. Okay. Please stop now. Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? If so, please come forward. Do we have anyone online? Oh, okay. Please come forward. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Matt Hines. I'm a Santa Clara resident. I'm also in the soccer league with Bert. And Bert's been an amazing volunteer. I've known him for over 20 years. If you choose to not renew him for whatever reason, please give the reason. And the ready, fire, aim thing that you three discussed last time, you know that that was a euphemism that he was using. So please do not use that as your excuse when you actually give a reason for why you are choosing to do this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. All right. So we have a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any council member that would like to speak on this issue? Vice Mayor Park?
I would like to ask the city attorney for his guidance on possibly giving reasons or not giving reasons. And I think that everyone here, I mean, I've talked to a number of people and I've had personal meetings with them. Everyone says Bert has had a tremendous effect on the city. I don't know who Bert Field is other than I've seen, him since I've been on council. I don't know who he is. I've done searches. I've talked to people. And I think that everyone here that says, well, this is political, I'm going to say I'm not doing this for political reasons, but I'd like to, and you don't have to agree with that. And you should show the same grace that you're asking when people disagree with your with your ideas as well. But I would like to ask the city attorney on a little bit of guidance for reasons.
City attorney, do you understand the question?
I think I do, Madam Mayor, but I want to remind council to the extent that this item isn't on the agenda, the decision in front of you really is to whether or not to reevaluate your early decision and to act differently than you might have acted in the first place, take a different vote. And so I don't want to get too much into standards and issues and the nature of the action. If in fact a majority of you decide to move this forward, we can certainly, that would be more appropriate to do at the next meeting. That there was information in the staff report that you may recall about that, and I'd be happy to go over that if the council so desires at that future meeting. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy?
Yes, based on what has been said by our attorney, I will just say that what we are looking at is a reinstatement on the Parks and Rec as a commissioner. We are not looking at someone's ability to mentor or to work with youth or any sports. That's not what we're looking at. We're looking at the ability to be a commissioner. And when I looked through the records, there were many times that then Commissioner Field had to recuse themselves, and that for conflicts, and that worried me.
All right. No, please. She has a right to her opinion. That's her opinion. All right. Is there any other council member that would like to say anything? Councilmember Watanabe?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I thank you for saying that about, or that comment, excuse me, that was just made about the recusing. shows he has integrity. If you're recusing yourself, it means that you know that you have a conflict and you're recusing yourself, not because you've done something wrong. It shows that you have integrity and you have morals and you know that you need to step aside. And that's all I'll say. Thank you.
Thank you. So I guess I don't see any other council members that are going to speak. I'm going to advocate for the motion. I think that Bert has been an excellent Parks Commissioner, and I don't understand why he was thrown off except for political vendettas on this council, which I talked about earlier, the police chief, the city clerk, Bert as a Parks and Recreation Commissioner attacking public members. I think it's all in line with what's happening, and I would love this council to prove me wrong and talk about reinstating Bert. I think that the fact that there were so many people here this evening to testify on his behalf about his honesty, his integrity, his community involvement, and other things shows that there is a reason to revisit this for the decision that was made to revisit it. People, are busy and they're coming. It's almost 10 o'clock at night. Many have been here since 6 p.m. Waiting to have their say in front of the city council to testify for someone that they believe in, someone who's been a part of our community for all these years, and for the council to not give reasons or be so disrespectful to a commissioner. It's a volunteer position, a volunteer. He's put in hours and hours and hours and hours of his own time, and he does it anyway. Even if he's not, he's still going to do it because that's who he is. But to talk about, his character and I'm sorry, Councilmember Hardy, that doesn't matter. He's a mentor to youth or involved in the community. That doesn't matter. It's a commissioner. That makes no sense whatsoever. So I'm going to say that he deserves to be at least discussed, bring it back for discussion, because it was really a wrong decision. I can't even remember throwing a commissioner off, especially for no reason, where the council doesn't even want to say why, because they know it's wrong. They know it's wrong, so they keep their mouth shut. It's wrong. We cannot do this to our volunteers and our community members. I've had 2 commissioners so far call me and say, am I going to be next? I've said some bad things about the city council members. Am I going to be next? I said, well, let's hope not. I couldn't say, well, I'm not sure. We'll see when they come up for reinstatement. I think like one of them mentioned tonight. It's just wrong. There are many commissioners I don't agree with that don't like me at all. It doesn't matter. I support that they're volunteering for the city. I appreciate that they're volunteering for a city. This is a volunteer job. So who's next? I can't wait to see who's on the list if we don't reconsider this, because someone definitely will be next. So please, council, please, let's revisit this and give this man another chance, or at least give him an explanation of something he's done wrong as a commissioner, because I've not heard of a single thing that he's done wrong, only good things that he's done as a commissioner. So I ask that you really reconsider that and vote on the issue. Everybody vote. And please give our volunteer due consideration. Thank you. I don't see any other lights, so City Clerk, roll call vote, please. Motion to reconsider by Councilmember Watanabe, seconded by me.
Councilmember Watanabe. Yes. Councilmember Shahal.
I'll abstain.
Oh, now, please.
Councilmember Hardy.
No.
Vice Mayor Park.
No.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
No.
Councilmember Gilmore. Mayor
Yes.
Gilmore, sorry.
So what's the vote?
3-3-1.
3-3-1, same vote. So no reconsideration. Okay, that's enough. Thank you. I'm sorry, Commissioner, former Commissioner Field. No, please. I'm going to take a break for 5 minutes. Break for 5 minutes. We're on the first item on the agenda, and we're going to stop around midnight, so let's get moving. All right, the next item we have is the consent calendar. All items are approved with one motion. I want to state for the record, I'll be abstaining on item 3K, which is the Morris Mansion, which is located within 500 feet of property that I own. So do I have a motion, or do other members of the council want to pull any items from the consent calendar?
Sure, Mayor. I will make a motion to approve the consent calendar unless anyone has anything to
My
pull.
hand is raised.
I'll get to you. Okay. All right, Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes.
Wait, we have a motion. Is there a second? Did you make a motion for the consent calendar? Yes. Okay.
I will second it.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Watanabe, is there an item you want to pull?
Yes, Mayor. I wanted to pull item 3I, please.
3I, and that item, can you read the item,
Yes,
please?
of course. It's the action to authorize the city manager to negotiate, execute, and administer an agreement with the city of Cupertino for the Cupertino-Santa Clara Joint On-Demand Shuttle Service Project and approval of a related budget amendment.
Thank you for that. All right, Councilmember Chahal?
Mayor, I want to pick the same item,
Oh,
3I.
okay. All right. So is there any member of the public that would like to pull any items from the consent calendar? Seeing none, we have a motion and a second for the balance of the consent calendar, noting my abstention on 3K and item 3I pulled.
Madam Mayor?
Oh, yes, City Attorney.
I thought that there was potential recusal for you on item 3L as well, given the location of that. Thought it was 3K and 3L. Minor matter, but proximity of real estate again.
Where is that? Oh, the car shop? Oh, okay. I'll abstain on 3L too.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor.
I didn't get that. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. That must be close to my real estate office in the Franklin Mall.
That's
Is
right,
that
Mayor.
why?
Minor
It seems
enough.
like that's farther away, but okay.
Yeah.
I'll just, out of caution, I'm going to abstain.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate that.
Thank you. 3I and 3L. So balance of the consent calendar, for all the consent calendar except for 3I. So we have a motion by Councilmember Becker, second by Councilmember Hardy. And when you're ready, City Clerk.
Councilmember, Board Member Watanabe?
Yes.
Councilmember, Board Member Shahal?
Yes.
Councilmember, Board Member Hardy?
Yes.
Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Park?
Yes.
Councilmember, Board Member Jane?
Yes.
Councilmember, Board Member Becker?
Yes.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore?
Yes. And that passes unanimously. Okay, the next item is the item I pulled up, which is item number 11, written petition. Action on a written petition submitted by Howard Myers requesting to place an agenda item on a future council meeting to request that Councilmember Becker resign from the city council. You don't look like Howard, but come forward.
Yes, Howard cannot be here tonight, so he asked me to read what he wrote, which I'd be more than happy to do. He says it can be done in less than 2 minutes. Okay, whatever. I would point out the problem caused by the influence of the 49ers on Santa Clara that led to the report by the grand jury and subsequent charges filed against Anthony Becker. And the results of this in the news has been to make Santa Clara a laughingstock locally and statewide. You would expect a person dedicated to serving the people of Santa Clara would step down to save our city continuing embarrassment. In case it didn't occur to Mr. Becker to step down, numerous citizens have asked him to step down. That didn't work. So I'm now asking the City Council to formally request Mr. Becker to step down so the City and City Council can be less distracted by the legal process that are about to begin. As long as Mr. Becker is a sitting council member, that will be a major part of any news story. He could spare us, the citizens, from asking him to do this. That has not worked. Therefore, I'm imploring the City Council to ask him to spare us this distasteful distraction. That's it.
Thank you. Just a reminder, this is a 030 policy, so this is an action to put an item on a future agenda, correct, City Attorney? Okay. All right. So next we have, I guess we can go with Councilmember Becker, followed by Watanabe, and then public.
And Mayor, if I might just remind, consistent with what you just pointed about about this being an item that would be posted on a future agenda, under the policy itself, discussion should be limited to whether or not to put the item on a future agenda and not the substantive nature of the item. So if I could remind council members to limit their comments to that.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. For this item, I will be abstaining.
All right. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to go ahead then and make a motion to agendize this item for a future council meeting.
Thank you. I'll second that. All right. Kirk, go ahead. Is that on?
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Here, and we're trying to do the right.
Oops. Can you go back a slide? It's not playing.
Nora, can you restart the time?
But you and Mr. Shanks over here like to go and tell the public that things are going wrong and that we're doing the wrong thing.
Okay,
and frankly, that's libel.
So at the very beginning, we don't have to go back. Councilmember Becker is telling the public that, quote, we're all ethical up here. In this particular video, you're going to see Councilmember Becker at a party with another council member that was just nominated. If you could hit that play, please. I don't think mine's working.
So, how's it feel, Councilmember Jane?
She's very involved everywhere.
Excellent.
I look forward to your talk. You know, you have a lot of things on it.
Oh, sorry.
So what's happening right there, that's reporter Carolyn Shuck from the Santa Clara Weekly waving off, don't put me on camera, it looks like, and it seems like Councilmember Becker was agreeing to that or understood that. These are direct quotes from Councilmember Becker's rebuttal to the grand jury report. It's saying the grand jury assumes the council is not acting in the city's best interest or ethically. That's a pretty good assumption. The next one shows that implies Mayor Gilmore has pre-leaked the report to stand up for Santa Clara. Seems like to be lacking proof. And then we'll just jump on to the next one. I have a repeat. This particular quote is off of Twitter. Grand jury makes false assumptions about governance and transparency. Next one, same thing. Doesn't give any entity anything special. Represents Santa Clara and no one else. And then accuses Gilmore of lying to win. Well, these all seem to be things that Anthony Becker has done. And so, since I don't have time because of this malfunction, Becker needs to go. And like I said before, I don't take that lightly, and I say it with respect to the rest of the council members. You need to take action.
Thank you. Brian, is Brian here or online? Oh, wait, I have someone here. Let's go first to the member of the public here, and then we'll go to Brian next, followed by Dawn.
And Nancy Biagini again, planning commissioner, but speaking as a resident. I'm not going to get into the pros and cons. Anthony, I know that you have your side of the story, and I know how important it was for you to represent the city. I know there's also another side to this whole equation. We've all read about it. This is about, if I understand the attorney correctly, whether or not it should be agendized. So let me just say this, agendize it. Give both sides of this equation the opportunity to say their piece. That's democracy. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian, go ahead, please. Brian? There you go.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. First of all, I don't know. I've lived in, like I've said, in Santa Clara for a long time. I've worked there. Best years of my life, I hope, at Adult Ed. I implore both of you to try to, and I actually think both of you have tried. I'm going to try to hope for the best. Sometimes that's not, I just hope folks can reconcile. But there does need to be an agendized item. Discuss it. You know, people make mistakes. Oh, goodness sakes. I know I make one every day, especially in driving. I care about you people, and I care about Santa Clara. I care about the students that are in Santa Clara, that, you know, especially the folks at Adult Ed. But, you know, I think people do this. If I'm not wrong, I think all of you serve on the council and you don't get paid. So it's like opening yourself up for, boy, goodness sakes. And then that person that was just, I don't know, booted off. Scratch our head, you know. Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it. I hope you get my point.
Thank you. Thank you, Brian. Dawn, go ahead, Dawn. You're muted. Unmute, Dawn. Dawn. Dawn, you're muted. Can you unmute, Dawn?
Yeah, okay, there
Okay,
we go.
there we go. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, I'm speaking tonight to ask once again that Council Member Becker step down from his office and resign. Council Member Becker has been indicted for felony perjury or lying to the grand jury and a misdemeanor for releasing confidential information to the 49er organization and team-friendly news agencies. Who knows what other embarrassing issues will surface during the process, which further contaminates the reputation of the city of Santa Clara. In addition, Councilmember Suds Jane testified that he knew Councilmember Becker leaked the grand jury report and lied to the grand jury. He harbored that information and has offered no explanation why he didn't report this crime. Both Becker and Jane and the rest of the council are held to a high standard, one of ethics, integrity, and honesty. Both have failed miserably. And as for the other voting bloc, council members Hardy, Chachal, and Park, we will all have to wait and see how the district attorney handles your conflicts that were outlined in the grand jury report. Santa Clara doesn't deserve these council members. Becker should resign immediately, followed by Jane. Then we will watch to see the other dominoes fall and return our city back to civility and honesty, putting our citizens first. Thank you.
Thank you. Kale? Go ahead, Kale.
Hello.
Hello.
Good evening. Becker desperately ran in 2016 and thought that loss qualified him to run for mayor in 2018 out of spite and evident hatred. The LGBTQIA community doesn't deserve to be represented in this manner by you. Instead of putting thoughtful effort and time into the community to create genuine relationships with residents, he gave into Jed York's dirty money for tyrannical control, even going as far as lying just to win. Becker's been paying back his owners by making motions and closed-door decisions that have only hurt the city and its residents. His deeds have now caught up with him, And he turned over a confidential document to the 49ers and continued lying to a civil grand jury about what he had done. Anthony even admitted to Suds Jane that he had committed a crime. But what did Suds do? Nothing, as usual. As a teacher at Wilcox and as an elected official, he had a duty to report what Becker told him. Instead, he was complicit and therefore equally as guilty for covering his teammates' crime. Raj, you still accepted contributions for your campaign despite denouncing special interest money. You're not just a hypocrite, but a coward for throwing your counterparts under the bus, not quite the team player you claim to be. And Kevin, nothing has made you eligible to be a city council member. Your position does not give you the right to speak for others' actual qualifications and undermine their accomplishments. Kevin has a habit of abusing his power to silence women's voices, making highly suggestive and inappropriate comments to female workers. To pay Kevin any money at all for assuming this morally unethical role is grossly disrespectful to any of the women, children, and other people that have unfortunately come into contact with this man. You're right about one thing, though. The city of Santa Clara deserves someone qualified, and that's clearly not you. All the 49er electeds have shown to have no morals, ethics, and legitimate sense of the law. Makes sense why they're trying to put a new police chief in that won't hold them accountable. Our city needs to heal after the damage inflicted on by these.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else that would like to speak on this? All right, Councilmember Becker, you've abstained. Are you wanting to speak?
Yes, I wanted to make some quick, brief comments about this and what I'm going to abstain on. So I know many are saying that, please tell your side of the story. Well, based on the advice of my attorney, I've been advised to not say anything. And the thing is, my side of the story will be told in court. This other thing is, I do have a question for Kirk Vartan. And there's something that really stood out to me. You basically have these direct quotes from Councilmember Becker's own 13-page rebuttal. I would like to ask you, where did you get that 13-page rebuttal? Because there's only maybe a few people I sent that to. And that mainly says two things. It's either on a computer that was seized, or two, you've communicated with the San Francisco Chronicle, which then again establishes a lot of other theories. So I'm just curious where you got that from. Do you have an answer for that?
Go ahead. I think you probably can answer that.
Madam Mayor.
So it's incredible. I've never been asked to come back up to speak and address the council on a question. Happy to do so as long as it's appropriate. All of the information that I presented today is cited and noted in my presentation. You're welcome to look at where I got it, and it was cited correctly. But thank you for accusing me yet again in public on the dais.
All right, thank you. We have TK on the line. TK?
I just wanted to remind that to the Assistant City Clerk that there are e-comments and I would like them to be read. Thank you.
I don't think we read e-comments, but thank you. All right. Is there any other member of the council that would like to speak? We have a motion and a second to refer this to a future council meeting. Okay, City Clerk. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Watanabe? Yes. Councilmember Shahal?
No.
Councilmember Hardy?
No.
Vice Mayor Park?
No.
Councilmember Jane?
No.
Councilmember Becker? Oh,
Abstain.
Sorry.
And I vote yes, and so it's 4-2 with one abstention. It will not be talked about. Well, it'll probably be talked about every meeting, but it won't be brought up at the next, it won't be agendized for the council discussion. All right. Next we have, 10:18, and I'd like the staff to look at items that need to go this evening because I'd like to conclude the meeting by midnight. So if you can let me know the items that need to go this evening. But I should have asked you that earlier, I'm sorry. I know we have the public hearing items that do have to go, correct? Okay.
And Madam Mayor, while we're looking at that too, I wanted to ask City Clerk if the consent action included item number 4 under the stadium action as well? Or should we take
Yes,
that up
that was
now?
voted on. The stadium item, number 4?
The stadium consent.
Yes, that was
Yes, it
voted
did.
on.
It did include
Did
it?
include that.
Okay,
yes.
very good. Thank you.
So I have the one item that was pulled, 3I, does that have to go this evening on the shuttle? Is that timely? Because I'll do that next, otherwise we want to go to the public hearings. Do you want me to go to the public hearings next?
I think 3I will be a short item. My understanding is Councilmember Watanabe was pulling that for a brief description of what the item was, not a substantive question.
Okay.
I'm not sure, and I think the same for Councilmember Jahal.
Okay, let's do it then. Consent items pulled for discussion, 3I, which was the shuttle item. Please don't speak when I'm talking. The action to authorize the city manager to negotiate, execute, and administer an agreement with the city of Cupertino for the Cupertino-Santa Clara Joint On-Demand Shuttle Service Project and approval of a related budget amendment. Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Yes, this is an item that actually the city of Cupertino, former Mayor Darcy Paul approached Mayor Gilmore regarding this on-demand shuttle service and collaborating, the city received a grant to move this forward. And I've had people posting, asking questions about it, when it will be administered. And also, in reading the report, it looks like the funding for this program may be a concern, which is disappointing because, you want these things to last forever, of course, but at the same time, will we be looking at a plan to keep something like this, which is a very much needed in service, or work out a solution going forward? Thank you.
Sure.
All right, city manager, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Quick response to that. There was a grant that was applied for. There's a local match both for Cupertino and for the city of Santa Clara. Our local match is $4 million in round numbers. We have identified roughly $2 million that will be funded through funds that are with Silicon Valley Power, because there will be electric shuttle buses. That leaves a balance of $2 million that we still need to identify to meet our local match. We will be applying for other grants to support the city with that, but we do have enough funds to begin the project, and we're currently negotiating the agreement with Cupertino to ensure that we will be able to appropriately mitigate service or reduce service if we do not have the remaining $2 million.
Okay, thank you. Do you have a motion, Councilmember Watanabe?
Yes, Mayor, motion to adopt. Was there another comment?
I don't see, you didn't. your hand's not up.
I did pull the item, so I thought you will call on me.
No, because Councilmember Watanabe pulled it.
And I said I also want to.
You just need to press the button and I'll know you want to.
Sure, I did press the button now.
Well, now you did.
Can I?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you.
But I want to say there's a motion on the floor, and I'll second that. Go ahead, Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you. The only reason I'm pulling this item is for the public information, because I, along with the former mayor of Darcy Paul, he was serving with me on the Policy Advisory Committee, and I was very well coordinating him for this item, and glad we got on board with the 8.5 million grant for that. The only reason I pulled this thing because I have been to several senior advisory committee meetings and other community events. They were asking me about what is this program when it's being implemented. So I just want to communicate this information to the public. Can we have that map? Yeah. So this will be.
Wait, please pull up his slide.
While he's working on the slide, I can give you some brief idea. This will be a via shuttle, electric shuttle within city of Cupertino, Santa Clara, and there's some some area within Mountain View, and one-way fare for general public will be $3.50, And if you are a student, disabled, low income, the fare will be $1.75 only. Weekly passes will be available to the resident for $24.25, and subsidized weekly passes for the above categories will be only $14, and you can make a number of rides. And implementation of this thing within the Santa Clara, basically. So I wanted that map to come so that our residents are aware when this is coming to City of Santa Clara. So the phase 1 expansion within the City of Santa Clara, this VIA program is already running in City of Cupertino. Phase 1 is expected, our staff is coordinating with City of Cupertino staff, is expected to be implemented in our city in July, August. That's what mentioned in that. So that will be phase 1, and phase 2 is anything above the railroads above that, basically. So I would request the staff to, because a lot of people are asking me about it. I basically pioneered this thing, was very passionate about getting the shuttle program. So if we can, before we launch it, what public outreach program we can do so that we can have a decent information within the community. And same thing happened in Cupertino. The first year ridership was very low, but the second year they tripled the ridership on this thing once the people came to know about this thing. So that's the only reason I pulled it, and I'll be supporting the motion. Thank you.
All right, so we have a motion and a second on this. Is there any other discussion by the council or any member of the public wants to speak on this issue? Do we have any?
Mayor, I had my hand up. I was curious as to who is eligible to ride on this shuttle, and how is this different than paratransit?
City manager?
Yeah, I'll direct that
or
question
director?
to our deputy director.
Sure. Michael Liu? Hello?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Michael Liu, Assistant Director of Public Works. So happy to answer that question. So the VIA app can be downloaded, and per the rules is anybody 13 and older, and ultimately, but if you're younger than that, there's an expectation of a parent or guardian. Sorry, and then I think I blanked on the second comment. I apologize. Member Jane. Oh,
How is it different than the paratransit service that is provided by VTA?
The difference really is, that this is on demand. It's a private organization, so this is the city providing the service. There still will be paratransit provided by the VTA, so one could, call this a supplement to that in terms of providing that service to those that need it. Of the vans or the services that will be provided, there are some are wheelchair accessible as well, and that can be requested on the app. For those that download it and then need that service as well.
Did you say 13 and up? 13-year-old can?
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
That's currently what's operating in Cupertino.
All right. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Seeing no further questions, we have a motion and a second. City Clerk, when you're ready.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. City Manager, I looked at all the items. I think they all have to go tonight.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
the public
All right.
hearings plus the VTA item.
All right, thank you. All right, next we have a public hearing, adoption of a resolution approving the levy of benefit assessment upon the City of Santa Clara Parking Maintenance District Number 122 Franklin Square, which is where I have my business, so I will be abstaining on this issue. I'm going to ask the Vice Mayor to take over on this item.
Yes, thank you very much. So I have item 5, which is the public hearing, adoption, we just read it, but adoption of resolution approving the levy of benefit assessment upon the City of Santa Clara Parking Maintenance District Number 122, Franklin Square. And I see that we've got Director Mobeck.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Vice Mayor, Council. Craig Mobeck, Director of Public Works. And so on this item, we're here for the annual assessment for the Franklin Square Parking Maintenance District 122. Council previously adopted a resolution of intention establishing tonight for the public hearing. And the maintenance district has been set up for the Franklin Square property owners to contribute monies towards maintenance, and it's an amount based on their property building square footage. And the intent of these funds is to pay for the capital costs associated with repairs to the parking areas and the common areas. And so the annual combined assessments are comprised of a flat rate of $14,200 minus any accrued interest in the account. And so based on that calculation, the entire maintenance district owes $12,019, and that's shared amongst the property owners, again allocated based on building square footage. The city's responsible for general maintenance and operations throughout the year associated with the common areas and the parking lot, and the amount budgeted for these obligations is approximately $137,000 next fiscal year. So tonight, staff recommends that council adopt a resolution approving the levy of the 23-24 assessment and approving, adopting, and confirming the director's report.
Thank you very much. Are there any council questions? So I have Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes, motion to approve staff recommendation number, I believe it's number 1, alternative number 1. Yes.
Second that.
So we have a motion by Councilmember Watanabe, and I believe I heard a second from Councilmember Chahal. I see Councilmember Becker.
Yeah, sorry, Vice Mayor. So I see the city attorney ready to jump in there. This is a public hearing?
Public hearing, Vice Mayor. So assuming you're going to proceed to open the public hearing at this point.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you.
We'll go through the council, one round of council questions, open public hearing. Is that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was the motion and second that triggered me to remind you of that.
Yeah, I was
Thank
not
you.
expecting the first comment to be a motion either, but here we are. So again, this is a public hearing, so we will open the public hearing. Maybe I should have done that first, but we'll take the additional council questions, go to staff, and then open public hearing. Councilmember Becker.
Seeing no member of the public stepping up, I will make a motion to close the public hearing.
Well, wait, we do have a person online.
Sorry, my apologies.
Okay. So at this point, we will go to the public. This is a public hearing. If there's anyone from the public, we do have somebody online, Brian, but anyone else who would like to speak on this item, please come forward. But Brian?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I just wanted to say, I hope I'm not wrong about this, but Santa Clara downtown around, Franklin Mall is really clean. And I really appreciate it. I mean, I've been in some other parts of the city where it's not like that, and some other places in San Jose, but if this is the process that people go through, I think they really do try to do a very good job. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else from the public who'd like to speak? I don't see anyone online. I don't see any other speaker lights.
Okay, motion to close the public hearing.
So we have motion to close the public hearing from the Councilmember Becker, second from Councilmember Chahal.
Councilmember Watanabe?
Yes.
Councilmember Chahal?
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Park?
Yes.
Councilmember Jane?
Yes.
Councilmember Becker?
Yes.
So the public hearing is closed. I don't know that there are any other questions.
I believe Councilmember Watanabe had a motion.
Yeah, we haven't, seeing no other questions, that we have a motion to approve and a second by Councilmember Chahal.
Councilmember Watanabe?
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal?
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Park?
Yes.
Councilmember Jane?
No.
Councilmember Becker?
Yes.
And that motion passes with 1 no and 1 abstention. I believe that's the end of the item. We won't take a break because we're running tight.
Could barely eat my snack. All right. Next, we have, oh, I got it, don't worry. Public hearing adoption of a resolution approving the levy of benefit assessment upon the Santa Clara Convention Center Complex, Maintenance District Number 183.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Craig Mobeck, Director of Public Works. And previously, Council adopted a resolution that established a public hearing for tonight, and that is to consider the assessment for the Santa Clara Convention Center Maintenance District. The assessment funds shared maintenance associated with the Convention Center complex grounds, which includes items such as lot cleaning, signage, striping, fountain maintenance, landscaping, lighting, sidewalk, etc. The total assessment for fiscal year 23-24 is approximately $1,774,000. It is less than the prior year, so that it's not being increased, so ballots are not required tonight. The Santa Clara Convention Center Maintenance District is comprised of the City of Santa Clara, the Hyatt Hotel, and Tech Mart. All three have discussed this year's assessment, are in support of it. The city's share for the upcoming fiscal year is approximately $805,000. The Hyatt, approximately $374,000, and Tech Mart, approximately $594,000. So staff's recommending that council adopt a resolution approving the levy of the 23-24 assessment on the Convention Center Maintenance District 183 and approving, adopting, and confirming the director's report.
Thank you. So do we have any questions from the council on this? It's pretty straightforward. I don't see any council questions. This is a public hearing, so it's open to the public. I see we have one public member. Is that for this item? We'll find out. Brian? Go ahead, Brian.
Can you hear me, Madam Mayor?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. I hope I might be wrong, but the Santa Clara Convention Center, I've had the opportunity to go there so many times to see great great exhibits and be part of very powerful events. And I hope we can continue it. So I don't know if this is the right item, but they really are a very powerful part of Santa Clara. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Is there any other member of the public that would like to speak on the assessment district for the Convention Center complex? I see none. Do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Becker, second by Vice Mayor Park to close the public hearing.
Councilmember Watanabe?
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal?
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Park?
Yes.
Councilmember Jane?
Yes.
Councilmember Becker?
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore?
Yes, that passes unanimously. Now, do I have a motion to approve the assessment district?
Motion to approve. Staff recommendation, item alternative number 1.
All right.
I'll second that.
So motion approved by Councilmember Watanabe, seconded by Councilmember Hardy. And Councilmember Becker, your light's on?
Yeah, sorry, I was trying to do.
All right. Okay, so we have that. I don't see any other council comments. So when you're ready, Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Watanabe?
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal?
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Park?
Yes.
Councilmember Jane?
Yes.
Councilmember Becker?
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore?
Yes. And that passes unanimously. It has come to my attention that I failed to call for public presentations. In all the presentations we've had today, I haven't had any public presentations. So right now, I'm going to call for a public presentation. Does any member of the, oh, there you go. Does any member of the public have an item that isn't on the agenda that you'd like to talk to us about? If so, please come forward.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
I couldn't restrain myself any further.
No.
What I wanted to talk about was the agendization of items up for your agenda. And because it's still something of a mystery to me. I understand that an agenda item can emerge out of the city manager's office, and that's fine, you know. And then we saw it tonight with item 11 that the public can kind of do this kind of awkward procedure where you ask for it to be considered at a future meeting. And I believe at this meeting, the city attorney said, you know, you have to kind of dissect it and just talk. And it's kind of hard because the merits start talking about whether you should or should not put it on a calendar for future meeting. I believe the city manager at the last meeting also had to emphasize that. So to me, that's a very awkward procedure. And then 2 meetings ago, Councilmember Park was talking about how maybe the stores need to put the parking poles to prevent trucks or whatnot from crashing into the stores. And that's an important subject. It happened at the post office on Kiley, and it happened at the Sprouts. So it's a key issue. But Councilmember Park was puzzled as to how a council member could put something on the agenda. So, and that seems to me, that's the biggest mystery. And it seems to me that there should be a procedure for that, whereby the council members, who are, after all, have to actually work the agenda, should be able to put something onto their own agenda, rather than waiting for a public member and all that, or waiting for it to emerge from city manager. So I thought of a procedure that would be probably similar to how you guys do the consent calendar, whereby if Councilmember Park wanted to put his motion or for action on the agenda with respect to store safety, he could put it on a kind of a computer bulletin board that would be communicated to all of you. And if 1 or 2 of you, let's say you'd want to have 3 to vote to put something on the agenda, you would push a button and say, yes, I like to have Councilmember Park's motion or action item be put on the agenda for not necessarily the next meeting, but the meeting after that. And then if Councilwoman Watanabe also voted, then it would be, you'd have the 3 votes, and then it would go on the agenda. Now, conceivably, the public might have to have access to that. I don't know, you know, under the Brown Act, but it would seem to me to empower the council to put stuff on its own agenda if it's not able to do that already. And then also members of the public could go to their representative either in their district or some other council member and petition for it to be put on. And then we might have less of this procedure like we had with item 11, which is kind of complicated. So that would be my proposal. And I hope that I haven't suggested something that's not possible or that you've already thought about. So, but if I have not, then I hope it's of some use to you. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to tell you that we were discussing this yesterday in Governance and Ethics Committee, but we do have a procedure now for the council to put an item on the agenda. We all know about it. It's the same 030 policy. If we want to put an item on, we go through the same process. But we're talking about revising that, so maybe you can join us at our next Governance and Ethics Committee meeting.
And then maybe we could go to one of you to do it rather than what item 11.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
it's
I think it would be
cumbersome,
better,
and
like, you know.
we want to make it easier for the public, most of all. So thank you. Thank you very much. Kirk, go ahead, Kirk, followed by Brian. Welcome.
I think I'm going to point to you to go. Actually, I don't have many videos, just one. Let me know when you're ready. Okay, good evening, Mayor and Council. I attended the Governance and Ethics Committee yesterday. It was a 2-hour meeting, and I watched Mayor Gilmore plead with this committee to have an independent ethics commission brought before this council. It was clear there was no sense of urgency by the committee, and it's like Rome is burning, and we're worrying about what color the wallpaper is. And it seems like this needs to be a priority and a sense of urgency to take care of it. Moving on to ethics. Start from the beginning.
Trying to do the right thing, but you and Mr. Shanks over here like to
Perfect.
Here, and we're trying to do the right thing, but you and Mr. Shanks over here like to go and tell the public that things are going wrong and that we're doing the wrong thing. And frankly, that's libel.
So actually, it's not libel, it's slander if you speak it. And the answer to a slander claim or libel is truth. So facts. So let's just review a couple things. Councilmember Becker has been indicted for sharing confidential information, a confidential report with the 49ers and the Weekly. He tried to cover his tracks with an encrypted app, and then is indicted for a felony for perjury charges. We move on to Councilmember Jane. At very least, he knew that this controversial report was leaked and said nothing, did nothing, and inaction is actually an action. Councilmember Harding, Councilmember Chahal took access passes for a game from the 49ers and is still under investigation by the FPPC. The law is the floor. The law is the floor, not the ceiling. Perception and a conflict should be avoided at all costs. The law only seems to be the only measure here. And then we go to Vice Mayor Park. While attacking me publicly multiple times, he's used his position of power during the first council meeting when Mayor Gilmore was out to attack me again. Dr. Tom Shanks said this was the most egregious violation of the ethics code he has seen in any city in the last 30 years. So let's recap. Can I pause that while then? It's okay. The last video. So, okay, I'll do sock puppets for the final video. It basically just repeats that Councilmember Becker is saying we're all ethical up here. And it's actually kind of painful to watch. I wanted to experience that with this community here because it's painful for all of us. And what's really painful is that this council ignores and does not take action when there's an ethics problem right here. And if you don't say there's an ethics problem, if you don't think there's a public trust problem, just look in the mirror and look in the papers and look around and talk to your community. With all these things, public trust and ethics needs to be prioritized. So Mayor Gilmore and Councilmember Watanabe support this. I would ask all of you, how do you feel about public trust here in ethics in Santa Clara?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Brian? Go ahead, Brian.
Can you hear me, Madam Mayor?
Yes, I can.
Thank you, ma'am. My father lived in Santa Clara, and he actually died there too. Fought in World War II, and he liberated some of the camps, and it did something to him. There are people now that deny that happened. I was there when my father died after the earthquake in, the Loma Prieta earthquake. It's the only earthquake my father ever woke up. Did not wake up because he was, getting his, he had fallen not too long before that. But my father tried to teach me something. It happened. The T4 program happened where there was a systematic euthanasia, a horrible way to say it, of people with disabilities, people with mental illness. It happened. And there are people that are denying it now. People of the Jewish faith. You can't. What do you do with that? And people who are gay. Also, it was anti-humanity. And people deny that now on social media. It can't be allowed to be unanswered. My father ran up on those beaches and many other fathers and brothers and sisters ran up on those beaches to stop that monster. And it can't be allowed to be ignored. It happened. And it happens still. If that's not an existential threat, I don't know what is. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Brian. Next, we have Gabriel. Gabriel?
Members of the Santa Clara City Council, good evening. My name is Gabriel Moran, and I am proud to serve as a Government Affairs and Policy Associate for Toronto Wireless, a next-generation fixed wireless access company headquartered and founded here in the Bay Area with nearly 300 local employees. Over the past 3 years, we have learned more than ever the vital role of our frontline hospital and healthcare workers, all putting our health before their own throughout the COVID-19 crisis. In recognition of their selfless work, our partner, clean energy company Bloom Energy, hosted the inaugural Stars and Strides community run 2 years ago and raised more than $500,000 to benefit the Valley Medical Center Foundation. Tonight, I am inviting you to join me to build on our success on July 1st for our third annual Stars and Strides community run to support and celebrate our frontline hospital workers and the patients they serve. Our ambitious goals for the third annual Stars and Strides community run will be much more attainable with your help and participation. First, our financial goal is to raise and donate $350,000 to the Valley Medical Center Foundation, as they support 3 county hospitals and 14 healthcare clinics, which collectively provide healthcare services to more than 1 million of our neighbors annually, 85% of whom are low-income members of our community. Second, our participation goal is for 2,500 paying participants in the Armature Systems 10K run, the Silicon Valley Bank 5K run or walk, or the HP Incorporated Kids Fun Run. Third, our volunteer goal is for 400 caring volunteers pre-race or on race day to further ensure our participants have a fun, safe, and healthy experience. Tonight, I have 3 requests. First, please register for yourself and your family. Registration is easy at starsandstridesrun.com. For our elected leaders, please sign up under the Cal Water Elected Official and Executive 5K Challenge. Second, please reach out to your own database of community members. We have sample texts that you can use in order to make it easy. And third, we would be honored to work with your professional staff to be included in any online communications between now and race day. Over the past 2 years, we have realized just how critical healthcare workers are to our communities. We now have an opportunity to gather to celebrate and support them on July 1st. Please join us and spread the word throughout your communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gabriel, for all that information on the run. We appreciate it. Thank you. All right, is there any other member of the public that would like to speak on something that's not on the agenda? City Clerk, do you have anyone else? Vice Mayor Park, your hand's up. Do you have something?
I was just going to mention to Mr. Haggerty that we did discuss that, and there was a process, and I do know, how to get items on there. So there's a lot of different ways, and we'd like to kind of make that a little bit more efficient. Thank you very much, sir.
All right, next we're going to go to item number 7, public hearing, action on resolutions approving water, sewer, and recycled water amended rates to be effective July 1st, 2023. Director Welling, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you, Director Welling. Water and Sewer Utilities, we're here tonight to review the public hearing and approving water, sewer, and recycled water rates. Okay, timeline, April 10th through 11th. We had council briefings. April 11th, we sent out the Prop 218 notices were mailed. June 6th is this evening, is our public hearing for water and sewer rates. And July 1, if approved this evening by council, the rates will become effective. A little bit about the utilities. We have approximately 26,000 connections on the water side, 335 miles of water mains, 19 active groundwater wells, and 7 storage tanks with an approximate capacity of 28 million gallons. On the sewer side, similar number of connections, 288 miles, 7 pump stations. We are a co-owner of the regional wastewater facility with San Jose, approximately 20%. on our side. Recycled water, we have 361 connections. We've had an increase of about 28% since last year, where we had 282 connections. We have a total recycled water making up our portfolio of about 18 to 19%. It fluctuates in the summer, but we've had about 79 new connections this year, so we keep pushing recycled water. Certainly want to mention some of the awards that we've won over the years through CMUA on the recycled water front and through California Water Environment Association, Collection System of the Year. And also the most recent is the Sarah Tanks Project, Project of the Year with APWA on $5 to $25 million project. Wanted to certainly thank our staff on the operations, administration, and engineering and compliance side for the great work and the recognition from others. The water utility CIP is approximately $20 million budgeted over 5 years. Largest expenditures coming in the next 2 years include water main replacement, which is ongoing on an annual basis. We're rehabbing a number of our wells, and we're doing a number of facility improvements. Just a highlight of our most recent project mentioned, the Sarah tank. A number of council members were out in this tank, number 3. We just finished filling number 3 and finished the warranty, so all 3 tanks are back online. In the sewer utility CIP, we have approximately $607 million over the next 5 years. This is at the RWF. 98 million of which is our city's contribution. We recently had about a $20 million increase in that CIP, so we are planning to fix $30 million of debt. That'll be coming back to council soon to finance those CIP projects. Other projects include our condition assessment and system improvements. We have a large project coming up, $6 million in collaboration with Public Works. They're managing that project on the CIP side. And then just an overview of the RWF. There's approximately 10 large projects worth about $1 billion right now going on at the RWF. And just over schematic, and then on the right side, this is an overview of recently completed aeration tanks and clarifiers. So to get to the rates, SFPUC adopted rates of 9.7% this year. We get approximately 20% of our water from SFPUC. Valley Water adopted 14.5% for the upcoming fiscal year. And we get approximately 60%. That's a groundwater charge. Treated water was about 13.6%, and that makes up the other 20% of our portfolio for potable water. Water purchases are a large component of our O&M and expenditures, approximately 65%, about $35 million a year. And so most of these are pass-through charges for the city. So our proposed water rates are 8.7% increase on the consumption charge per HCF, which is 748 gallons. That's the metric we use, most agencies use. We're going from $7.33 per HCF to $7.97. That's a $7.68 per month increase from $87.96 to $95.64. For the average residential customer using 12 HCF. Average increase in minimum charge is 5.9%, depending on your meter size. The proposed recycled water rates, South Bay Water Recycling, which is administered by City of San Jose, has a wholesale rate increase this year of 15.4%. So that makes up the majority of our expenditures. We're looking at a 10% increase in consumption charge, going from $4.12 to $4.53 per HCF. Recycled water purchases represent 85% of our overall expenditures. The cost still represents savings of almost 45% when you compare that to potable water, and certainly recycled water helps in drought, really a drought-proof source of water. can just push it along for me. Thank you. So on the sewer rates, we're looking at a 3.1% increase in single-family residential and a 2.7% increase in multifamily residential charge. That's a $1.46 per month increase from $46.82 to $48.28 for single-family residential, and a $1.19 monthly increase for multifamily residential from $44.69 to $45.88. Average increase for commercial customers is 8%, depending on the customer class. Next slide, please. So this is a comparison for water and sewer rates combined using a single-family resident that uses an average of 12 HCF. We do this comparison every year. We have 6 other cities and 5 other cities and 1 agency, San Jose Water Company, we compare with. So we combined, we are the lowest when compared to those other cities. Combined rate is $143.92. And so we're pretty close to Sunnyvale, just a couple dollars per month difference there. But you can see as you go to the right, you have the increases. Okay, next slide. So just wanted to talk a little bit about utility bill assistance programs. We have the water, sewer, and low rate income assistance program, which gives a 25% discount on the first 12 HCF utilized. That's really mimicked, built off of SVP's rate assistance program. We have Help Your Neighbor program. And then there's another program through Sacred Heart Community Services, 2 programs, federally funded one and state operated. And there's also Valley Water has another program through Sacred Heart. So we both have both of those programs up on our website, and those are for very low income households. And then we have the state assistant program. We got just about $1 million for water and sewer ratepayers through COVID-19. Staff are tracking through CMUA, and we're hoping to get maybe some money. There's about $400 million available there, so we're continuing to track that. Next slide, please. So the recommendation this evening at the close of the public hearing, if the protests from property owners are not a majority, is to adopt the resolution approving water rate schedule 2023-01 and recycled water rate schedule 2023-02 for city water service rates to be effective July 1, 2023, and then adopt a resolution approving sewer rate schedule S-23 for sewer service rates to be effective July 1, 2023. I just wanted to thank staff, Shilpa, Mehta, Brenda McCarthy, and the finance Ken Lee's staff, Margaret McCann and Tess Hong for their work assisting with the rates, and then our rate consultant, Black & Veatch, Ann Buey, and Alberto Morales, and I think Ann Buey's here too. So I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Director Welling, and your staff for putting this together and for hanging in with us at this late hour. It's a public hearing, so it's open for public hearing. Councilmember Watanabe, your light is up?
Yeah.
Oh, we're all, okay.
Okay. Thank you, Director Welling, for the report. And I wanted to ask, has Valley Water made a decision about their rates yet, or?
Yes, their rate for next fiscal year is 14.5% for groundwater. That's their groundwater charge.
Wow. Okay. Thank you for that, I think. And thank you for providing the comparables. I know that's always a question that comes up. And I mean, it's nice to see, the Santa Clara still is on the low end of the totem pole, which I'm sure, I hope residents will appreciate, if they, find out that information or given that information, despite the raise and the increase. So, yeah, thank you for that.
Sure.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, not that I'm asking for higher rates, but I was just curious. The sewer rate only went up 3.1%, but there's a huge CIP outstanding for sewer. What is the plan to fund that?
Well, we are funding it with rates. We have, as I mentioned in the presentation, we are fixing $20 million in variable rate line of credit that we have currently, and then we're borrowing or we're going out for bonds and an additional $10 million. So a total of $30 million, and we're spreading out that generational equity CIP over 25 years. So that's part of the ability to keep rates at a reasonable price, but we have had at a reasonable cost. But rates are going up, and so even the 3.1%, the 2.7%, those bring in revenues. So, but we are borrowing. It's not just going to be paying for CIP solely on rates.
But how do you pay off the bonds?
You pay it off through the revenue you generate through rates.
Right.
So the bonds, and we do a 10-year financial plan in the rate model, and so the borrowing, that's all built into the model, including the current rates and the revenues that are coming in and expenditures.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So it is a public hearing, open to the public. Do we have any members of the public that would like to speak on this issue? I have Brian. Brian, you're online. Go ahead. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
I'm amazed. You turn your faucet on and water comes out. And I can't thank the many, many tens of thousands of people that makes that amazing. I mean, our species often had to travel miles to get water. I get the money and the financial, actually I don't, Madam Mayor, which is where I admire you, because I don't understand a lot of that. But you turn a water faucet on and you have water that you can drink. And you can take a bath in and a shower in and go to the pool. Well, a lot of us don't have pools, but that's a different thing. Isn't that amazing? All the people that keep that running. I mean, there's literally tens of thousands of people that do this, and I'm amazed by it. I get, we want to get the rates and stuff, but we need to thank these people. I mean, my goodness, potable water in some countries, they would. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. You've made all our water people smile. Thank you for your gratefulness at this hour. I think it's appreciated. Thank you very much, Brian. We appreciate it. All right. Is there any other member of the public that would like to speak? Seeing none, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion.
Second.
All right. Motion by Councilmember Becker, second by Councilmember Chahal to close the public hearing.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. City Clerk, do you have is this one of those protests, right? You have read the protests that we have?
As of the conclusion of the public hearing, the City of Santa Clara received 15 written protests to the proposed rate increase for water and recycled water, 10 written protests for sewer. The number of written protests does not amount to a majority of the identified parcel owners subject to the fee. Consequently, there is an insufficient number of written protests to constitute a majority protest under Proposition 218, and the City Council may proceed with considering the resolution.
Thank you, Assistant City Clerk. So now I'm looking for a motion. Councilmember Becker?
Yeah, sure. I have a motion. Before I give that motion, I want to thank Gary and all of our staff for everything that you guys did, all the work you put together, and also staying here to this hour tonight. So my motion is to take staff's recommendation. Do I have to read the full recommendation or?
Just staff recommendation.
Just staff recommendation.
right? Is that all right, City Attorney? Staff recommendation. So we have a motion by Councilmember Becker, second by Councilmember Jane. Vice Mayor Park?
Yeah, I want to make a couple of statements. I mean, first of all, I want to repeat Brian's amazement. It's just amazing that you turn on a faucet and water comes out, so thank you very much for that. I know it's a very simple thing we take for granted, very complicated, even with garbage and sewer and everything else. I also do appreciate the utility bill assistance. Like, I have been talking about this for many years. I see it in the notices that come out in public. These are the things that I actually bring to the people that talk to me. A lot of people that talk to me are retired. They're on fixed incomes. Some of them are actually on the edge of affordability in my neighborhood as well. So, seeing proposed water rates at 8.7% increase in consumption charge, average of 5.9% increase to minimum charges, that's actually higher than the cost of living increases that they get. They don't get raises like that, and when they're on fixed incomes, they don't have additional income coming in. It still saves us from the increases in the wholesale water rates that we pay from SFPUC and Valley Water. Like, I'm kind of amazed that happens there as well. But, I just want to make it's very clear that, I don't understand how we can sustain this. We're paying for water, and I feel like the water sources they've kind of got a monopoly. They know we need water. Water is how we survive, and they can raise rates arbitrarily. And at some point, we can't subsidize or we can't control the rates that go out to our residents. So I have a big concern there. There must be some way that we can. I'm just thinking that maybe, I don't know how to do it, but some way to kind of ease the increases, take into account not just the price, because I look at the prices, and the prices say we're very comparable to Sunnyvale and to other cities. Comparable doesn't cut it if, the increases are higher than the raises that you're going to get or the cost of living increases that you're going to get from fixed incomes. And it's just a concern. I do talk to a lot of people that raise this concern to me. So, but thank you very much for this report.
Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Director Wheeling. And I also want to commend your department as well as the residents for water conservation they have done. I saw the graph and how the city overall has done a great job on water conservation on that. And second thing, I want to make all of you happy again. I made 2 calls for some water-related issues at my house, and they were very prompt. That both the calls were very well attended, and within a span of few minutes, they were taken care of in person at my house, basically. So I commend your department for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hardy?
Thank you. I will just say that the water department does an amazing job. We know that we have not a lot of control over what our suppliers are raising the rates, and Gary and his staff do an amazing job to keep that as reasonable as possible, and I want to thank them.
All right, so we have a motion and a second for staff recommendation. Thank you very much, Gary and Shilpa and everybody else here for this.
Councilmember Watanabe? Yes. Councilmember Chahal?
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Park?
Yes.
Councilmember Jane?
Yes.
Councilmember Becker?
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore?
Yes, and that passes unanimously. I want to do 2 things. One, move up to item 9 right now. And then for those that are waiting, ask that the council defer item number 10 to the next meeting, since it's not timely and we won't get to it this evening. So may I please have a motion to defer item number 10 to the meeting of the 27th?
I'll motion.
All right, motion by Councilmember Becker, second by Councilmember Hardy, to defer item 10 to the meeting of the 27th. City Clerk, when you're ready for that. And then we'll hear item number 9 next.
Councilmember Watanabe?
Yes.
Councilmember Chahal?
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Park?
Yes.
Councilmember Jane?
Yes.
Councilmember Becker?
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore?
Yes, thank you. That passes unanimously. So item number 9, action on approval of the West Portal Early Works Construction Transportation Management Plan. Wow, that's a mouthful. For the Valley Transportation Authority's BART Phase 2 Extension Project. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. We have a number of individuals from VTA here to present tonight, and I'll turn it over to Gary Griggs to begin their presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Gilmore.
Thank you for your patience and the lateness of the hour. I really apologize for that. I really do. So thank you.
Very pleased that we can see you tonight. It's very important to us. So Mayor Gilmore and council members and City Manager Grogan, thank you very much for the opportunity to come before you again tonight in regard to the BART Silicon Valley Phase 2 Extension Project. My name is Gary Griggs. I'm the program officer from VTA for the project. I'd also like to acknowledge a few other people that are joining me tonight as well. We have Bernice Alanis, who's actually connecting virtually, available to us virtually, and Erica Rokes, both from our external affairs group. John Fungi and Bruce Shuchuk are from our project management group, and then we have Dave Hazen and Louise Pays, who are here representing the Kiewit Shea trailer team that's doing the construction for our tunnel and track work contract. I'd also like to acknowledge the city staff, in particular Director Mobeck and Deputy Director Liu, for working with us on this matter. So we're coming to you tonight to talk about some of the early works projects that we're undertaking, one of which is going to be also here, a portion of it here in Santa Clara. The agenda will be, we'll do a project overview, then we'd like to talk about the early construction activities at the West Portal, and then we'd like to seek your approval of us moving ahead with our construction transportation management plan. Next slide, please. Next slide. So you're all familiar with the project, but I'll just remind you quickly that we're extending from our Berryessa Station, a Phase 1 project, 6 miles down into downtown San Jose and on into Santa Clara. We have a 6-mile extension. We're using a single bore tunnel in order to reduce the impacts, surface impacts of the construction as we undertake the 5 miles of tunnel work. There's also 1 mile of at-ground level construction. There are 4 new BART stations. 3 of them are underground with above-ground access, and that's the 28th and Little Portugal Station, the downtown San Jose Station, and the Duridan Station. And then we come into Santa Clara here, where we'll have the Santa Clara Station coincident with the maintenance yard and maintenance facility. Next slide, please. This is just a quick shot of just the first 5-year timeline for the project. And in particular, we're doing now, and we're in the engineering and construction procurement phase and some early construction work that we're undertaking. And that's what we're coming to you tonight to talk about, is some of that early construction, in particular, preparing for the launch of the tunnel boring machine and moving forward with that through what we call the West Portal at the Newhall Yard area. This is going to be about a 2-year period, so going from about now until in 2 years. So that's all we're looking at tonight in terms of what the approval we're looking in terms of our early works. So with that, I would like to turn it over to Erica Rokes, who will carry forward with the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gary. Welcome. Hello.
Good evening. Does this work for me to advance? Okay. Wanted to do a deeper dive into the activities that will be occurring within VTA's Newhall property over the next 2 years. I'm going to orient you to the site here before we walk through what will be occurring during this first phase of early construction activities over the next 2 years. The I-880 freeway is on the left side of the screen. Brokaw Road in the city of Santa Clara is over to the right side. Coleman Avenue is along the bottom. And the active rail corridor is through the middle of the screen, where UPRR and Caltrain and other rail operates currently from 4:30 in the morning to 1:30 in the morning currently. So the area that VTA's property where all this work will occur is outlined right there in red. In addition, we'll have 3 access points to the site. The construction employee vehicle access is in the blue circle on the far left off of Newhall Street. And the construction vehicle access, the construction truck access, is in the 2 goldenrod circles, the access points off of Newhall Drive and Brokaw Road. Conveniently located next to the employee vehicle access is the employee vehicle parking, which will all be located on site at the property there. And then in between is the on-site offices. During this phase of the construction, the tunnel lining segment factory will be constructed, which is in this area here in blue. During this phase of construction, in addition to the factory being constructed, 360 tunnel lining segments need to be fabricated in order to prepare for the launch of the tunnel boring machine, which is about 13% total of what will be needed for the entire 5-mile tunnel. 1 ring within the tunnel requires 9 segments, and the factory would be able to produce 6 segments per day. Once those segments are produced, they will be stored in this area in purple. And so as each segment weighs 40,000 pounds, the ground needs to be prepared for this heavy weight in the area, as well as to start beginning to store the segments. In addition, this area in green is where the tunnel boring machine shaft and the west portal will be located. So that's the start of the tunnel. So in that location is where we have to build deep walls there to start the tunnel, as well as where the machine will be assembled and the launch assembly will be developed in order to launch the machine in the next phase. In addition, we will be constructing the grout plant, which is the area in brown on the screen during this phase, as well as the excavated materials bin, which is what's shown in pink there. And so that is the only feature that's being constructed within the city of Santa Clara during this phase. In addition, we have a sound wall that's adjacent to where the west tunnel portal will be that will protect the existing residences on the west side of the corridor from the activities to develop that deep shaft. In addition, we've highlighted here the Gateway Crossings project that's currently under construction, showing the 300-foot buffer from the edge of the zoned property, as well as the 300-foot buffer from the current phase that's under construction. And as you can see, the current phase that's under construction is anticipated to be occupied in the middle of this 2-year period. And so as you can see from that lower buffer, that there is no anticipated construction activities to coincide within that buffer timeframe. As we're going to dive into some of the details on the work hours that are required in just a minute. Before we get there, I wanted to talk through the process that we've gone through to develop this construction transportation management plan. A reminder that the underlying purpose is to minimize to the extent feasible all transportation-related impacts to all modes during construction. They're a required piece of our engagement program and include details on the work hours, shifts, haul routes, and more. This first CP2 specific contract package to specific CTMP is developed by Hewitt Shea Trailer, which when we were here in May, mentioned came on board in May, and we worked together extensively with both City of Santa Clara and City of San Jose on the development of this plan. In addition, we've had regular engagement with stakeholders during the development, including Hunter Partners and Costco and PayPal Park, to just name a few. In addition, we hosted public meetings where this information was presented in March. We had an in-person meeting at Santa Clara University as well as an online meeting. Had over 50 people attend those events and answered questions. In addition, we've posted it on our website and have had more than 300 people visit and review the meeting recording there as well. As mentioned earlier, we've had regular coordination meetings with stakeholders, as well as the Santa Clara Community Working Group that we have for the project that meets quarterly. Now I wanted to talk through a couple of the key activities that will be happening in the time frame that they're happening. So I mentioned that area in blue, the tunnel lining factory construction, will begin construction as early as this summer, and the construction will last for about a year, and then it will begin to operate, which will continue through major construction. And then the area in green, the supportive excavation and the preparation of the tunnel boring machine shaft, that will begin as early as fall and last for 15 months. And that construction includes some critical concrete pours that require extended hauling hours, which I'll get to in just the next slide. And then the excavated materials bin construction, which will occur within Santa Clara, is then anticipated to begin as early as winter 2024 and last for about 6 months. So when this work requires some extended work hours, as I mentioned earlier, when the work begins in the summer timeframe, it will be a single shift work that would occur from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. with truck hauling from 6 a.m. to 4 p.m. Once we get into the preparation of the shaft, that area in green that I showed you, that will require double shifted work, meaning 22 hours a day of work from 6 a.m. to 4 a.m., and requires that extended hauling for those same hours from 6 a.m. to 4 a.m. for those critical concrete pours, as well as Saturday work throughout. And then once that 15-month period is up, then the hauling will return back to 6 a.m. to 4 p.m., the single shift, but the extended work hours on site within the city of San Jose would still occur. I just wanted to highlight, here you can see what the truck haul routes are and what the number of trucks are anticipated to be in the area. So generally, because the site is long, narrow site, there is an access point within San Jose off of Newhall Drive and within Santa Clara off of Brokaw Road. So 75% of the trucks generally will be using Newhall Drive, with 25% using Brokaw Road. And so to dive into what those details are, generally on an average day, that would be 4 trucks per hour using Brokaw Road. Approximately 5 times a month, when there's concurring activities, there would be up to 9 trucks per hour on Brokaw Road. In the nighttime, when there's that extended hauling, it would be held at 4 trucks per hour. And on Saturdays, when there's not an event at the PayPal Park Stadium, then only 10% of trucks will be using Brokaw Road to limit the traffic there due to the high frequency of traffic for Costco, and 90% would use Newhall Drive. So in addition to, sorry, I'm going the wrong way. In addition to the CTMP, there are 3 additional plans that are currently in development that are related to the CTMP. The PayPal Park Event Management Plan will determine and minimize the impacts of truck traffic during PayPal Park events when we have those extended hours that potentially would need to coincide. It's being developed in coordination with both cities, as well as PayPal Park, Costco, and Hunter Partners. And we'll continue to coordinate as we begin construction to continue. It'll be a kind of a living document that will continually be updated, and we'll check in and keep in touch on what adjusts as needed. In addition, a trucker management plan is being developed to manage and ensure that the truck drivers are following the approved haul routes and the truck distribution between the 2 access points into the property. And a traffic response plan will outline the lines of communication and processes to coordinate truck hauling when Newhall Drive or Brokaw Road are blocked for unforeseen circumstances. It's being developed in consultation with the cities and will also be a living document that's routinely updated. In our conversations with both cities, the potential implementation of this plan during the holiday season to alleviate congestion on Brokaw is also being evaluated. So these plans are intended to supplement the CTMP and will continue to be developed in parallel with the approval of the CTMP today. So although not covered in the access-focused CTMP for approval today, we also wanted to talk about what steps we're taking to manage noise and vibration. We'll be continuously monitoring noise and vibration levels, as well as using additional spot testing during activities that are anticipated to generate higher levels of noise. To accommodate activities occurring during the nighttime and weekend hours, the noise curtain will be installed adjacent to or across the rail corridor from the existing residences down at the south end of the yard there. Nighttime work was assumed in our project's environmental impact report, and additional mitigations were also identified that we will be implementing related to construction equipment and operations. Some examples of that are turning off idling equipment, lining truck beds with materials to reduce the noise, installing low-impact backup alarms that sound like a swoosh for nighttime activities, and things like that. In addition, we also wanted to mention some ways we'll be reducing dust. The contractor will be covering or moistening trucks carrying loose materials, removing all visible mud or dirt from the adjacent public roadways. They'll be washing the trucks, as you can see in the image on the right, before they exit the site onto the public roadway network. They'll be suspending dust-intensive activities and high winds. And in addition, we'll be installing screening around the construction fencing. An example of that is on the left there, and then we're coordinating with local stakeholders in the area and on what that could include. And I think with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you very much for that. I know many of us have had a briefing on this as well, so thank you. This is a good follow-up to that. I had a question. One is regarding the timeline. I understood it's a 5-year plan, but it's actually longer than that because you only go out 5 years. So how long is the ultimate construction of this whole project? That would be my question, and I guess we could start there and then go down the line.
Okay, Mayor Gilmore, yes, the construction line. So what we're looking at for this particular part of the construction is a 2-year period going from about mid this year to mid 2025. The overall project duration, we're currently doing a rebaselining of cost and schedule in terms of where we're going to continue for the duration of the project.
Right.
The current date that we have with the Federal Transit Administration is March of 2033 to complete the project. But that has quite a period at the end, which is testing and commissioning after the construction is completed. But those dates are still now under review because they are a couple years old. So we're looking at updating those dates here in the near future.
So right now it's 2033, but it could be sooner or later. We don't know. You're updating. Okay, very good. Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, thank you for the presentation. Thank you for staying here so late at this hour. I appreciate also the other day that you made some time to speak with me and Councilmember Jane about the project and about some of the issues that are coming up. And I appreciate all the input that you provided us in results. My question is basically about it's basically considered the end of the line. And I know that with end of the line, there often comes, I guess, issues with homelessness. And usually at the end of the line, just like I think at downtown San Jose, they kind of let them off the train and now they're there. So what are any ways that looking to combat that or any solutions or ideas?
Yes, Councilman Becker, unfortunately, this is a problem we're having nationwide in terms of homelessness, and it's impacting transit systems like it is every other aspect of our lives. We are taking some measures with the BART system in particular, and we're going to be replacing the current low-level fare gates that are easily, quote, jumped, and replacing those with high-level gates similar to what you'll see in other systems. For example, if you've been in New York, you're pretty secure in terms of whether you can enter a station. So that will restrict the number of people that get into the system illegally, so to speak, not paying the fare. And I think that will help address the problem. Some of these cities, I know Millbrae has a program where if they do have people coming into the city, that they'll transport them to other locations. So sometimes I know that's been done, but I really think that the fare gate solution will help us a lot in that regard. And hopefully we can also address homelessness so that we won't have to deal with that problem.
Thank you.
I think a part of that point was, that they, at the end of the line, they do put them off. So, I mean, if they're already behind the line and then they get let off on our station, that's kind of where I'm trying to go is solutions that, will you have security roaming the area? Will you have enforcement? I don't know how far we can go on those kind of things, but I'm just thinking we don't want to kind of turn our, station as just be the end of the line into this is where a lot of the homeless are going to hang out. We want to make sure that it's clean, it's appropriate, but also we're finding the resources for the people who are there that are homeless.
Yes, Councilman Becker, that's exactly what we need to do. And the other thing though to think about is that having that station there is actually going to increase the value of the property there and more people coming in and using the system legitimately. So I think you'll see that that'll offset some of the safety issues that you might see otherwise.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy?
Thank you. Yes, thank you. I appreciated that we went over a lot of the concerns and questions that we had, but I was thinking about this when I looked at the timelines. You're asking for an extended period of time during the day and the evening for construction. Now, we're fortunate that we don't have any residents close there if the timelines line up correctly. But I also wondered if you were asking for a change in the decibel readings, because that is something we're very clear about for construction. And I didn't see that specifically in the report. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for your question. No, we're not asking for a change. We will still be meeting the thresholds for daytime and nighttime noise levels. It's just to operate and work with these extended hours.
And we do have residences right there, and we will have new residences in the Hunter project. So yeah, be completely surrounded by residences. So that's an important, issue. Thank you. Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the report. And also the presentation in person previously, right? And I did raise that issue regarding the Costco traffic, and I'm happy that only 25% traffic is diverted towards Broca. And also happy that you have a traffic response plan, which is a live document. You will be interacting with all the stakeholders and revise it for that matter. And please, because we have really issues with the Costco traffic and over there. So I would again request, please make sure it is a live document so that we can make appropriate changes if desired. So.
Yes, it will definitely be a live document, and we will continue to coordinate with Costco as we have been doing.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Don't mess with those Costco shoppers. No. Vice Mayor Park?
Thank you very much for the presentation, and thank you very much for the study sessions and the work that we put in even before this meeting. I wanted to clarify, I did talk to people in Millbrae. Millbrae is a terminus station as well, and they have people from Life Moves in particular. This is a note I would like staff to consider. There are people at Life Moves who are trained to identify unhoused people, to identify people in need. It could be families, it could be children, and direct them to services in the area. And we don't have to wait until the station is built. We can actually use Lawrence, we can use Santa Clara stations to kind of try out different things, get a list of services, and work with them as they work on other projects in our city to to get this kind of benefit to as many people as soon as possible without waiting for the BART to be up. I also when I looked at the report and I heard what when we had the conversations, study sessions, it was kind of fun. Like you look at we're going to build the tunnel lining factory, and then we're going to do the factory operations, and we're going to do the excavation. It was kind of like this game of building SimCity or something like that. But I also thought, this is a great opportunity because you don't see this kind of thing very often. And when we bring a boring machine in, those are pretty huge, and you don't take them out. In fact, I think one of the plans is to leave them there. But I feel that this is a great opportunity to get interested people, whether they're students or even professionals who don't get access to these kinds of things, kind of a learning experience. And I just want to make sure that we're still thinking about those things. I also know that, we talk about next 2 years of the construction. I think Mayor Gilmore did talk about the 5-year plan, and we, looking out even 10 years down the line, completion in 2033, and even that date we probably need to look at because it's a little old. But as people mentioned, it's concurrent with the Hunter Storm Gateway Crossings project. It does have a lot of retail. It's not just Costco. It's also, there is an In-N-Out Burger in one of the other roads, and and to get through them, we have to cross the stadium, right? So there is a little bit of concern there. I think that there will be a little bit of congestion because that's a lot of traffic, and it's going to be concurrent, and it's not concurrent for a little while. It's going to likely be concurrent for years. Right. So I would like to think that through because, again, traffic, that's a major route. It's one of the arteries that we have to go to San Jose, and lots of concerns there. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to, Councilmember Becker, your name is still up. Do you?
Yeah, I was just ready to make a motion.
I want to go to the public first. That's okay. If we have, thank you. If we have any member of the public that would like to speak on this issue, please come forward if you're in the chambers. If not, I have Brian online.
He lowered his hand.
Oh, he left. Okay. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in the audience here? No? Okay. All right, Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm going to make a motion, and first I'd like to echo a lot of the comments that Councilmember Park was mentioning about traffic and how that area of Costco is a jungle, and you add in the soccer park, you get in and out down the other end, you got all this housing that's going to be there. You know, I pushed a lot for trying to get Benton or Brokaw through again, so you have another alternative exit, but the area, it's really congested and the traffic gets crazy. So put a little more TLC in that because it would really help a lot of people in the area. But in the meantime, I'd like to make a motion for staff's recommendation. Alternative 1, to approve the West Portal Early Works Construction Transportation Management Plan for the VTA's BART Phase 2 Extension Project.
I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Becker, second by Councilmember Chahal. I don't see any comments, so when you're ready, Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you very much to all the VTA personnel here. We appreciate you staying late and for your presentation. Thank you. All right, next we're going to move to item number 8, which is public hearing, waive second reading, and adopt ordinance number 2060 to repeal Chapter 15.45 Prevention of Flood Damage Code and adopt the new floodplain management ordinance establishing a new Chapter 15.45 floodplain management regulations of the Santa Clara City Code, CEQA exempt pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15061B. 3, projects which do not have the potential for causing a significant effect on the environment. That is a huge, long title. All right. Thank you. City Manager. Oh, okay. Here to here.
Yeah,
Rena,
thank you.
welcome.
Thank you very much, Mayor and City Council members. And this is intended to be a very short item, so thank you for your time tonight. This item is the repeal of an existing city code, 15.45, and the establishment and replacement with a new city code. And this is really to establish the rules around floodplain management in the city. For some background, at the May 9th hearing, the City Council actually passed, for the purposes of publication, the proposed ordinance. And this is a procedural step in which the ordinance needs to actually be formally put on the public hearing agenda. So the ordinance itself is to replace the city's floodplain regulations with these new regulations that are specifically recommended by FEMA, which is the Federal Emergency Management Authority, to maintain the city's community rating system rating, which actually affects the flood insurance rates that our residences and businesses pay. And essentially, the ordinance models what FEMA calls its model ordinance, and the substance of that ordinance is actually all elements of what we have in city code already in just different sections, but that this particular code is now going to reflect the model ordinance that FEMA has so that FEMA will be able to streamline their review of our CRS. And The recommendation is to approve the use of the CEQA exemption, which is section 15061B3, so that projects which do not have a potential for causing a significant effect on the environment are considered exempt. And then also to waive the second reading and adopt ordinance number 2060 to repeal chapter 1545, which is the Prevention of Flood Damage Code, and adopt a new floodplain management ordinance establishing a new chapter 15.45 floodplain management regulations of the Santa Clara City Code. And that concludes the staff report, and I'm here for any questions.
Is there any questions of Rena? All right, seeing none, this is a public hearing. All right, it's a public hearing, so I'll declare that open. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak on this issue? I don't see any. Assistant City Clerk, Councilmember Becker, do you have a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion to close the public hearing, please.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Becker, second by Councilmember Hardy to close the public hearing. When you're ready, Assistant City Clerk.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Do I have a motion to approve the staff recommendation
Yes, I do.
and waive the second reading and adopt the ordinance?
I'd like to make the motion to take staff's recommendation and also thank Rena for staying here this late, especially how short this item was. And hopefully in the future, we can maybe put these tinier items to the front and get the heavier items to the end. So, but I'd like to make that motion and appreciate you being here all night.
All right,
I'll
thank you.
second that.
Sometimes tiny items turn into giant items, and
I agree.
giant items turn into tiny items. You just never know. So we have a motion from Councilmember Becker, second from Vice Mayor Park for the staff recommendation. Vice Mayor Park, your light's on.
Yes, actually, before you go, could you explain all the differences between the two sections that are, I'm kidding. I don't need. Yeah,
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Park.
yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. All right, next item was deferred to next meeting. We already dealt with number 11. Reports of council members and special committees. Do I have any? Council member,
Councilmember Jane.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, just quickly, I was happy to attend the Sister Cities end of the year event this past Sunday, and just so happy that I met the 4 students that are going to be traveling to Izumo, Japan on Thursday, and they are very excited along with their chaperone, Margaret. And I've told them that they're just going to have the time of their life and be treated so well, but more importantly, that when they come back, they need to come to City Council and tell us about their trip and share pictures and just get everybody excited about traveling the world again through Sister Cities. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, on the NCPA, they have their meetings that rotate. So the May 25th meeting was in Lompoc, and that's the southernmost public utility in NCPA territory. It's just south of Santa Maria and north of Santa Barbara. Items that were on the agenda for consideration was a steam report of the geothermal facility at the geysers. There was an issue where we had debris damaging strainers that then got into the turbines that ended up costing us $2.5 million. And then we just entered into a new PPA for another 100 megawatts of geothermal power, of which SVP will get 70%. Then the treat was that the mayor of Lompoc, Janelle Osborne, she was able to get the NCPA commissioners and staff a tour of Vandenberg Space Force Base. So we were actually able to walk around the largest of the 3 launch pads. And this largest one was previously operated by United Launch Alliance, and it will soon be operated by SpaceX. So that was a real treat. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to mention that I, along with Vice Mayor Park and Councilmember Watanabe, attended the Sister City event. And this is the event I was talking about. They couldn't host within the city because of the issues related to fees and etc. And they hosted in San Jose, so we need to look into those things. And I'm excited that the students are going after a gap of, I think, 3 years. And we are expecting students from ISMO back over here in 2024. So it's an exciting part of that. Thank you.
Thank you. On Friday, I attended the 2023 California Co-op Conference in San Jose, but I didn't have time to write my report, so I'll report on it at the June 27th meeting. All right, so City Manager, Executive Director.
No report, Mayor.
Thank you. That leads us to our adjournment. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So be it.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Chahal, second by Councilmember Becker to adjourn.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Chahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously, and this meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much. Have a safe drive home, all of you that are here. Thank you to staff for staying this late as well. Thank you.